Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, it worked. I said I ain't coming back. I'm not coming back to work until the Giants win a freaking baseball game. One game. One time. One game. And it worked. My boycott lasted one day. So after taking Tuesday off, sliding back in after the Giants somehow, some way beat the unbelievably talented Christopher Sanchez, who had that one on their bingo card, as Robbie Ray pitches his cojones off and the bats wake up. 12 knocks. Oh, wait. Of course the bats woke up. Daniel Susac was in the lineup. That's why the bats woke up. So we'll get into that. We'll enjoy one of 4 wins this year. You've only had 4 of them. You might as well enjoy them. 25% of them accumulated last night at the yard. We'll have to call that one in. But after taking a Tuesday off for a very special day, handing the keys to my boy, Marcus, the water boy, Boucher. They say never let the water boy drive.
No.
They made him move seats. What's that? I was on the app briefly. I don't always like to immerse on the day off. Got to let you do your thing. But and we were on a very special day down at Pebble Beach. I wanted to focus on.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I know. We'll have to get into that.
Yeah.
Wanted to focus on Pebble Beach and not on Kerry Crowley's freckled face. But they made you change seats. Was that why the Giants won? Because you changed seats? And good morning,
we
brother.
had to switch up the mojo a little bit. We had to switch up the feng shui. And yes, Murph, good morning. Glad to see you back in the building today. And yeah, John Joe Curley's like, I'm pulling a Tony Vitello. You're Willie Adames. I'm moving you to the leadoff spot. I'm moving you to the left side. And hey, it worked. We shook things up. Maybe we had a couple more winning segments yesterday with the shakeup. I don't know. We had 25% of the wins yesterday for the San Francisco Giants. 50% of the wins so far this year have came with Daniel Susac behind home plate.
How about that? And I saw your tweet, the only home wins this year.
Yeah, both 2 games the Giants have won have both been Robbie Ray, Daniel Susac battery games. Last Friday night when they threw the cooler on Daniel Susac and it ruined Kylan Mills' laptop, that was the first home win of the season, and last night was number 2.
First digression of the morning, they were showing last night, if you made it late into the game, either the bottom of the 8th or the top, I think it was the top of the 9, bottom 8, top 9. They were showing Sean Estes and Kylan Mills in the little photographer's well, because I guess they are doing now post games from the yard, right? Which is great. It gives you a little more vibey, a little more feeling. Lots of seagulls and Tony Bennett. But they were wearing ponchos.
Yeah.
But the game wasn't over.
Oh.
And I was like, yo, this is putting the whammy on this thing. They could easily cough this thing off.
Especially with the way that the bullpen had been pitching the last couple of days.
You know, what's surprising was that when they were in the photographer's well, they didn't get hit by a pitch from Ryan Walker.
Oh, yeah. That one that went straight to the backstop.
Dude, sometimes it leaves his hand. He doesn't know where it's going. He doesn't know where it's going. So anyway, really exciting. But let me ask you, did it feel weird sitting here and having to go?
That's actually
having to go right and
not
left?
the first time that I've done it. I think most days when you're on vacation, I actually slide over to that side of the table.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We're going Goldilocks. Who's been sleeping in my bed? The Bears? The 3 little Bears?
You had no idea. I've been marking my territory over there. I went over. I lifted up my leg yesterday.
I don't know
How's it smell now?
You're I almost I almost made a joke about. No, I'm not going to mention Mike Vrabel. That's a whole.
I'm not going into that.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Well, there's a whole Seinfeld about how Jerry said he couldn't go right. Like when he's making out with a gal, he had to always go right. He couldn't go left. So the whole episode pinned on him trying to make sure that when he made out with a girl, which he did all the time, the girl had to be on his right because he couldn't go left. So I was like, kind of same thing. Like, can you go right? Can you go left? But apparently you're, so to speak, a switch hitter.
How about that,
so
dude?
To speak,
Someone say I'm the Patrick Bailey of the morning show. That means I might be getting my job taken soon.
He had a big fat grin on his face and was clapping away. I don't know how real or authentic or fake it was, but when Daniel Susac tripled in the 8th inning last night, a 2-run triple, going the other way, which seemingly every Giants hitter was doing last night.
They must have read a jock blog or something.
Dude, how about that? That approach that we liked in spring. Hey, let it travel. Don't do too much. Don't roll over on it. Don't swing and miss. Just go the other way. Adames starts the game. He's done that now a couple times of late. Doubles off the right field wall. Chapman, Gerard, Danny Susac. Kids, see what happens when you stay middle right center?
Hit it where it's pitched.
Good things happen.
Simple as that.
Good things happen.
Put the ball in play and good things happen.
Well, that was fun to see, man. So we'll have to call it in bright and early at 6:05. Why not? I mean, geez, we've had so few opportunities to do this year. We have first base coach Shane Robinson calling our best friend, Rob Manfred, and Manfred saying, hey, Murph and Marcus, are they still on the air after all these losses? He says, don't worry about it, friend of Murph and Marcus. I guess I'll return the empty suit shortly, but we're in a good mood right now. Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 6, Philadelphia Phillies 0.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful.
Make some noise for Tony's first.
Hey, all right. Anything else we're going to add to that?
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Got any more to add?
Nothing yet.
No home runs.
Although we might need to find something for Daniel Susac. Maybe him giving a shout out to his little nephew Chuck or something needs to make the package.
Nephew Chuck might need to make the package. So Susac last night, if you missed it, 3 for 4, 2 RBIs, scored a run. He's hitting .857. As Tony liked to point out, he's 6 for 7. He's 6'7".
Tony's favorite
6'7"
stat of the season.
6'7". 6'7". Last night, Willie Adames 2 for 4 with 2 doubles. Matt Chapman 3 for 4 with a double, an RBI double. Luis Arraez 1 for 4, 2 RBIs, including a little dribbler with runners at first and third that scored a run and a sac fly, right? Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what we talked about when they signed Arraez. We said, hey, that's the kind of guy that'll come up with a runner on third and less than 2 outs, and he won't strike out and put the ball in play. And he did again last night. He just put the ball in freaking play.
What a concept.
I don't know. We're talking about changing the lineup. Dan Susac in for Pat Bailey. You know who might need a day, brother? Your boy Elliot Ramos might need a day. Another hat trick last night. He's leading the team in strikeouts by a mile.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's if they have the book on him, they're pitching him a certain way, and there's certain pitches he can't lay off. But right now, this guy is in a funk. He's hitting 191, and he's striking out like a maniac. Now, Rafael Devers did have a knock last night, but he too is on the interstate at 196. So stuff that we can still bitch and moan about. But when I called it in and said Giants 6, Philadelphia 0. That's maybe the story of the day, right?
Absolutely. That
Robbie
was
Ray.
the first time all year that the Phillies have been shut out this season. It's also the first shutout by the Giants staff so far this year. So tip of the cap to Robbie Ray, who outpitched Christopher Sanchez yesterday and reminded everybody why Robbie Ray was an all-star last year and Christopher Sanchez was not.
Dude, Christopher Sanchez now last night not breaking out the Kawhi laugh, young Tony. I'd say after going 5 innings, 11 hits, he's not doing this. Only 2 Ernies, though.
Not
Only
so
2
funny
Ernies.
now, huh? Not
good
so
stuff.
funny how Christopher Sanchez.
Trey Turner and Marchand had errors there, too. So you were out there last night?
Yeah, I was down at the ballpark, had to be out there, was going back and forth about whether or not I wanted to go to Oracle Park or down to Chase Center, but, I thought I'd rather invest my $20 for a beer to go watch 2 teams who are actually trying to win.
Boo. Dude, more national news on tanking going on. I was telling Marcus, too, right before the show started. I'm like, do you remember they invented the play-in bracket? You want to, hey, Tony, you might need a Christopher Sanchez laugh here, buddy. You remember this? Dude, they invented the play-in bracket, Tony, to prevent tanking. Dude, it was literally invented to prevent tanking. Now that we have the play-in bracket, we have more tanking than ever.
I mean, it's
like the exact
literally
opposite.
worse than ever. The Sacramento Kings went full hack of Curry in the fourth quarter, intentionally fouling Seth Curry when they had a lead in the fourth quarter.
So that at that point, it may have been one of the most blatant signs. They had a lead 3 minutes ago, and they intentionally fouled Seth Curry. Things that are just right now they're just like, what can we get away with at this point in time? Like how flagrant can we be in our tanking?
This is such a bad look for the NBA.
And we haven't really gotten into the proposals and all that stuff. We've been distracted by the Giants and the Niners and all that, but at some point we can talk about it. They're like floating proposals about how to fix the league. And this is maybe why baseball is passing basketball a little bit in the perception of the number 2 sport.
And that's why I chose to go to the ballpark instead of Chase Center last night.
And I'll be there today, unlike yesterday where I just had to share a special day for father-son. So we have a graduating senior, right? And so you got to do stuff. And I was like, I kind of made the pledge all my life. First of all, I'm very, very, very lucky that both my boys like to play golf. That's pretty awesome. When you're a dad and you like to play golf, like, talk about like one of the great things you can do.
Oh.
You were just doing it this weekend.
It's a
with your
nice
family,
little family outing,
yeah.
a great family bonding moment. Just wait till your boys are old enough to drink on the golf course. That's when it starts to really get fun.
Or, I don't know, maybe popping us in.
Yeah,
I don't know. But, we'll have to talk about that later.
Anything is possible.
Talk about that. Yeah. Anyway, back to the Field of Dreams here. Yeah, is it far away from that? But
if you build it, they will come. If you zen it, they will come.
Well, yeah. Let's change the subject.
Yeah.
So it had long been a thing of mine. Like, even though we're in this era where kids get everything a lot faster now. You know, I don't know. There's things that your parents did for you that their parents never did for them. Like, we're in an era of like, we're sort of rapidly spoiling our kids more and more and more. No more do you just like say, no, man, you can't have that. And we, in particular, there's a lot of affluent communities here in the Bay Area, whether you're talking on the peninsula or in the East Bay or in the North Bay or in certain neighborhoods in San Francisco.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
People have dough. There's a lot of people that have dough out there.
There's a lot of cash in this area.
And those who listen to our show with dough and spend it on our advertisers, we thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much. After all, but I mean, nobody's anti-dough. We all want dough, right? We all want, after all, gentlemen, we are not communists, right? But I do see, especially in our little enclave up there, and I know down on the peninsula and out in the East Bay, the same thing goes on. Kids are getting a lot of stuff really early. Like world experiences, travel, all this stuff's going on like crazy early. Like spring break in kindergarten, you're like, oh yeah, what are you guys going to do? You going to go to the zoo? They're like, no, we're going to Cancun. Or to Cancun to be ordinary.
Yeah, right?
No, we're going to Turks and Caicos.
Yeah, we're going to the Swiss Alps.
Exactly. Thank you. That's a
Something
big one.
like that.
That's a big one.
I've actually heard you mention that before with some of the high school kids.
Anyway, it's a long way of saying that the one thing I tried to do with high school, those elementary and middle school kids, buddy.
So maybe. Anyway, geez, getting there early.
I've tried to like not overly do it, even though they get great sports events tickets and all that. And I said, hey, we're going to leave Pebble Beach as a carrot on a stick. Like, and hey, I think maybe by the spring of your senior year, like that'll be a graduation present. So that was the payoff, was to go down there and play Pebble as a big end of childhood ritual. And it was absolutely incredible. By the way, can you see how sunburned I got? Can you see? Let me see here. If I take off this.
Yeah.
Do I look
Once you
even
take
more
off the
so
hat,
now?
I can see it a little bit.
Do I look redder now?
You got a nice shade of red on you.
Dude, so what happened was I got out of the car. Candace dropped us off because she was going to go do her workout, and I forgot my hat. So I played hatless yesterday.
You know, I noticed that because Declan posted a photo of the two of you, and I was like, interesting look by Murph going with no hat on the golf course.
I wanted to recreate like a European Ryder Cupper in the late 70s, early 80s when they wouldn't wear hats. But no, it was actually, I don't mind it, but I got smoked. But dude, Pebble Beach was a freaking, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was like 70 yesterday. It was unbelievably beautiful. And while there were a few too many blow-up holes to report the score, we did have incredible moments out there, magical moments, and it was just thank you guys for letting me take that day in the middle of the week and stepping in ably and sitting in this seat because we wound up doing great. I will say this, to brag for one little bit, we got to 16T and it wasn't going that great. 13, 14, 15 were particularly rough, a couple balls in bunkers that didn't get out, a tee shot that wasn't found, that kind of stuff was going on, and you're like, so I got to 16, I'm like, we're parring in, boys. We're parring in. So 16, drive, wedge, 2-putt, par. 17, now granted 17, they moved the tee box up a little bit. So 9-iron, 2-putt, par.
Look at you.
18, roasted my drive, had a look. Didn't make it. Couldn't finish, couldn't par 18.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. And in fact, missed a short putt for bogey too, so double bogey on 18. So somebody could have given me the putt, but I said, no, I'm going to hit. I missed it. So anyway, so par double finish and glorious. And then to the tap room for the legendary cheeseburger. Oh, dude, I had a Alvarado Street Mai Tai IPA.
Oh, dude, that's one of my favorites.
Dude, they served it in a frosted mug that was extra large. I thought it was like bigger than a pint. Dude, let me tell you what, that frosted mug, Alvarado Street Mai Tai IPA then you have your kid with you at Pebble Beach. There you go.
Yeah, dude. You
That's
get a
what it's all
local beer down at maybe one of the best golf courses on this entire planet.
There you go.
I mean, that's a hell of a day,
So that's
Murph.
a pretty good Tuesday. Not
bad for a Tuesday.
All right, and then the Giants won. All right, guys. We didn't even call him the Warrior game. I guess we'll have to do it on the other side and get the guest list from Tony next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Our question of the day: has Daniel Susac done enough to force a real conversation with Patrick Bailey as the everyday catcher? Basically, should Dan Susac be your everyday catcher at this point? And listen, my favorite stat of the day, he's 6 for 7 in his career. How about that? Marcus also pointed out the Giants are 2-0, both games at home, obviously, with Susac in the lineup. So he's a winning player, and you guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Here's the pitch now. A liner to left field. Backing up. The left fielder leaps and it sails over his head. Kemp did not catch it. Scoring is Susac. Heading for second is Chapman, and he's in there. 2-0 Giants. The pitch comes in. Swing, and it's hit up the middle. Base hit center field. Big hit in the clutch for Luis Arraez as Chapman comes round. 3-0 Giants. 2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there. Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall. Goes into the corner. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in, and Susac has a triple. Here's the windup, the 1-2 pitch. A fly ball into right center field. Jung-Hoo Lee's calling for it. He's got it. The Giants beat the Phillies.
Man, one rejoin can change the entire energy, right? All of a sudden, Tony rediscovers Ride Like the Wind, Christopher Cross, which one Friday, what is this, Wednesday? Just 5 days ago. We were playing this after Andy Bagley revealed that he heard it in the clubhouse. And we were like, yeah, man. I mean, think about how we were on Friday morning. They had won 3 out of 4. Mm-hmm. And then that 4-game losing streak had the entire Bay Area absolutely outraged. So thank you, Tony, for reminding us that there can actually be a fun night at the Yard. Good calls by John Miller on the lead.
You know, it's funny. As I was listening to this rejoin, I was like, this song sounds familiar. I completely forgot that we were using this after the Giants won because they played it in the clubhouse after their first win. It's been a while since they won some damn games.
You might want to get that into the win package, Tone. Just a little clip. Tiny clip. There you go, man. So, yeah, there it goes. Sounded fun. Sounded like John Miller was excited to call it, too. Well, listen, can they do it again today? It's a big ask, right? And will Dan Susac be in the lineup today? Now, listen, we can talk about, the lefty-righty platoon or whether you want to, because Daniel Susac is a right-handed hitter. Patrick Bailey is a switch hitter who hits demonstrably better from the left side. Insert joke here. I know, right? Some people would say he doesn't hit well from either side, but he is a better hitter left-handed than right-handed. So it would make sense that you'd say, then you just do a righty-lefty platoon. Or do you? Because today Aaron Nola is pitching for the Phillies, another good pitcher for the Phillies. Right-hander. Mm-hmm. Tyler Mahle for the Giants. It would be nice to see Tyler Mahle have a nice outing today. 0-2 with a 7.00 ERA. Be nice for Tyler Mahle to kind of turn the corner here, but he hasn't done much so far. So, Marcus, what do? Do you ride Daniel Susac in a righty-righty matchup? Do you ride like the wind with Daniel Susac in a righty-righty matchup? Or do you go back to your prominent 2-time Gold Glove Platinum Glove winning catcher? He didn't win the Platinum, did he?
No,
just 2-time. Okay, just 2-time Gold Glove. 2 Gold Gloves, pretty good. But a guy who clearly is not hitting the ball the way Daniel Susac's hitting.
No, and there's probably going to be a lot of people upset with me this morning, but I'm expecting to see Patrick Bailey in the lineup today.
Well, what would you do if you were Tony V and you had the Sharpie?
Well, see, that's the good question. Now, in context, I never really loved playing a catcher back-to-back days, a night game. It's a day game today, so Daniel Susac caught 9 innings yesterday, but we also saw earlier this season when they were down in San Diego that Patrick Bailey caught a day game after a night game. So if I'm Tony Vitello, I'd probably say screw it and stick with the hot hand. The kid's 6 for 7 right now. I mean, we talked about this last Friday. We talked about it on Monday. It's like, if you go out there and have 3 base knocks, like, you deserve to be in the lineup the next day. So if I'm drawing up the lineup, I'd probably go with Susac. But with Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Tony Vitello and that brain trust drawing up the lineup, I would assume we're going to see Patrick Bailey because of the lefty-righty matchup, and I don't think they want to play Daniel Susac a day game after a night game.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, and we'll see. And I think the righty-lefty is probably going to control it. Also, did you guys see Tim Kawakami yesterday had Buster, which, we had him last Thursday. Or no, 2 Thursdays ago.
Yeah,
We're going to have him.
We had him first.
Every 4th Thursday. But Kawakami, to his credit, went out there and got Buster. And Buster, to his credit, sat down and did a long interview with Kawakami. And it was before last night's game. Which was, obviously they were even worse. They were 3-8, not 4-8. And Buster was saying all the right things. I get it, not a great start. Things aren't looking too good right now. I'm embarrassed too. Oh, that's not the exact quote, but he was basically saying, yeah. No, not good. He wasn't making any excuses. But the one thing that came out was Buster Posey is going to 162 you. Buster Posey is a 1-6-2 guy. He's not a game 11 guy.
No.
So he was saying, well, of course, he would like to see better results. He's going to continue to believe in the roster he built. I know. The entire Bay Area has turned on Buster on a dime after a 4-game losing streak.
Fast.
1 4-game losing streak. Throw the bum out, right?
Hashtag blame Buster.
And he just basically, it's a long way of saying, based on the way he talked to Kawakami yesterday, I would guess Pat Bailey, even though he doesn't make the lineup, or he said he doesn't make the lineup. In fact, he said he's been laying in the weeds with Tony most of this first 2 weeks, just letting him do his thing. Doesn't want him to think that because he lost 4 in a row, the GM's in his office every day saying, what are you going to do about this? Huh? What are you going to do about this? Whereas Billy Beane used to come in and throw chairs, keys, glasses, window frames, whatever, at Art Howe if he didn't like an 8th inning switch in a 3-1 win, So, I mean, but that was Billy Beane. Buster's not Billy Beane. So I'd say it's a long way of saying I'm guessing Bailey's catching today.
And also seeing the reaction and hearing the reaction yesterday from Tony Vitello postgame. I know we'll get to that sound in just a bit, but he was asked by, I believe it was John Shea, about whether Daniel Susac should be starting now after these last 2 games. And he had a big belly laugh. Like, we might need to clip it for a laugh track. Tony Vitello started laughing like, yeah. He's starting to earn more playing time, but sounds like they're going back to Patrick Bailey.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. Because you could go ahead and, because, guys, I'm looking at it. Last year, Patrick Bailey in 135 games, 452 plate appearances. He hit.
There it is.
He hit.
There it is. There's that laugh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He hit 222 with a 602 OPS. Bro, that was bad.
Yep.
He had a bad offensive year last year. And this year, it's not any better. He's hitting 129. Mm-hmm. So if it is Susac, so be it. And, we had that clip that they cut from social saying, where is it written in blood that Patrick Bailey's your catcher for the next 10 years? So, all right, guest list, Young Tone, on a Wednesday. It's already Wednesday. I didn't even work yesterday. Good to be back. I wasn't coming back till the Giants won. The guest list is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we are family. Good morning, Young Tone.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
I missed you down at Pebble Beach, buddy.
Dude, very jealous. I have not played down there. I've never even been down there, unless I was down there as a kid, but I don't remember any of it.
Okay, so 2 things then. Number 1, you got to just get down there. You just got to go for an event. You got to go to, like, next year, the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, or I love the Pro-Ams, doesn't really have anybody. U.S. Open's there in 27. They're already selling merch.
Okay.
27 U.S. Open. You got to just get there. But I didn't play Pebble until through a San Francisco Chronicle golf riding event when I was 34. So you got some time.
I got time. All right. Hell yeah.
To be on the Murph pace clock.
Damn, by 34, I'm actually running out of time.
Dude, you bring that Verizon wireless putter out to Pebble.
Dude.
You'd be rolling in some.
I'd turn some heads, especially with my ping driver, my half wood, half metal driver, or whatever the hell it is.
Hey, man, you get it around. You scrape it around. That's all that matters.
Apparently, they let anybody go out there. Marcus, you might be better than some players that Murph was playing with yesterday.
The woman I played with, God bless her, she was a sweetheart. Guess that's ready for this. When we met her, she says, have you been here before? I said, I've been lucky enough to be here. This is my son's first time. She goes, oh, really? This is only my second time ever playing golf.
Ever? Second time ever playing golf, and you're at Pebble.
Oh, and yeah, you ever see somebody play golf for the second time?
Yeah.
It goes about the way you would think it would. Yes.
I've seen myself play. Yes.
But actually, every now and then she would run into one, but it was after about 7 or 8 swings and misses. Anyway, Tone, it's something obviously you should do at some point. But by the way, when you're down there, it ain't just Pebble. You can go play frickin' Spyglass in Poppy Hills. And then if you know somebody, you can get on to Monterey Peninsula. And if you know somebody, you can get on to Cypress Point. Or pay Pacific Grove Muni, which people call the poor man's Pebble. It's glorious, and it's frickin' Muni right there.
I actually have heard Pacific Grove. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
It's poor man's Pebble.
So, dude, it is. You go down there and just do it all. You do the Bill Riley.
What's that drive like?
Do it live. 17-mile drive.
Oh, dude, from here?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
Using two different things. No, it's a 2-hour drive down from here. It was an hour 55 from Daly City.
Reachable, not bad at all.
Oh, dude, are you kidding?
Yeah.
We drove back yesterday and we're home in time for dinner.
Watch this drive.
But when you're down there in what they call the forest, Tony, the Del Monte Forest, where all the elite meet to eat, the scenic road that people come from all over the world to drive is called 17-Mile Drive, and it takes you all around the peninsula and the craggy rocks and the ocean and all that. Both my son and my wife either walked or ran along 17-Mile Drive and said it was just one of the greatest walk runs of the world.
For all 17 miles?
Not 17.
Oh.
Candace did 5, Declan did 4.
Okay.
She walked, he ran.
Nice little 5K, or what would that be, Tony?
He said it
5
was
miles.
5 miles less than that, like a 2K, 2.5K, something like that, yeah.
Get your steps in.
No. Ks are more than miles, buddy.
So,
7K is like 3.8 miles, right?
So
Isn't
what would
it?
be
Something like that?
Yeah.
5K is like 3.8 miles, something like that?
Yeah, you're the one running in these things,
At this
Tony.
point, I always ask people, like, well, yeah, give me the miles. You know, we live in America. I don't need the Ks, bro.
Tony, tell them.
So I was like, yeah, you ever run a 15K? I'm like, how many miles is that, dude? I don't even know. Just
Don't
throw
make
out
me
the
do
miles.
math. I'm running.
All right.
I don't want to do math,
What
too.
do we got,
All right,
buddy?
well, let's get into some entertaining stuff here. What did I ask today is going to be at 7:15 this morning. Mike Krukow is going to join the show at 7:30 after a nice Giants win. Cooler content's going to be at 8:30. We will get that baseball fight in. You guys see the baseball fight last night?
Of course.
Yeah.
A good old-fashioned base brawl.
Yeah. We got to get that up. Former Giant, forever Giant, Jorge Soler.
Yeah.
Cubano. We got to get that up.
Short stint in San Francisco.
Yeah, massive dude, by the way. Larry Krueger is going to join the show at 8:50 this morning. And then talk a little NFL draft. Daniel Jeremiah going to join the show at 9:30.
Still haven't called in the Warriors win. And Tony, have you run a 5K or a 10K? What have you run?
Both.
A 5K is 3.1 miles.
Yeah.
A 10K is 6.2 miles. And a half marathon is, as you know, 13.1. So anyway, so Declan ran 4 miles, so he ran a little over 5K.
All right.
There you go.
5K down
You
at
just say I
Pebble.
ran 4 miles, bro. Yeah, we live in America.
He asked.
Yeah, I asked.
But it was one of the most, he said it's the most beautiful. He says he can't imagine ever doing a more beautiful run in the world.
Wow.
Honestly. Well, dude, we were at a Pebble
That's
yesterday.
saying something.
I don't have to tell you.
So he got the run in before the round?
Yeah, he did it the Tuesday night. Monday night we got there.
Wow.
After we saw the bagpipers at Spanish Bay. That's another thing you do, Tony. You go to Spanish Bay, you sit out of the fire pit, they bring a bagpiper up from the meadow, and it's like freaking the sun setting, the bagpipes are playing, the fire pit's roaring. Oh,
That's a hell of a scene.
I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you.
Feels like Braveheart
By the
or
way,
something.
Got me a Guinness.
Here's how KNBR used to be. Frank and Mike, the legends, when they used to do the Pebble Beach Crosby Pro-Am and go down there for the week, which we used to do, we don't do anymore.
Oh.
Dude, ready for this? They stayed at Spanish Bay and broadcast from Spanish Bay. Shout out Isabel Lemon. She used to set the whole thing up. So, I mean, what do we do now when we go on a remote? I don't mean, we go on a remote, we can't
Go to the Shark Tank, baby. That was sick.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yeah.
That'll work. We'll have to hear about that. They host Edmonton tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go.
You go.
Hell yeah, dude.
Another
You
original
only got
6 for you.
You only got no. You only got so many more games left. I want to get down there.
Are we going to get a 282 step, a Giants day game, and a Sharks game tonight?
I don't know if I can make the Giants game, boys. I know. I will say 280 is freaking awesome, dude. That's
Are we
flying
witnessing
down.
between Copes and Tony a shifting of priority from Giants baseball to Sharks?
It's a playoff race.
Dude, young Tony has planted his flag. San Jose is young Tony territory.
This is young Tony territory. We still haven't called in the Warriors. Got to do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You made a real good case to play a lot more. Is that a thing for you? Is that kind of what you're trying to do? And you feel you've earned maybe more playing time than you going forward?
I think my whole goal this offseason was just to be consistent with everything I do and every day be consistent. And if my name's in the lineup, I'll play as hard as I can. If not, keep staying consistent with my practice and work. So whenever my name is called, I'm ready.
Oh, there's Daniel Susac playing it nice and calm, saying, yeah, I'm here to help the team win. And you put my name in the lineup, I'll do it. And if it's not, I'm going to go work hard behind the scenes, do my thing. Look at Daniel Susac. He's everybody's favorite Giant right now. It just dawned on me. Because my brain doesn't work anymore. What's his number?
Oh, he is wearing number 6, I believe. He stole Bob Melvin's number that he stole from Casey Schmidt. I want to say, just from the top of my head, I believe he's wearing number 6.
Young Tone, you know this, buddy?
I just it was 6.
Bang!
By the way,
is this his walk-up?
Great news. Starlight, John Party, Dixon's own John Party. Don't you know?
Nice. Good knowledge.
You know what? 916 stand up. Between this kid coming from Wood Creek Little League and in Roseville and going to Jesuit High in Carmichael and then repping John Party. Didn't we have John Party on the show? We had him on years ago.
We had Tyler Rich on the show, who's another country artist who had Logan Webb in his music video.
Okay, for some reason I thought we had Party because he was doing something with the Giants. Anyway, I could be wrong. All right, man. Yeah, dude, it's 916 stand up, baby. Shout out the traffic in the Vacaville-Dixon Greenbelt. Shout out inching along between Davis, Dixon, and Vacaville.
Yeah, and anytime we talk about Dixon, I got to recommend the cider.
Oh my God. Oh, you naughty boy, you. Yeah. And you know me, I got to
If he wasn't going to say it, I was going to say it.
I got to recommend Rustdollar Farms, dude. Dude, that frickin' best outdoor brewery. I told you the 17-mile.
They got good cider up there?
Best jog in America, the 17-mile drive.
Best cider in America?
You two, calm down.
Yeah, sorry.
Why don't you go run Porky's and get back to me, all right?
See,
we're riffing.
See, this is what happens when Murph took a day off. Me and young Tony just took over the reins yesterday.
And I said Rustollar Farms. I didn't say anything about cider.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about cider. I'm telling you guys, the best outdoor brewery you've ever been to. It's on a freaking farm, hay bales, country bands, and unbelievable beer.
I do love me a farmhouse brewery.
Dude, you're all going up to Rockland? Dude, make it a point to pull over and go to Rustollar. And they're not even paying me. You know what I mean? They might as well serve Amici's up there. I'd eat Amici's pizza at Rustollar Farms.
Oh, what a combination.
In fact, I'm going to demand it. I know you were just there for Easter, but next time you go, maybe take a field trip with the fam.
Yeah, maybe.
All right?
Why not?
All right.
If it's a Murph recommendation, I'll do it.
Bro, doesn't my recommendation. I'm joining millions who recommend it. So you too, buddy. You should head up there. All right, we've been teasing it for 40 minutes, and we haven't even got to it because, incredibly, the Warriors played basketball last night. And, they're in the play-in bracket. They're 37-42. Only got 3 to go, guys. 3 to go. And shout out to the, let's see, what's the attendance? Is it listed here last night? 18,064, a sellout. That's what they're saying, a sellout. Many are saying it was a sellout last night. And a shout out to the people who paid good, hard American cash, who work hard for their money. Shout out Donna Summer. To see that crap.
Yeah.
To see that crap. Did not play last night. Kristaps Porzingis, Will Richard, Guy Santos, Al Horford. Did not play last night for the Kings. Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray. And those that were out there were tanking. Even though the Kings kind of made it scarily close, and they were like, wait, what are we doing?
Yeah, let's slow down,
We can't
guys.
do this. So I don't know. Adam Silver's got a major problem on his hands. And people are, why would you pay hundreds of, well, you would go to see Steph Curry is why you would. But if you're not seeing Steph Curry, why would you pay? And, they're charging you a couple $100 to go into those games now.
It ain't cheap.
You might as well go to Pebble Beach at that point in time, dude. You know what I mean? So
I'm sure they probably had cheaper beers than at Pebble Beach.
Yes. That frickin' frosted mug Alvarado Street Mai Tai IPA I had was cheaper than a ball game.
That's insane.
And it tasted amazing.
That's insane. And quick digression, once again, I see the menu coming out for the Masters, and they got $6 beers on the menu. Why am I paying 4 times the amount for beer at a ballpark?
They raised them.
Are they going up?
No, I'm saying 6 is a raise. It used to be 4.
But still, dude, I'll take a $6 beer down at the Masters.
Incredible, right?
$4 for a beer. What is this, the 1980s?
That's insane, right? Plus, no devices. Nobody's on their phones.
Oh, man.
But anyway, despite all the crap and despite deliberately fouling Seth Curry ahead in the fourth quarter, We do call it in. Bruce Frazier, the coolest coach in the league, does call Adam Silver. Silver says, how'd it go last night? He said, you have a tanking problem, skinny boy. Put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors 110, Sacramento Kings 105.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
Man, the DJ was playing slaps.
All of the unks are out, and they're going to have to step up.
7 and 6 better than 6-7.
God just blessed Steph, man. I don't know.
Pat is that motherfucker.
It's a little mysterious.
All right, very good. By
It
the
is
way,
a little mysterious.
That sound of Steph saying 7 and 6 is better than 6-7, and us doing our continual 6-7 jokes here. Somebody texted and said February called. They want their 6-7 jokes back.
Oh, man.
All right, Tony?
Are they calling us outdated?
Yeah, there you go.
They
Tony.
are.
I'm
This is
calling
all
you,
Tony. Tony
I like
is
it.
leading the charge
6-7
with the 6-7 drops.
6-7.
Okay.
Young Tony
6 and
loves
7.
them.
Okay. All right, there you go.
He's got them ready to go. Hey, I think he's got like 6 or 7 6-7 drops.
Nice. There it is. Yeah. Dude, it's been around forever. Come on now.
All right, well, last night, Draymond
tell me your
Green-
age without telling me.
Draymond Green made national news last night. He was not happy with the tanking and the play-in here. Go to Cut M here about the Warriors making the play-in bracket as the 10 seed. Cut M.
It's not exciting. It's not. But, I'm a competitor. So going to the game, I'm going to do all I can and win. But it's not that exciting.
Do you think you'll be excited next week when you have 2 do-or-die road games that, they'll be on big stages?
Well, listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win, I think, as a competitor, you're going to rise to the challenge, But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
He ain't wrong.
We might want to add to the win package, the cut, that opening, not that exciting.
Not that exciting.
Not that exciting. Dude, once again, I want to remind everybody, the NBA instituted the play-in bracket to prevent tanking and, quote, create excitement down the stretch, dude. That's the idea. You want to talk about an idea that's not really panning out much? The play-in bracket.
No, this has been awful, and it's a terrible look for the NBA, and I'm with Draymond Green 100%. Like, it's great that the Warriors, I guess, have a chance to make the playoffs and theoretically play for a championship this year, but there's no way in hell we should even be talking about the Warriors being a playoff team this year when they have a sub-500 record. Like, the play-in bracket has just opened up the door to mediocrity in the NBA, and half the other teams are, I'd say every other team not in the play-in bracket is doing everything they can just to avoid it.
Well, so here's the deal. If indeed there was no play-in, the Warriors would be the 10 seed and probably out of it, and then would they be tanking? Because it is a generational draft of talent coming out. There's an unbelievable amount of talent, so they might be tanking. So maybe they're preventing 1 or 2 teams from tanking, like Portland and the Warriors, because they would be out as the 9 and the 10 seeds in the old one. But anyway, there you go. Draymond Green had more comments. Just wanted to get you guys a little bit of Warriors hit for your morning to know that they did win last night. Only 3 to go now, and then next week they will be headed as the play-in, as the 10 seed. Not that exciting, said Draymond Green here, just to get you guys the official count right now. Warriors 37-42, 3 back of Portland. Now, there is a chance that the Clippers could fall to 9. Right now, Portland holds the 9 at 40-39, so the Warriors would go to Portland next week. That would be the deal. As of now, if you want to catch your Steph Curry, they do host the Lakers Thursday night.
Last home game of the year.
Ooh, okay, there you go. Then up to Sacramento, up to Russ Dollar Farms, and your cider on Saturday.
It will be
Friday.
lit in Sacramento.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
You mean, we talk about Young Tony, this is Young Tony Sharks territory, San Jose? How about when you're going up to see the Warriors play the Kings? This is Dan Susac territory, buddy.
You're not wrong about that.
And that's on Friday night, and then they finish up Sunday in L.A. against the Clippers before they play in, which Draymond Green tells us it's not that exciting.
It ain't that exciting.
Oh, man. Okay, well, the Dan Susac question, to start or not to start, next on The Sports Leader.
It ain't that exciting.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there! Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall, goes into the corner. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, and Susac has a triple. You run pretty well, I think. What do you say to that?
I don't know about that. Sometimes when I got a lot of adrenaline, but I hit that fly ball to right earlier and saw that, wherever I hit it, it kind of stayed. It didn't really fade. So right when I hit it, I was like, that's going to stay down the line, just if he gets there or not. And, it took a good bounce.
Man, oh man, everybody's new favorite Giant, number 6, Daniel Susac, the pride of Roseville, California, and Jesuit High, and Carmichael, California, and of course, younger brother of a Giant World Series champ, Andrew Susac. So there's a lot to love, including his John Party walk-up music. And maybe we should do a live remote from Rustdollar Farms and have Party and Susac do the song.
Sign me up, yeah.
So, John Miller's point to him, I know you were at the game, so you didn't get to see the replay that much, and I don't know what you watch on a triple. It is interesting. It's a triple. Are you watching the ball? Are you watching the relay? Are you watching the runners ahead of him score? Are you watching him? What are you watching on a triple?
Well, I was down the right field line, so I couldn't really see where the ball landed. So I'm usually watching the runner, and he was hauling ass out of the box. So I was watching him round second. Yes, I'm watching the relay and how good of a throw it is, but from where I was watching, I had my eyes on Susac the entire time.
My point is they showed the replay. I sold on him. He moved well, and I know he kind of laughed. He goes, oh, no. He poo-pooed it. Listen, Pat Bailey is a average to sub-average base runner. Looked to me like Susac moves better than than Patrick Bailey, pardon me. Mm-hmm. So, hey, man, listen, Andrew Bailey, by the way, former Giant pitching coach.
That's it, forever Giant.
Listen, we opened the show by saying, what do you do with Susac? 808 KNBR is the phone number. You guys want to check in on this one here as you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And it's funny, the more we've kind of sat here, we all said, we both agreed early in the morning, given the Giants the way they are built and the way Pat Bailey is a 2-time Gold Glover and Tyler Mahle's pitching today and it's a righty on the mound for the Phillies. Bailey's a better left-handed hitter than he is right-handed hitter. It's a day game after a night game. You would think conventional wisdom would tell you Bailey gets the start tonight. He's the Giants' starting catcher. However, the more we talk about it and the more we look at it, what message are you sending if you bench Dan Susac? Just like he got 3 hits on Thursday night against the Mets, sat for the next 3 games, comes back out of hibernation on a Tuesday night and gets 3 more hits, including an 2 RBI triple, right? What message are you sending now? Is the message just, hey, know your role, it's okay? Or is the message, hey, it's 162, we're going to need you, you're not going to always, or is the message, hey, buddy, we're going to reward the hot hand. Hey, kid, you've done incredible in your first 2 starts in the big leagues. We should continue to ride you. And then if you're Pat Bailey, what's the message? So you have to think about that if you're Tony Vitello and you're the Giants coaching staff making up the lineup. So, what message are you sending? Bottom line is Mike Krukow tells us all the freaking time. If you ever listen to Krukow, which you'll hear at 7:30, this is the big leagues. He always says, you're competing every day for your job. He's like, as much as it's great as 2 Gold Gloves, awesome. What have you done for me lately? I'm guessing that's what Mike would say, There's the other attitude of, it's 162. You have a starting catcher who's won 2 Gold Gloves. Great that Daniel Susac's off to a nice start. Just relax, play Bailey, and continue to work Susac in every 4th or 5th day.
Yeah, and I think the messaging, as you pointed out, would be different for both of these guys. If it's Patrick Bailey in the lineup, that's a message from Tony Vitello and the organization that Patrick Bailey, you're still our guy. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of Giants fans who don't want to hear that. I can tell you just from walking around the ballpark the last couple of days, people are tired of seeing Patrick Bailey in the lineup. And then when you see this type of performance from Daniel Susac, you do want to reward that. So if you don't start Daniel Susac today, it's telling him we need to see more, which his response was, all right, then put me in the damn game and I'll show you some more, which I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities to maybe see both of them in the lineup today. Like, if you don't want to have Daniel Susac catch a day game after a night game, you don't have any left-handed DH options. Like, is it crazy to think about having them both in the lineup and keeping that hot bat and still having Patrick Bailey behind home plate?
That's definitely an option. Definitely an option. So DH him. That means you're not DHing Gerard.
Gerard or Casey take a day off.
And both of those guys had nice at-bats last night.
They both had a couple knocks.
Yeah, so did Susac.
Yeah, exactly. But Susac's the hottest hitter on the team right now, it seems like.
I mean, we got people checking in all over. 707 echoes what you just said. Play Susac at DH today. 209 says, hey, guys, how about putting Susac in left field? Probably could play better than Elliot Ramos. Who's
poor Elliot.
707 says, you have to remember no one has a book on Susac yet. Okay, that's fair. 415 says, the message is you want to get in the lineup, hit the freaking ball. 831 says, Susac has the hottest bat on the team. You have to play the hot bat. Bailey is a liability at the plate. 916 says start the kid and sit Ramos. So you can move maybe Gerard to left and DH.
And DH
Susac. That's something creative.
I mean, that's a possibility.
That's something creative for sure. And by the way, if we're worried about, Pat Bailey's defense is so good that you can't take him out of the lineup, Andrew Susac caught a shot. Daniel Susac, you guys are going to have to guard against this all summer, guys.
I dropped a couple yesterday, too.
I just got to say Danny.
Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel Susac.
Daniel Susac quietly caught a
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the white van.
Quietly caught a shutout last night.
The only shutout of the season so far. And yes, this is back-to-back games where he's caught Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray had some great comments yesterday about him defensively behind home plate. So I wouldn't be surprised, regardless if it's a lefty or a righty on the mound moving forward, that Dan Susac might just become Robbie Ray's personal catcher at this point.
But can we get more of him? 209, you have to start him. He deserves it. Why wouldn't you want to ride a hot hand when you're looking for some positivity in what has been a dismal start to the year? Listen, I love Bailey, but let's be real. He can't hit anymore, and I can't go another 2/3 of the year watching him hit under 200. That's a pretty good one. 209 said Susac sat the next 4 games, not 3. Sorry about that. I misspoke. I said 3. 925 says Susac should be starting. It's not even close. It's crazy that this is even a debate. 925 says you need another backup catcher if you're going to DH Susac. That's a good point. 415 says let Daniel DH and sit down the slumpers. But again, 916 says hot starts and hot weeks are all that matters. Play Susac forever. As I was just saying to Luis Matos and Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing here. We're all getting excited, and I said the same thing after his first 3-for-3 performance. I said, I need to see more, but this is what he's doing with the opportunity, and that's what Tony Vitello said after the game yesterday. He's getting an opportunity to get more and more playing time, whether or not it's today or tomorrow or maybe even a pinch hit situation now later in games for Patrick Bailey. He's going to start getting more at-bats if he continues to swing it like this.
So, after the game, is this from last night, Tony? You want to set this one up? Is this from...
Yeah, this was last night. So, John Shea was in the press conference room, and he was basically just like, hey, man, what's going on with Susac? Does he give you a better chance to win?
At this point, Tony, why not just play Susac every day?
No, I think he's obviously earned the right to... I think prior to today, he's earned the right to be out there for us more often and be good for both those guys. I think they've got a good friendship and also a good working relationship. And at that position, my only experience up to date, which you probably don't want to hear about because it's a different schedule, but it's a lot less games, has always been 2 guys. In recruiting, it's always been used 2 guys because at the end of the season – whoever it is you lean on the most, if you don't go matchups with a pitcher, either your own or the opposing pitcher, your other guy's going to be more fresh. It's not an easy thing to go out there all the time. So we'll worry about tomorrow when this whole deal's in here is over with, and then you'll be seeing plenty of both guys as the season goes on. But a fair question.
Okay. He calls it a fair question.
Yeah.
He did a very awkward laugh.
That was a pretty big belly laugh right there.
That was a very was that a blank you for asking the question laugh? Blank you for asking.
Yeah, all right.
Yep. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Blank you for asking.
That to me, the way I interpret it is it's it's still early in the season.
Or he's like, thanks for bringing up the thing that's going to haunt me all night tonight.
Yeah. I'm going to lose some sleep tonight.
So let's say he starts Bailey tonight. Like already we will get the texts and the tweets and people will be pissed. I'm going today.
Oh yeah, I'll be down there.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, I didn't see that. I confess I didn't bone up on here. Let me make sure this is accurate. Yeah. Pat Bailey in 5 career at-bats is 2 for 5 against Aaron Nola. Does that count?
Ooh, small sample size.
And with 2 ribs.
That's almost the same sample size that we've seen so far from Daniel Susac.
Blank you. Yeah. Blank you. 415 says, do you guys remember a hot Casey Schmidt when he came up?
I do.
Still, I'd like to see Susac as long as he's hot. 415 says Susac has more hits than Bailey will get in a month. Let's talk about Dan Susac, the player.
Well, real quick, he already has more hits than Patrick Bailey has this season.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Bailey's got 4 on the season.
Well, he had more hits than Bailey. Oh, yeah. So anyway, I think going into the weekend, he had more hits than Bailey, too. So he's 24 years old. He'll be 25 next month. Happy early birthday, Daniel Susac. So he's still young. I don't consider 25 to be an old prospect.
No, not at all.
He did go to the University of Arizona.
Some people do.
Shout out the Wildcats, yeah. So he was drafted in the first round of the 2022 draft from Arizona by the A's. left unprotected. But in his time, and you should always protect, Marcus.
You always got to use protection.
In 4 minor league seasons, 1,356 plate appearances, the guy hit .280 with a .785 OPS, 39 bombs, 195 ribs. He in college, in 2 years in Arizona, he hit .351 with a .999 OPS. It's college, I get it, but still. Bottom line is the guy's hit everywhere he's gone. This is not a fluke. This is not a guy who's...
No, this isn't drafting a Blake Sable in the Rule 5 draft and trying to turn him into a catcher at the big league level. Like, this is a decorated college catcher. I mean, hell, I remember, because I'm one of the few people that actually watches Major League Baseball's draft every year. I remember when he was drafted in the first round by the A's, because I'm always hawking little A's Giants knowledge. But I'm like, yeah, that's a name that is familiar. Obviously, you see Susac, you think about his older brother, Andrew Susac, but this is a guy that was regarded as one of the best catching prospects in the nation in this draft class.
Yeah, just by way of comparison, in 3 years in the minors with 689 at bats, Pat Bailey hit .251, which is better than he's hitting as a big leaguer. He's a career .227 hitter in the bigs, .251 with a .779 OPS. So he was a better hitter in the minors than he was when he got here. But still, that's 30 points below what Susac was as a hitter. So, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of empirical, factual evidence that Daniel Susac is a better hitter than Patrick Bailey. I mean, it's just looking to be a factual thing. This isn't a matter of opinion.
But does Daniel Susac have that clutch gene that we have seen before from Patrick Bailey?
So far,
yeah. I mean, so far, yeah, he's been coming through clutch.
And listen, I mean, these things happen. Somebody compared him to Brock Purdy, saving Buster Posey and Tony V's ass, is what they said. I said, well, that's quite an analogy. NFL quarterback versus catcher 7 games in or whatever we are.
Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Daniel Susac was a first-round draft pick, a little different, being able to snatch him away in the Rule 5 draft.
The way you snatched him was sort of Mr. Irrelevant-like. You know what I mean?
Because the A's were willing to move on from him.
Technically, the Twins claimed him, and the Giants traded with the Twins to get him. So it's funny, for Buster's getting knocked for all these moves, Zach Manassian, and in fairness, too, I mean, we haven't even talked about the bullpen, which, you know, by the way, it was a 4-0 game last night in the 7th inning, and I was worried. I was like, how's he going to manage the next 9 outs? I honestly was like, I openly asking. I asked my kid, got back from Pebble Beach, he's still looking at his pictures. I said, how are they going to manage the next 9 outs? Well, one of the answers was he let Robbie Ray pitch the 7th inning.
Yeah. Well over 100 pitches.
I don't know if you're good with that.
I'm absolutely fine. Robbie Ray was locked in. You're shutting out the Phillies. It's your first shutout you've had all season long. That was a dominant outing yesterday from Robbie Ray. Let your horse go.
How sad is this, bro? And this is an elephant in the freaking room here, setting aside Susac for a second, that right now, when the Giants are up 4-0 in the 7th inning with 2 outs and 2 on, I don't know who you go to. How bad is that? And they went to Ryan Walker.
They did.
Who, by the way, was supposed to be the closer this year. I mean, I got to ask Buster and Zach, and we're going to have Zach on tomorrow. You guys really broke camp without a closer?
Yep.
And said we're just going to kind of figure it out? Mm-hmm. And we've already seen now Sunday's blown game in the 8th inning, 2-1. I know it's a 1-run game. It's the bigs. It's not over. But you'd like to lock down a home game, 2-1 in the 8th. That's what the Giants do. And then Monday, blowing a 4-0 lead, right?
And that's the difference between us talking about a 4-8 ball club versus a 6-6 ball club.
And if they were 6-6, we could be playing John Mayer's Gravity.
Yeah.
Because they'd be back to 500 like they always are.
They would be back.
Yeah, Tone. You can find it, buddy. Don't worry about
making the kids scramble.
But yeah, seriously, don't worry about it, dude. Yes. And dude, we'd be looking at a whole different team.
Mm-hmm. So we'd be feeling like we did last Friday.
No, exactly. So anyway, then in comes Ryan Walker, and I'm going to give this is another feather in Dan Susac's cap. He caught the wildly unpredictable Ryan Walker, who was, when the ball left his hand, Ryan Walker didn't know where it was going, the hitter didn't know where it was going, and Dan Susac didn't know where it was going, dude. Nor did the home plate ump, who was probably ducking.
No, that wild pitch that almost took out the ump.
Bro.
Yeah.
And, I mean, somehow, some way, Walker made the pitch he had to.
Yeah, and then he came back out for the 8th. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I mean, my question was, who else?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy they put in freaking, who was the guy they put in Monday night that blew it? Barucki, right?
Yeah.
Were you guys killing
Barucki
on Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Barucki.
It may be time to move on from Barucki.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like it when he was throwing meatballs to Aaron Judge opening weekend. Yeah, I don't know. If you can't get lefties out, what are you doing here?
He can't get righties out.
Yeah,
right?
He can't get right. He can't get anybody out.
Yeah. You know me and Barucki, bro. I'm always boning up on my Barucki DFA. By the way, you know who had a rough night last night? Jared Oliver had a rough night last night.
Let's talk about this real quick.
Yeah, well, we got to get out because you got young Tony.
All right, well, good. We'll back
Maybe
door
young
real
Tony
quick.
will ask us
What the
about it.
hell was he doing, dude? You're the back runner. You're not going anywhere. You get back picked?
And when you're on the roster entirely for one reason, and I didn't like starting him in the outfield yesterday. I get it. We want to play more of the bench. He's not the guy we're clamoring to see start. We want to see more Christian Koss. We want to see more Girard. We want to see more Casey Schmidt, whatever. But the guy, Oliver, to me, it's Susac. Oliver, to me, is truly a late inning pinch runner. And he may not be a guy that Buster and Zach have to evaluate why that guy's on the roster. When you got guys like Jesus Rodriguez and, oh, wait for it, Vic Barracoto hitting the ball there. Because you know me, Tony, I'm a Vic Barracoto guy.
Even quietly, Drew Gilbert swinging the bat pretty well in Sacramento.
So, Jared Oliver, man, that was a tough day. And then you see when he was going up to hit, he didn't know he was getting pinch hit for. You missed this. The TV caught this.
I did not see that.
I don't know if that was a breakdown by Tony V, by Jared Oliver, by Bader, whatever, but Oliver didn't know that Bader was pinch hitting for him. Dude, he's walking to the box. Bader had to tap him on the shoulder.
Oh.
Bad looks.
Hey, buddy, go grab some pine
Bad
meat.
looks, yeah. So, anyway, sorry, Jared. We wish you the best, buddy. What did young Tony ask?
Bader hasn't been that much better. Better defensively, sure.
Yeah.
Bader's not been great at the plate.
Well, maybe young Tony will ask us all in the famous What Did Young Tony Ask Today segment. Wednesday staple next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, we are ever closer to tax day. I believe it's a week away. So our good friend Steve Motzkus is on the line, our tax attorney friend. Steve, so much going on with tax season, including the ERC checks. Steve, what can you tell us about the ERC situation?
We want to give you so much help here. I know there's a lot of your listeners that have literally been waiting years for their ERC checks and say, where are they? The government has a giant glut just sitting there. They stopped processing a while ago, and there was different programs and different problems and allegations of fraud. The bottom line is you're entitled to your money plus interest. A lot of people don't realize the interest itself now is a big amount of money because you've been waiting so long. There's multiple ways for us to hurry the government up. Let's do that for you before the government changes their minds and does away with it. Or you get a letter from the IRS that says, you don't qualify, no ERC for you. We want to appeal that because a lot of those letters are just flat out wrong. You are entitled to it. Or if you're being audited. That's the big three. One, you just didn't get the money. Two, the government says you're not entitled, but we think you are. We want to get you that money. Or you're being audited. We have a free consultation. You don't do anything. We do the whole job. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
That's what you do. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The Wednesday tradition, baby. You think the Masters is the tradition? And oh, by the way, the Masters is this week. We'll talk to Mark Cannizzaro tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. But the Wednesday tradition continues. Young Tone asking us the questions that need to be asked. I'm back from a day off, and I came back with a full tank of gas ready for you, buddy. Young Tone, take it away. What you got?
With some great stories as well. All right, I got a handful of questions for you guys. After I read each question, you're going to get 60 seconds to respond.
Minuteman Marcus reporting for duty. I can get any job done in 60 seconds or less.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Go ahead, yes. All right.
Yeah.
Shout out P1 Paul, dude. He loves that line. 20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen, Paul?
Amen.
All right, if your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. I got to get it pulled up. Don't worry about it. Text on YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation. Let's get going here. The Giants are undefeated this season when Dan Susac starts behind the plate. So if you factor in both offense and defense, here's the question. Which Giants catcher gives you a better chance to win?
Well, I mean, I think you just said it right there, buddy. They're undefeated when Susac's catching. So right now, the answer is Dan Susac. And guys, we got a situation on our hands because, again, a lot of people are texting and saying, oh, you know, Matos was hot, Tyler Fitzgerald was hot, Casey Schmidt was hot. There's ample evidence that Dan Susac is a real hitter, like in college, in the minors, so far in the bigs. And I get it. They don't have books on him. And I hate to say this. I mean, I like Pat Bailey, but how good can the guy's defense be if you're going 81-81 every year? So I would say the horse race is on. I'd say it's up to Tony V to massage this situation quite capably because you're going to need Pat Bailey to be in this in the mix for the 162-game season. But to answer your question, right now, Dan Susac gives him a better chance to win, and maybe he plays today. But that's the situation right now. Krukow tells us, you got to fight for your job every day. Just like yesterday, Marcus did a great job driving the show. I got to fight for my job. I got to get my job back today. So that's my answer. Tom.
Look at me. I'm Dan Susac now. But yeah, it's a small sample size so far from Daniel Susac. But in that small sample size, he has given the Giants a better chance to win. But I still need to see more. And I'm still one of the only people on this planet that support Patrick Bailey. I realize how valuable he is defensively, not just with framing, but with one of the best pop times in baseball. And don't forget about that brain behind home plate, pressing all the right buttons, throwing down the fingers, and controlling that staff. So I still think Patrick Bailey has value, despite the fact that he is a career .227 hitter. But I'd also like to point out, Draymond Green is a career 8-point-per-game type of player. Like, we focus so much about what Draymond Green brings defensively, and there's people who complain about their offense, but to me, there are similarities. If you're going to complain about the offense of Draymond Green, it's like complaining about the offense of Patrick Bailey. He's that good of a defender, and that's why he still has value. So I'll let this play out throughout the course of the season. Daniel Susac is earning more playing time, but I still think the guy is Patrick Bailey for now behind home plate.
All right, Tone.
All righty. I love it. We're split down the middle. I love it. We'll see who's in the lineup today. Stay tuned for the Sports Leader.
Give me both of them in the lineup today. Throw Susac over at DH.
But what happens on the backup catcher situation? Can he then enter as catcher?
Yeah, you can switch him around. It's kind of like the Shohei Ohtani rule. You can bring him over to catcher, then you can put in another guy DH.
I confess, I'm
I believe.
I think you lose your DH, don't you?
Yeah, you might be right. You just lose the DH, but he slides over to catcher.
Then you can't, huh?
And
That's
guys, I think managers also, they're hesitant because then if one guy gets hurt, then you only have one catcher.
Yeah, blanket. Who cares?
Yeah.
Go win a ball game today.
You want to win the game. That's all that matters. All right, there was a baseball fight last night. I got the tape here. I want to review the tape. By the way, it's kind of funny. They were in a freaking review. They were like doing a review at second base during this fight, and then it breaks out. So stay tuned. Look at YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter for the video.
Going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field. That came up out of nowhere. Soler was upset after a couple of pitches were high and in. They just kind of stared each other down after Shanoel advanced on that wild pitch. It's two big boys, too. And Soler took a couple of steps. Lopez said, well, come get me. And it was on. And the Dukes were flying.
There's some serious haymakers there, too.
All right, some serious haymakers. Let me pot this down. Stand by, guys. I want to get everybody to loop this. All right, so it was a crazy baseball fight. We rarely see this in baseball, a true baseball fight. Ronaldo Lopez used the ball as like a weapon for former Giant Jorge Soler and a Cuban, I do believe as well. So here's a question. What grade would you give the fight and why?
Oh, I got to say, I would probably give this fight a B overall because it was not just pushing and shoving, and there were some haymakers being thrown. Jorge Soler was channeling his inner Iceman Chuck Liddell with some of those overhand rights. But my problem is Soler was swinging at air a lot of the times. Doesn't even look like he landed on Ronaldo Lopez. And at first glance, it didn't look like either of those guys landed any punches. But Ronaldo Lopez actually connected with the ball still in his hand, which I don't think I've ever seen before. So I'll give that a bit of credit. But really, I got to give credit to Braves manager Walt Weiss, who tackled and got the single leg takedown with the head inside on Jorge Soler. I don't think I've ever seen a manager break up a fight like that by taking down a dude that's as big as Jorge Soler. So just for that, I'll bump it up for a B+ in my grade book.
Wow, great stuff. Great breakdown. You are my combat sport guy, so I can't really, I want to defer to you. Number one, I'm going to answer your question about Walt Weiss. Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff Van Gundy famously on the ankle pulling down Alonzo Mourning. So
great call.
Shout out undersized managers engaging with gigantic men in a brawl. Jeff Van Gundy and Walt Weiss. And by the way, that's that Oakland A's mentality in Walt Weiss as he dove down there. So first of all, I think this is very exciting because the Angels and Braves, those two teams don't like each other.
Oh, yeah, long-time rivals.
Have those two teams ever played each other? I don't know. But let's talk about Jorge Soler's size.
Oh, dude.
Okay, 6'3", 235, okay? I'm trying to find Ronaldo Lopez's sign.
That's a lot of solar power right there.
Dude, I'm telling you. First of all, Forever Giant, right? Best fight a Forever Giant's ever been in. Ronaldo Lopez, I got at 6'1", 225. So, Marcus, this is a heavyweight fight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and say, so you're asking for the grade? Is that what I'm getting here?
Yes, sir, correct.
I'm going to give it an A-. I'm going to give it an A- because you rarely see such incredibly aggressive and violent intent that Jorge Soler pulls off. First of all, I want to give him an A- because they're doing it during a freaking replay challenge of a second base. First of all, there's also beef. Soler's taken Lopez deep 5 times, I think.
Count them.
And I think, Marcus, that yes, while Soler does not hit, the anger and intensity of those punches, and does Lopez get minus points for backing up, or is that the smart move? Do you wish he stood his ground and tried to defend the punch and return?
Yeah, I would prefer
does Lopez
for him to stay in the
lose because
pocket.
he's backing up?
Yeah, and he's still got his glove on the other hand, too. Drop the glove, drop the ball, and throw some hands.
Yeah, so, listen, let's be honest. When's it? Hunter Strickland, Bryce Harper? Is that the last time we saw something like this?
I believe at Oracle Park is the last time we saw that type of brawl.
Would you liken that to this? Or
That one was actually more entertaining because Bryce Harper chucked his helmet and connected on Hunter Strickland, bent his bill in half.
Well, I'm going to go A- for just some good violence. It's not an A because there's not a huge amount of contact, but yeah. Thank you, Bell, for stopping me.
Hell of a fight.
Pretty good stuff. And if you're watching YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, it's pretty good stuff. Yeah, but Soler definitely is acting. He's confident in his.
That's a man that's definitely thrown a punch before. Ronaldo Lopez, not so much.
He's a big dude, man.
Yeah.
6'3", 235, and that might be on the underestimation size, dude. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, last one. We got to get going for Krukow right here. So the Masters start tomorrow. A tradition unlike any other. What's the greatest tradition in sports?
Oh my gosh, the greatest tradition in sports. The very first thing that popped into my head was baseball opening day, but I got to come up with something better than that. I mean, what, the Kentucky Derby, fastest 2 minutes. Shout out Marcus and the ham sandwich.
Hey, fastest minute.
We got the Masters. Listen, I always have had a little bit of a beef with the elitism of the Masters. Listen, I like it. It's beautiful. It's awesome. You know me. I'm a man of the people. Give me the U.S. Open, despite the corporate tense. So, greatest tradition in sports. I'm just going to go with my initial answer. I know it's a little cliche. But give me the red, white, and blue bunting. Give me opening day in baseball. Give me the first pitch. Give me the packed house. Give me the chalk lines. Give me the flyover. Give me the peanuts and Cracker Jack. Opening day in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat that answer unless you're going with the KNBR morning show broadcast from 58 Social as the greatest tradition in sports. But I will go in a different direction just for some variety this morning. How about cutting down the nets in the NCAA tournament or One Shining Moment? It's a great tradition. We actually did not play One Shining Moment on the show yesterday because we wanted to save it for Murph. Stay tuned for the cooler of content where we might also have to re-rack the Dwayne Kuiper story for Murph later on today also.
Okay, good stuff, Tone. What did we forget on greatest tradition?
No, that was pretty much it. That was it.
I mean, did you have an answer that we didn't say?
I mean, I think of the Masters. I mean, it is kind of a, the Wasps are out there, but
Daytona 500 to kick off the NASCAR season every year? You're an F1 guy.
Yeah. What do we forget? Super Bowl, national anthem. What do we get? Young Tone, an NBA play-in game. An NBA play-in
tradition,
game. One of the great
traditions. The NBA Cup.
All right, so that's it. We're up against it. We got to get the mic.
We got to go.
Okay,
we got to get going.
Good job, Tone. Good job. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Center.
That ain't that exciting.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krueger right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. Well, listen, guys. Mike Krukow was there last night to see the Giants pull off a win, and they did 6-0 over the Phillies. Lots of good stuff, starting with Robbie Ray, 6 2/3. The bullpen does do the job this time, and the bats come alive. 12 hits, 2 from Willie Adames, 3 from Matt Chapman, and 3 from Daniel Susac, who people are falling in love with in a hurry. Mike, good morning on the UMA guest line. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Could not be better. And yes, indeed, it is a good morning because of what we saw last night. That was really fun. And before we even get going on it, I mean, the one thing I want to start talking about, I jumped off the page more than anything else, was the defense that they played last night. I thought that was the best defensive game they played all year. And it was such a much-needed win, and there were so many really, really incredible individual efforts. And I think the other thing that was so significant was the stop job by Robbie Ray. That was a big league stop job. And, he just was brilliant. And I thought his use of both his breaking balls, the slider and the curveball, were spectacular last night. More breaking balls than I think I've ever seen him throw. And just everything about the game just had a good vibe to it. You know, it didn't feel like a butt kick. And we talked a little bit about it last night in the post-game wrap. I mean, they win a 6-0 game and it feels like a squeaker. That's how it feels right now. That's how big that game was to them. But man, we could talk about just about every guy that was in that ball game last night made big time contribution.
Very true. I mean, including Ryan Walker, which we can talk about too a little bit later on. And the Keaton Wynn did pitch the last inning. But so, Mike, the burning question, just kind of controlling our show, is Dan Susac. Everybody's in love, and so the positive spin is. First-round draft pick, hit 280 in the minors, has shown himself to be very comfortable and a nice approach at the plate, always working it to right center field and up the middle. And he showed that in spring, too. There are people, though, who are texting in right now saying, wait a minute, Luis Matos was NL Player of the Week. Casey Schmidt was so hot, people were buying jerseys within a week. Tyler Fitzgerald had an incredible week. Slow your roll a little bit. I don't know. Mike, where are we on the spectrum of slow your roll, a guy can get hot for 2 games versus, wow, the Giants really have something here and he should play more? Where are we on the spectrum?
Well, I do think they have something in Daniel Susac. I was excited about him when I first saw him in spring training because of his right field approach, because he was a good low ball hitter and he used the middle of the field. He didn't get greedy. I was also really impressed with what I saw with his arm. He's got a cannon for a throwing arm, and his quickness. He's 6'5", and you don't often talk about a guy 6'5" who has quickness to get out of his spot and field his position. I mean, I like everything about the guy. My opinion on a guy that gets hot, especially a new guy that comes up, is ride the hot hand. Ride it as long as you can. Give him as many at bats and just see where this goes, type thing. And yes, the league is going to make adjustments. And yes, he's not going to get 3 hits every night he goes out there. But I mean, I ride him till he cools off. I just think that's something that is great in so many ways. Number one, he's bringing big energy to the team. They're all enjoying watching him succeed like we are, and that's energy that only rookies can bring in. When you see a guy who is a good kid, who's quiet, and he's a good presence in the clubhouse, and have him go off. I mean, you obviously know he's digging it, and but everybody else is too. So I think that vibe, I think you exploit, whether it's behind the plate or as a DH, I don't know. But I think that you have to really consider keeping that bat in there until it cools off.
Yeah, Mike, that's what I wanted to ask you, because the assumption is a day game after a night game, and with Aaron Nola as a righty on the mound, that Patrick Bailey would be behind home plate. But when Daniel Susac is swinging this hot of a stick, do you start him at DH today or find a way to maybe get his bat into lineup even after a night game?
Well, you think about it. I mean, think about what the Giants have on the bench when they, put the varsity in, which they've been running out there just about every day. They've got 4 right-handers. So, to put him in there as a DH would not I don't think it would be a bad move. I would doubt that he would be behind the plate today for the very point that you said about they're throwing a right-hander, Nola, and they want the left-handed bat against him with Patrick Bailey. But again, that's just my opinion. Over the years, I've seen it happen with teammates when I was playing, where a rookie would come up and just get just hot, and it just keep throwing him out there till he cools off. I love that. So I don't know what Tony Vitello is going to do with him, but he definitely has caught our interest. And it isn't like he's throwing dead birds out there in the outfield. And they're line drives, they're well hit balls. And outside of the one fillet that he got last night down the right field side for his first triple, everything has been hit pretty hard. But ride the hot hand.
Mike Krukow's the voice you're hearing, and the Giants got that win last night, 6-0. It makes you think about had they held leads on Sunday and Monday, how we'd be feeling differently. But that's water under the bridge. By the way, I'm just looking ahead. If I am reading this correctly, the Giants do go to Baltimore this weekend, which I love that park, fantastic park. A lot of orange and black in that game. Should be fun. I do see this. The Orioles are slated to start 3 righties, it appears. Shane Baz, Chris Bassett, and Dean Kramer. That's if that Fangraphs projection is right. If that factors into how you use Dan Susac. But back to the point. Robbie Ray, you opened with your talk about him. Dan Susac caught him. And, we give we give Patrick Bailey all the credit in the world when he catches shutouts. So what do you see? You mentioned the cannon. Just a little bit about how Dan Susac and Robbie Ray work together, because that's twice now. And you mentioned Ray throwing more breaking balls. And I don't know how you thought about him shaking off a couple of times, how Susac worked the plate, how Susac worked the strike zone. What was your take on that battery?
Well, I look at a guy's hands, and if a guy is soft-handed, it usually means that he's relaxed behind the plate. And that's another thing about Susac that I like, is he's relaxed. And that does wonders to relax a guy out of the mound. And you'd be surprised at how just the way a catcher receives the ball with soft hands can relax the rhythm of a pitcher and settle him in at the start of an inning. Calm him down, take some of that adrenaline away and lock him into a mode where he's getting extension and he's relaxed and he's got good bend in his delivery. That all happens with a guy who's quiet and who has soft hands. That's one thing about catchers that have that ability that I've always loved. And that's, if you go back and take a look at the favorite catchers that I had, every organization that I was in, they had that ability, and it wasn't necessarily the number one catcher. I was kind of picky, and I just like that about a catcher, and Susac does that, and I think to a degree you saw it last night with how he handled Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray can be tough. You could rock along and, he's hitting your glove, then all of a sudden he'll have a miss where he'll miss by 4 feet, literally. And so you've got to be on your toes. But I sensed last night that there was a command that Robbie Ray had, especially with his breaking balls, that he hasn't had for a while. And I think it had everything to do the way that Susac received for him.
Mike, from the perspective of Patrick Bailey, do you think him seeing the success of Daniel Susac will light a fire underneath his ass? Oh,
100%. Patrick Bailey is a really good catcher, and he's a big league starting catcher for a reason. He's competitive. He takes stuff home. He wears on it when it's not going good. And now all of a sudden you see the next big thing come up, a young catcher who's lighting it up. You better believe this lights a fuse. And and it's healthy. You've got to have good competition at every position, I think, if you're going to have a healthy season, a productive season, a winning season. And certainly we have it right now with Susac and Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey's been very complimentary, very supportive, and has been a mentor to him. It's a great relationship that they both have. But you can bet. Patrick Bailey's taking this serious.
Good stuff, Mike. Okay, last night, Christopher Sanchez on the mound. So I'm feeling like, as a Giants lifer, I'm upset about Monday night's game. Tough loss. They can't hold a 4-0 lead. Gosh darn it. They blew a Sunday 2-1 lead. And now look up, and here's Christopher Sanchez on the hill. Guy finished second in Cy Young voting last year. World Baseball Classic star for Dominican. I'm like, this is a nightmare for the Giants, right? Lo and behold, what do? They need 11 hits off of him in 5 innings. led by Adames and Chapman, and I'll throw in Gerard, all going the other way, Mike. And you and I have talked about that with Mark. We've talked about this. What do you think happened that caused them to change their approach last night?
Well, first of all, I didn't have any despair going into the second game simply because Robbie Ray was going out there. And I believe that he's always going to give them a chance to win a ball game against whoever. He's going to keep you in the game. He's going to give you an opportunity to beat an ace, which is what Christopher Sanchez is. And Christopher Sanchez has 3 pitches that are just all above average. And he's not an easy guy to hit. You have to have discipline. You have to have approach. And that's exactly what they had last night. It really started right off the first at bat with Willie Adames in a 3-2 count going off the opposite wall in right field. That was such a huge at bat. And then right away, here comes Matt Chapman, who had great numbers lifetime against him, and he gets a base hit. And you're thinking, okay, yeehaw, daddy, let's go. They score a run, and they let Christopher Sanchez and the Phillies know that, hey, we're out here. We're not a team that's 3-8. We're better than this, and we're going to battle. And they did that up and down the lineup. And but I do think that when a guy has a changeup that is as good as Christopher Sanchez, and I think it's one of the best of the game. And you cannot think, you can't be greedy. You have to take what he gives you. And I think opposite field gives you the best chance to try and do damage against the changeup that Sanchez has, or anybody else who has one like that. And that's what they did. They had a plan and they stuck to it, and it really paid off.
Yep, Giants offense scores 4 runs, 2 earned against Christopher Sanchez, and then tacked on a couple later in the game with that Daniel Susac triple, so got 2 runs against the bullpen as well. Meanwhile, the Giants pitched their first shutout of the season on the arm of Robbie Ray, but then that brings us to the bullpen, Mike. We talked about on Monday, not closing out the game on Easter Sunday. Then Monday night happens, they lose another ball game. So what was your thought process seeing Ryan Walker come in the 7th inning and the usage in that situation?
Well, I liked him coming in. I mean, there's always concerns when he does come in, like the first pitch. Does he have knee-high command? What type of command does he have with his location? With both pitches, he's a 2-pitch guy. 2-seam fastball, slider, go get him. So if one of those things is not working, it raises an eyebrow rather quickly. He didn't have good command of the slider, and in my opinion, he was goosing a little bit. There wasn't great extension with that pitch. And some of his misses were huge. They're 3 or 4 foot. I mean, he opened up, had an 0-2 count, and all of a sudden he throws the ball back to the wall. What the hell was that? I mean, number one, it's not a comfortable at bat because, if you're in the batter's box, you're thinking this guy could, he could hairlip me at any given time with something up and in. But the reality of it is you don't know if you can rely on his ability to put the ball in the strike zone. And so, I mean, that's kind of how it's been with him. But he got it done, and he got it done without a great command of a slider, the whole inning and a third that he was out there. I mean, I really thought they would consider having him go back out there again in the 9th inning, had the score stayed 4-0, but they had Eric Miller get up. He was going to pitch the 9th until it went to 6-0, then they flipped it to win. But from Ryan Walker's perspective, I thought he really, really persevered, and he found a way to get it done even when he didn't have great command.
Yeah, but as you were going into that 7th inning, I don't know if you were like me sitting on my couch and thinking, how are you going to do this? How are you I'm not. So now if they have a lead in the 7th, we're not sure how they do 7th, 8th, and 9th. Is that an unsettling feeling? Is that something Tony V's still figuring out? Is there a way to do the 7th, 8th? We talked about Mike Jackson. That was you or Dwayne, but I mentioned Mike Jackson the other day. Mike Jackson and Rob Nen, right? Or Rod Beck. So there is no automatic 7, 8, 9 plan, Mike. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, that's kind of what you have to go with right now, don't you? Mm-hmm. I mean, they've said that really going out of spring training, it's going to be bullpen by committee. Right there at the end, they said that Walker was going to be the closer, and that lasted all one day. So I think it's volatile. It's a work in progress. And it's a great opportunity for somebody to get hot and just latch on to one of those innings. But right now, I don't think there's anybody set for any inning. They're just going to get it done by who's coming up and who's been throwing good. And that's, it's not a comfortable thing for a manager to have to deal with a bullpen that way. But I think that's the bullpen you have.
Right.
And until somebody steps out and just takes the bull by the horn, you're going to see a lot of ad lib. And hey, fortunately they got it done last night.
And then, Mike, finally, the lineup has been an issue, right? And then last night he changes it up a little bit, right? He plays some guys at different places, Susac and Gerard and all that stuff, Casey Schmidt. Here's the question. You look at a guy who's really scuffling, and that's Elliot Ramos. He's second in Major League Baseball in strikeouts, tied with Cal Raleigh, by the way, behind a guy named Matt Wallner of the Twins. But he's in a scuffle. It would be, I'm thinking if you're talking about, playing your regulars all the time, wouldn't it be a good day to maybe give Elliott a day? Do you see anything? Is there a book on him now that they're pitching him differently? Or does he need a day with an off day Thursday and just reset? What do you think?
Well, you get a lot of different opinion about that. I mean, you talk to old-time hitting instructors, and for the most part, they're going to say that when you have a guy who has all-star capabilities, you just run him out there and you let him figure it out. You can't get out of a slump on the bench. That's one philosophy. The other one is the reset you're talking about, because you're grinding so hard that all of a sudden you become completely consumed by it, and it affects every part of your game. We haven't seen deterioration in his defense. In fact, it's been the absolute opposite end of it. His defense has been so much improved with his ability to go to the right and cut off a ball and get the throw in, and his ability to go back on the ball is so much improved over last year. If he's truly completely consumed by his performance in the batter's box or lack of, it certainly isn't showing in other parts of his game. So because of that, I think you can run that guy out there again. And the other thing too is if you're winning ball games, you can hide a guy who's struggling. I mean, we saw that over the weekend with the Mets. We saw Lindor go 0 for 10. Adding up 2 0 for 5s in his Saturday-Sunday performance, but yet you didn't hear much about it because they won the games. So the Giants win that ball game last night. It does give me another opportunity to run Elliot Ramos back out there. Plus, the other thing, too, is they're going to get an off day on Thursday. I don't know if you want to give a guy 2 days off to reset. So all those things are going to be things that they consider. And really, it'll be interesting to see how the lineup goes up today and who's going to be in left field.
Yeah, that's it. Starting with the Susac question on down. So, Mike, finally, what did you think of the brawl? I don't know if you got to see former Giant Jorge Soler. We've seen you played in an era when that stuff happened more often than not. I mean, it was not unusual in your era to see that. It is unusual in 2026. Did you have a breakdown?
Well, Soler was throwing haymakers. I mean, it looked like he was warming up, trying to get loose in the bullpen before he comes into a game. I don't know if any boxing expert would give him, outside of the fact that he had malicious intent, I don't think that they would tell you that those haymakers were anything that were going to land. But I thought it was very entertaining, and it was good to see a true scuffle out there. The problem with it is he's probably going to miss at least a week of suspension because he left and because he did have intent that was evil. But I love it. I mean, I think it fires up everybody. I mean, both teams certainly, and everybody in the stands. It's just a good old Donnybrook. I missed that. I missed the fact that they put the suspension rules in to where they really prevented that. So we were sitting there, Kipe and I, we were watching. We watched like 8 times.
Well, you always, as a pitcher, I don't know if there's a disadvantage because the guy's got a little momentum running at you, or if a pitcher, if you ever think about running at, like because Lopez is kind of backing up, and you've been in that situation where guys are charging at you, and what do you do,
Well, it depends on who's charging. When Dave Winfield charged me, that was one guy I wasn't going to charge.
That's a big guy. That's a big dude.
But there have been other times when I did charge, and it just, so you kind of have to kind of play that by ear.
All
but
right.
I enjoyed the whole thing last night, and quite honestly, I'd like to see more of it.
Matchup-dependent charging there. I like it. All right, Mike. Well, it was a lot of fun to see the Giants play well last night. Let's see if they can build on it today and win the series. We'll look forward to your call, and thanks for hopping on. Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And yes, that's on the UMA guest line. And yes, he did say play the hot hand, Daniel Susac. What do you guys think? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Where are you at with Dan Susac and the Giants? 808 KNBR. That's the big hit on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
That's our question of the day. Has Daniel Susac done enough to force a real conversation as the everyday catcher over Patrick Bailey? Like Murph just said, and like Mike Krukow just said, play the hot hand. The Giants are undefeated when Dan Susac is behind the plate and in the lineup. That's a pretty cool nugget. He's a winner. You guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or join us in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back again on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, because we are in the final stretch of the NBA season and Major League Baseball is back in our lives. So there's no better way to cash in on all the high-flying action than on Prize Picks, America's #1 sports pick app. Every bucket, every dime, every strikeout, every home run means so much more when you're playing on Prize Picks. So don't pass up your next shot to win some cash with Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup and sign up using the code LEADER. It's as simple as that. You can get some action for today's day game down at Oracle Park. Giants and Phillies squaring off, and you can actually pick whether or not you want to throw some cash on Patrick Bailey. We're sitting here deciding whether or not Daniel Susac is going to be in the lineup. Patrick Bailey right now does have predictions on Prize Picks. And if you're frustrated with the bat of Patrick Bailey, you can take the under 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Or if you're reading into the numbers and seeing some small success against Aaron Nola in his career, you can take more than just half a hit, a run, or an RBI. A sac fly, a single, anything you want gets the job done for Patrick Bailey. Or you can bet against him if you want to go with Daniel Susac. We'll see who's in the lineup today, but all these options and more are available right now on Prize Picks. So once again, all you need to do is download the Prize Picks app and use the code LEADER, and you will get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks.
Tell them to bring me my money. Yeah!
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the pitch now. A liner to left field. Backing up. The left fielder leaps, and it sails over his head. Kemp did not catch it. Scoring is Susac. Heading for second is Chapman, and he's in there. 2-0 Giants. The pitch comes in. Swing, and it's hit up the middle. Base hit center field. Big hit in the clutch for Luis Arraez as Chapman comes round. 3-0 Giants. 2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there! Fair ball! And it bounces off the netting and the sidewall. Goes into the corner. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And Susac has a triple! Here's the windup, the 1-2 pitch. A fly ball into right center field. Jung-Hoo Lee's calling for it. He's got it! The Giants beat the Phillies.
Hey, how about that? And for everybody who tuned in yesterday and heard Marcus and Kerry Crowley, I was on a boycott until the Giants won a game. And so I'm back. Ha ha. That's a joke, kind of, not really. But I was off yesterday.
When we thought Murph was out, the Giants bring him back in.
And it's all about number 6, the kid out of Roseville, California, Jesuit High in Carmichael, California. 916 his own. Does he want to light the beam? Have we asked Dan Susac?
Oh, I'm guessing he rides with the Kings.
Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Can you make an argument that the Giants' 2 best players right now are both 916 Sacramento area kids, Logan Webb and Daniel Susac?
I didn't know Luis Arraez was from Sacramento.
Oh my God. They play some ball on the West Coast if you consider the West Coast Sacramento.
Of course Sacramento.
Of course it is. Of course it is. So shout out to our friends in the 916 lighting the beam. Shout out to our friends in the 916 fouling Seth Curry when you're ahead late in the third, fourth quarter.
What the hell was that?
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You know when you're driving from the Bay Area and you get to your Vacaville-Dixon Greenbelt and you do your stop-and-go traffic around Davis and you get a little frustrated, then you finally break on through to the other side. That's when you get to a little different music on the radio. There's Daniel Susac's walk-up music, Dixon's own John Party, Starlight. There's a musical barrier you cross somewhere around the Vacaville-Dixon Greenbelt when you're like, I'm going to turn off this hyphy and put on a little John Party. Right?
It's probably like around the same area, that parking lot where you go from being a Warrior fan to being a King fan.
We once had a guy, Young Tone, determine, back when the Kings and Warriors were really good, we said, we're like, what do we do? And, if you grow up in the Bay Area around Fairfield or something, the guy called, he goes, oh, no, I got the answer. There's a Joe's restaurant in Vacaville. That parking lot is the dividing area. So if you turn right out of that parking lot, you're a Kings fan. If you turn left out of that parking lot, you're a Warrior fan.
Light the beam.
So anyway, it was awesome and really fun to see this kid, number 6, go 3 for 4 last night. 2-run triple in the 8th inning to stack on to a 4-0 lead. And a couple of other base hits. Oh, wait for it. up the middle into right center. Who's this guy think he is? Derek Jeter?
You love to see it.
Buster Posey?
You love to see it.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I just mention two of the greatest players of the last 30 years who had up the middle right center approaches?
Nice little inside-out swing.
My God. So they went, and the Giants did it last night. Adames now back-to-back days with doubles off the right field wall. Maybe a slight change in his approach. Matt Chapman, although he did line a double to left, and Chapman has pull power. We're okay with that. But he also went the other way on a changeup. They had a great game plan for the great Christopher Sanchez, who finished second in the Cy Young last year. And Gerard Encarnacion went the other way. They had a really nice day at the plate of all the things we didn't want, all the things they haven't been doing, which is staying patient, letting it travel, not pulling your front. Remember the guy who texted in, pulling the front shoulder, and he had that joke that we haven't said on the air about the guy pulling out.
It was a good joke. It was a really good joke.
But anyway, so, I mean, you were there. You saw the patient, disciplined approach, and that's kind of who Dan Susac is, which leads us to our big hit. Do you play him today? And I think the answer is hell yes, right? The answer is hell yes.
Well, the question that I would respond with is where? At catcher or at DH? Now, I don't think he's going to be behind home plate today just because traditionally we know that catchers will not catch a day game after a night game. But also, Tony Vitello is not that traditional. We saw earlier this year down in San Diego, Patrick Bailey did catch a day game after a night game. But then you also put it into context and say, look, Aaron Nola's on the mound. That's a righty. So you get the lefty-righty matchup if you get Patrick Bailey out there. So I would assume it's going to be Patrick Bailey behind home plate. But I want to see Daniel Susac as the DH today. You don't have any other left-handed options to put at DH. He's swinging the hottest stick in the lineup right now. Get him out there back-to-back days, not behind home plate, but I want to see him at DH today.
Okay, that's cool. But so if Bailey has to get to Nick and has to leave, and then Susac has to go to catcher, you lose your DH, right?
Yeah, but that's something I'm willing to risk.
You want to see Ryan Walker hit?
No, because then if Ryan Walker comes up to the plate, you pinch hit and have your bullpen arms ready to go.
Just play baseball the way you did the first 150 years, and maybe a pitcher can get a bunt down, unlike Jared Oliva and Casey Schmidt. I'm yelling at my freaking screen last night, bro.
If Jared Oliva is out here not getting bunts down and getting backdoored at first base, what the hell are you doing on the roster?
Last night was not a good day for Jared Oliva's long-term future as a Giant, but that's not the big hit. The big hit is back to Dan Susac, where after the game, you got to love the great John Shea of the SF Standard, and free plug for the Standard here. After years and years of waiting, Kerry Crowley unveiled it, the SF Standard app. I finally downloaded it. Welcome to, I mean, when KNBR is more technologically advanced than you,
oh man,
you got problems.
Oh yeah.
So thank you, SF Standard, for finally entering the 21st century. But John Shea of the SF Standard asked the question, well, play it, Tony. Here.
At this point, Tony, why not just play Susac every day?
No, I think he's obviously earned the right to, I think prior to today, he's earned the right to be out there for us more often and be good for both those guys. I think they've got a good friendship and also a good working relationship. And at that position, my only experience up to date, which you probably don't want to hear about because it's a different schedule, but it's a lot less games, has always been two guys. In recruiting, it's always been used two guys because at the end of the season, whoever it is you lean on the most, if you don't go matchups with a pitcher, either your own or the opposing pitcher, your other guy's going to be more fresh. It's not an easy thing to go out there all the time. So we'll worry about tomorrow when this whole deal's in here is over with. And then you'll be seeing plenty of both guys as the season goes on.
Okay.
Fair question.
Okay, fair question, all that. Well, of course, it had everything Tony needs, which is a long-winded answer, a reference to college, and sort of a... but that laugh right there was a, yeah, I'm like you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah, stop stirring up controversy.
Yeah. Yeah. Eat my shorts.
Yeah, I'll take that question and shove
it. So that's definitely what it was for sure.
It's a great laugh.
But Mike Krukow came on and just laid it down. He said, listen, Mike Krukow, an old catcher, by the way, likes Susac behind the dish.
Yes, which
Likes his
is a bit
soft hands,
surprising
yeah.
because Mike Krukow did not like pitching to tall catchers, but he likes what he sees from 6'5" Daniel Susac.
6'5", who moved well on that triple, too, by the way. He was coming around second. I said, that looks like an athlete there. Susac was like, no, I'm not really. No, he did move pretty well, but Mike Krukow did not mince his words today when we asked him, after a 3-hit night for Dan Susac, what do you do with him?
Well, I do think they have something in Daniel Susac. I was excited about him when I first saw him in spring training because of his right field approach, because he was a good low ball hitter, and and he used the middle of the field. He didn't get greedy. I was also really impressed with what I saw with his arm. He's got a cannon for a throwing arm, and his quickness. He's 6'5". And, you don't often talk about a guy 6'5" who has quickness to get out of his squat and field his position. I mean, I like everything about the guy. My opinion on a guy that gets hot, especially a new guy that comes up, is ride the hot hand. Ride it as long as you can. Give him as many at-bats and just see where this goes type thing. And, yes, the league is going to make adjustments. And, yes, he's not going to get 3 hits every night he goes out there. But, I mean, I ride him till he cools off. I just think that's something that is great in so many ways. Number one, he's bringing big energy to the team. They're all enjoying watching him succeed like we are, and that's energy that only rookies can bring in. When you see a guy who is a good kid, who's quiet, and he's a good presence in the clubhouse, and have him go off. I mean, you obviously know he's digging it, and but everybody else is too. So I think that vibe, I think you exploit, whether it's behind the plate or as a DH, I don't know. But I think that you have to really consider keeping that bat in there until it cools off.
Okay, well, Mike Krukow said it, and you said DH today. Gerard hasn't been bad. He's actually hitting .313, had a knock last night. By the way, did you see Matt Chapman's over 300?
Yeah, he's been swinging it better quietly lately after he told Casey Schmidt to catch the blanking ball.
304 and Arise is at 292. The masses didn't want Luis Arise, by the way. The masses did not want him, and he had 2 ribs last night.
Imagine not wanting Luis Arise.
Oh, no, dude. The masses did not want him. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
What a lousy signing, terrible signing, blah, blah,
dude,
blah.
it was one of the biggest storylines during Super Bowl week down on Radio Row.
Yeah.
And I remember you said, Marcus, are you going to keep that same energy 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks into the season? And I'm here to say, yes, I got that same energy with Luis Arise. I loved the signing back then. I love it even more now.
Dude, I liked it too, bro.
Yeah, you did.
Don't paint me as Luis anti-Luis.
No. You were asking me if I was going to keep that same energy with everybody else that was criticizing the move.
I was just pumping up my partner to give great radio.
You were throwing up the alley-oop and I was slamming it down, dude. I was all in on the Luis Arise
By the way, back to the Susac situation. Robbie Ray had a quote last night about Susac. He's great behind the plate. He's great at the plate. It's been really fun to watch him. I enjoy throwing to him. What he's contributing with his at-bats is huge for us. And by the way, just a couple of historical notes, which are kind of fun. Him going 5 for 5 to start his career, set, as far as they can tell, back to 1900, a Giants record. The last guy to go 4 for 4, my favorite, Willie McCovey, the famous 4 for 4 1959 debut, July 31 against Robin Roberts. And the record is a guy named Ted Cox from the 1977 Red Sox who went 6 for 6. That's a bummer because Ted Cox didn't wind up being a dude.
Wow.
So
Ted Cox sounds orgasmic.
It's orgasmic.
Okay, I got you,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah. Real quick, though, did you see the Digital Boys yesterday post a photo of McCovey Cove, and with Daniel Susac putting up numbers like McCovey, they renamed Mission Creek Susac Stream.
Okay, all right.
They're trying.
Rare non-Sharks content from our digital team.
I know, they're down at the tank
so.
a lot, but yeah, they were trying to rename the stream that is
Susac
Mission
Stream.
Creek, the Susac Stream.
I mean, all right. I give them an A for effort.
Yeah,
maybe the Susac is not going to go. We're not going to call it the Strait of Susac.
No, I don't think so.
All right, the Strait of Susus. No, we're not going to do that. All right, McCovey Cove, Susac Stream. I got you. He hasn't left the yard yet, but he does hit the ball to the right side where Willie McCovey hit the ball too. So let's check in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line for our big hit of what do you guys want to do with Dan Susac in the lineup. And 925 says, might Susac be the 6'5+ guy we've all been waiting for all along? ... Bryce Eldridge, 3 strikeouts last night.
I'm still waiting for Bryce. I'm still waiting for you, Bryce.
By the way, 530 says, you want to see Ryan Walker hit? Made me laugh. All right, good. 831 says, I'm psyched on Susac. Dude will play if he stays hot. Bailey has no leash anymore, is what he says. Somebody actually wrote in here. Let me hit.
I would disagree. I'd say 2 Gold Gloves does give you a bit of a leash.
Somebody actually wrote, where's the, here, 408. It's not should Susac start, it's what are the reasons to start Andrew Bailey?
Patrick Bailey.
God bless it. Thank you. I've been doing that. So here's what's going on in the brain. First of all, lack of sleep, all that stuff. Number 2, Andrew Susac, 2014 Giant. Mm-hmm. Daniel Susac, 2026 Giant. So now I'm working really hard to try to not say Andrew Susac. And now my brain has transferred Andrew from him over to Bailey, who was the old Giants pitching coach and former American League Rookie of the Year, Andrew Bailey. So thank you. And please call me out every time I do it.
Yeah,
Patrick Bailey. So
it's all right. There's a lot of problems with the Baileys right now. One with the bat. Andrew Bailey's got his own problems out in Boston. But I would say, what is the reason why Patrick Bailey will be behind home plate today? Is because what he brings to the game defensively. Obviously, the lefty-righty matchup, and people are going to go, he sucks against lefties. He sucks against righty. What's the value there? He's the best defensive catcher in baseball. And I get it. People don't care about defense, apparently. It's all about offense. Chicks love the long ball. Fans love the long ball. Patrick Bailey is not going to give you the long ball, but he improves your staff from the starters to the bullpen. He's got a great mind. He's the guy calling the pitches. Like, there's so much value that he brings to the game that does not show up in the box scores.
That said, Susac caught a shutout last night.
You're not wrong.
So, I mean, he's not doing too bad. So.
Yeah, like that's what I mentioned earlier. Like Dan Susac is not Blake Sable, who you got in the Rule 5 draft, who you tried to turn into a catcher at the last minute, and the guy couldn't block a ball to save his life. This is a guy with first-round pedigree that was one of the best college catchers in the nation when he came out of that draft class. So, yes, I don't think he's as bad as a guy like Blake Sable, obviously defensively, but I don't know if he's at that Patrick Bailey level quite yet. I need to see more of him behind the dish.
Okay, we have more Krukow on Susac on the other side. We'll build up of more of the big hit. Hey, Larry Krueger at 8:50. Cooler content at 8:30. We can get into that brawl and stuff. And Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Draft 2 weeks from tomorrow, will join us at 9:30. That'll be good. Hey, Young Tony, I want to circle back on what did Young Tony ask today. You always ask the questions that flummox me and tie me up in knots, and then I come up with the best answers after. It's the classic George Costanza episode. Curly knows what I'm talking about. He got insulted at a meeting, and he didn't have a comeback, and he felt terrible, and then he came up with his comeback when he was driving home. He was all ready for the comeback, and the comeback was, hey, the jerk store called, they're running out of you, right? That's the joke, right? And then the guy comes back with another one on top of that, and Costanza didn't have an answer to that. So here it was the Masters starts this week. Many are saying it is the finest tradition in sports. What is the best tradition in sports? And I kind of panicked and went with MLB opening day. But here are the ones that have come on the text line, guys. Number one, Army-Navy game.
Oh, yes.
Really good.
Oh, phenomenal really
good.
To go to.
2, Stanley Cup, everything about the Stanley Cup. How they don't touch it till they get it. When they do get it and skating it around and drinking from the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
I think the Stanley Cup's pretty damn cool.
That's a pretty awesome tradition.
Pretty damn cool with all the chips and nicks on it and all the teams on it. And number 3, the one I came up with when we went to commercial. Any Rose Bowl. Any January 1 Rose Bowl, especially in the second half when the sun's setting.
From the parade to the sunset.
Yeah. And then somebody else said, how could you forget the 4th of July Coney Island hot dog eating contest?
I do watch the hot dog eating contest every single year. Shout out to the Glizzy Gladiator himself, Joey Chestnut.
Anyway, I wanted to just get those off my chest because it's been addling me since 7:30, buddy.
What about the tradition of the Giants playing 500 baseball?
And what is this tradition in Pittsburgh? Explain to me with the traffic cones. Do you know what's going on there with that?
Oh, no,
Have you guys been following that?
No, traffic cones.
Oh, no, ever since every time the Pittsburgh Pirates do something, they're holding up orange traffic cones, and I'm seeing a story online that they're getting stolen around town, and Pittsburgh's upset about it.
Huh.
Yeah, they do it for anytime they do something, there's a traffic cone. I don't know. It's called hoisting. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I thought you might know because you're my baseball guy.
Yeah, no, I'm looking this up right now. John Boy Media is tweeting about how apparently there's an epidemic of Pittsburgh Pirate fans stealing traffic cones.
Maybe this is
off
the finest
streets.
tradition in sports.
Maybe.
I watched because I was watching one day Connor Griffin's debut. I'm like, I'm going to watch some Pirates ball.
I'm seeing a photo of Paul Skeens holding up a traffic cone in the dugout.
They're doing it all.
Huh.
Yeah. Anyway, I digress.
Interesting.
Back to the Dan Susac question. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Where do you guys want to see him in the lineup? Do you need to see him today? And if not, at DH, 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Well, the jerk store called. They're running out of you. What's the difference? You're their all-time bestseller.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I swear, Derek Poppin just gives me George Costanza vibes. I don't know what it is. I swear, it's just like I get the same thought every time. I don't know why. Our question of the day, has Daniel Susac done enough to force a real conversation as the everyday catcher? He's a winner. The Giants are undefeated in games that he starts behind the plate. You guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The assumption is a day game after a night game, and with Aaron Nola as a righty on the mound, that Patrick Bailey would be behind home plate. But when Daniel Susac is swinging this hot of a stick, do you start him at DH today or find a way to maybe get his bat into the lineup even after a night game?
Well, you think about it. I mean, think about what the Giants have on the bench when they, put the varsity in. They've been running out there just about every day. They've got 4 right-handers. So, to put him in there as a DH would not, I don't think it would be a bad move. I would doubt that he would be behind the plate today for the very point that you said about they're throwing a right-hander, Nola, and they want the left-handed bat against him with Patrick Bailey. But again, that's just my opinion. Over the years, I mean, I've seen it happen with teammates when I was playing, where a rookie would come up and just get hot, and it just keep throwing him out there until he cools off. I mean, I love that. So I don't know what Tony Vitello is going to do with him, but he definitely has caught our interest. And it isn't like he's throwing dead birds out there in the outfield. And they're line drives, they're well hit balls. And outside of the one play that he got last night down the right field side for his first triple, everything has been hit pretty hard. But ride the hot hand.
Yeah, Mike Krukow followed a intense question from Marcus Boucher, just coming right at him. Say, give me the answer, Mike.
Tell me, Mike. Tell me.
That was the rare rejoin that included the Marcus question.
Yeah.
There. So
ride the hot hand.
There you go. By the way, you're riding the hot hand of John Party, the kid out of Dixon, California, who Andrew Susac. There
it is again. We're going to start a counter.
Daniel Susac.
You got to ding him every time, Tony.
Well, did you guys ever have older siblings that, when you were at school, did teachers call you by your older brother's name?
All the time, dude.
Exactly.
I was called Michael damn near every day.
Exactly. So, and your mom calling you by your wrong name? That happened at our house, too.
Oh, especially when we're young, because me and my brother are only 15 months apart, so people thought we were damn near twins.
You're almost Irish twins.
Yeah, close enough.
Shout out your mom. She put some work in.
I love my mama.
She's awesome. Anyway, Party is the music that Susac uses at the plate, and he's from Dixon, and Susac's from Roseville, and we're turning the Giants into a 9-1-6 team. Maybe they should be playing where the River Cats are playing. I don't know. Where the A's are playing.
Yeah.
By the way, the A's, I was looking around on Misery Loves Company because, when the Giants are scuffling, I'm looking around to see who's as bad as the 4-8 Giants. Well, the Seattle Mariners are 4-8. Does that count for misery?
Yeah, I would say for
Cal
their
Raleigh has struck
expectations
out
for sure.
as many times as Elliot Ramos.
No, that's a hell of a stat. More strikeouts than Ramos.
The A's are 3-7. Does that count as misery?
Yeah, it's bad. They lost to the Yankees yesterday.
They actually put up a crooked number on Schlittler.
Yeah, had some success in the third run, but Ahmed Rosario with a couple tanks yesterday at Yankee Stadium.
Who is Ahmed Rosario?
Great
I don't even know who he is.
Great question.
Do you even know who he is?
Yeah, he was out there opening weekend against the Giants.
Was he?
Yeah,
Playing where?
Over at third base.
I didn't even
notice
notice
shortstop as well, utility guy.
I didn't even notice him. I was too busy watching Caballero. Detroit's 4-7. That's not great. The White Sox are 4-7, but they're supposed to suck. Toronto's 4-7. That's not great. Washington's 4-7. That's not great, but they're supposed to suck. And here's the big one. The Boston Red Sox are 3-8. They have a worse record than the Giants.
And that's where Andrew Bailey is.
Thank you.
Pitching coach for the Boston Red Sox.
Don't get me confused.
Sorry for even bringing it up.
And yes, we have gotten a number of texts about James Tibbs, Florida State outfielder, first-round draft pick by the Giants.
We know.
He's absolutely going the freak off in AAA, like the stuff that Bryce Eldridge isn't even coming close to doing, right? Now, Tibbs played in college, and he was the Giants' first-round draft pick. Here's my going answer to everyone who's like, dude, have you seen Tibbs? I say, yeah. You better take that up with the Boston Red Sox, who traded him for Dustin May.
Who was no longer even on the roster in Boston.
I mean, at least the Giants got Rafael Devers. Now, I know Devers is not performing at the level that his career has suggested, and that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother show.
Yep.
And maybe he will go on a heater at some point.
It's coming.
By the way, he had an outstanding play of the night last night.
The beautiful dig.
The Adames play and the high-level pick by Rafael Devers on that play. So he also made it on the play to Ryan Walker, where Walker missed the bag.
Yeah.
Walker did not step up. Ryan Walker did not look like an elite athlete going over
No,
to
that
cover.
was an awkward
like
PFP situation.
He looked like me going over to first.
Yeah, stomping on top of the bag.
But anyway, the point is that we do expect more from Devers. So at least when the Giants traded Tibbs, they got a guy who's supposed to be hitting 35 bombs a year. The Dodgers the Red Sox got Dustin May, who's not even on the team.
Yeah,
anymore.
which is crazy. He's not on the team. They obviously traded away Kyle Harrison to the Brewers, and he's had a couple good starts to start of season 2, but even seeing the success of Kyle Harrison in Milwaukee and what James Tibbs is doing in the minor leagues, I would still make that trade for Rafael Devers today, even though we have not seen that version of Rafael Devers
I'm with you.
in a Giants unit.
The Giants don't have any kind of threat in their lineup, bro. Nothing. So he's a threat, man. All right, well, listen, what are you guys saying about the question of the day and the big hit? How much do you want to see Daniel Susac out there? Do you need him out there today? 408 checks in. Bailey is elite defensively, but guys, with pitch framing becoming obsolete under ABS, it's worth asking how much his mitt is actually worth in wins and whether his offensive production should carry more weight in the conversation. That guy kind of went right to it right there, 408. Has ABS devalued Patrick Bailey? To a degree, yes. Yes, it has. And does that mean his offense becomes a bigger deal? Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we knew that this would throw a wrench into the value of Patrick Bailey once we started talking about ABS last year in the minor leagues. Hell, we've talked about it twice already now with Patrick Bailey down at spring training and his thoughts on it, because I do think there's a lot of value in being able to steal strikes. Now, you only get 2 challenges per game, so it's not like every single pitch is now relying on the ABS system. Who knows if we eventually get to that? Rob Manfred said not to us, it's not coming anytime soon. So there's still value there for Patrick Bailey. But it's not just a pitch framing to me. It's also one of the best pop times in baseball when throwing guys out at second base.
Susac has a cannon.
Yeah, he's got a good arm also.
Right.
Patrick Bailey is a mastermind when it comes to calling pitches and breaking down opposing offenses. So you're losing that brain
Susac
power
just
behind
caught
the plate.
a shutout.
You're not wrong. You're making great points.
I'm at the net. I'm returning your serve, buddy.
Exactly. And I'm not anti-Daniel Susac by any
808
means.
KNBR Marcus anti-Daniel
But
Susac.
I think I'm one of the only people that's still pro Bailey. I see 369 on the text line. He's like the only guy standing with me. I'm on a Bailey island right now. I've said this multiple times before. To complain about Patrick Bailey's offense, to me, is similar to complaining about Draymond Green's offense.
Well,
he's such a good defensive
not
player.
apples to apples.
Draymond Green is a guy that averages 8 points per game.
Yeah,
and how many Warriors fans want to run him out of town and pull out his box score every day?
All I know is Charles Bassey played last night and they won. So Bassey is my Susac.
Yeah, exactly. 808 KNBR. Murph says move on from Draymond for more Bassey.
559 says we have to find a way to get Susac more at bats. I know and understand the value Bailey brings to the plate, so he's meeting you halfway, Marcus. But don't you think it's kind of funny the only home wins are the only 2 games Susac
Funny how, huh?
started?
What does this guy think he is? Tony Vitello laughing on the text line?
I am here to
Funny
amuse you.
how. No, I agree. And that's why I want him in the DH spot today.
916 says, and this could be one of Susac's high school classmates, I don't know, he says, if you're hitting 200, you better be hitting a lot of bombs like Kyle Schwarber. You can't carry a sub-200 average for just defensive purposes. That is something to think about. All right, guys. Well, listen, the big hit, it's a juicy one, man. And the Giants win 6-0. We called it in early. Dan Susac, 3 for 4 with a triple 2 RBIs.
Daniel.
And the first Giant since 1900, at least in record keeping, to go 5 for 5 in his first 5 at bats. The man who would never be retired, Daniel Susac. Okay, guys. Well, listen, we'll go into the cooler of content. A lot of good stuff in there. Including, you guys saved one shining moment for me, huh? We never wound up playing the pre-Final Four one that I liked so much. And then, of course, we have the brawl to get to, too. Why are they holding up traffic cones in Pittsburgh? We're not even sure. But the Pirates are actually playing okay, aren't they? I think they're off to a decent start. So, and they just signed Connor Griffin, their rookie, to a 9-year deal. Yeah.
The Pirates got a pretty good staff and some good young players. And Murph, don't forget, we've got a special Dwayne Kuiper story just for you.
Oh, good. And the Pirates are 7-4.
Yeah,
7-4.
That's why they're raising those traffic cones.
All right, guys. Next on The Sports Leader. Yeah, Provident Credit Union, local financial institution right here in the Bay Area, taking care of Bay Area workers, Bay Area families. I've been with Provident for a long time, and man, do I like being with Provident Credit Union. Good people and ways to make money. Make your savings grow. You have some cash sitting there, and Provident Credit Union has a smart way to put it to work with Pick a Term certificates. You choose the savings timeline that works best for you. If it's short and flexible, you can do 3 months. If it's a little longer, 6 months, or even 12-month terms, and you're going to earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. So your money can grow without locking it up for years. It's simple. Pick your term and step up your savings game. So learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local community branch. That rate is effective April 1, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer. Start saving today.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, glad to be back after a special day yesterday. We told the stories. I got to go down to Pebble Beach yesterday, take my 18-year-old son for a little father-son bonding down there. Was the scorecard everything we dreamed of? No. Was the experience everything we dreamed of? Yes. Oh, my God. They dialed up a freaking Chamber of Commerce perfect day. You've seen the pictures, how glorious it was down there, huh?
Oh, yeah. It looked beautiful.
I was thinking about giving you guys a couple of those swing videos for the cooler of content, but no, maybe we'll just leave it better. Some things are better left unseen. If somebody sees my swing, it may ruin their golf game forever. By the way, the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So here's the bottom line. Pebble Beach, good. Thumbs up. All right, breaking news. But glad to be back. And glad the Giants gave us a win to talk about.
Yeah, and your trip down to Pebble Beach brought us the end of 2 losing streaks. Both the Giants and the Warriors ended 4-game losing streaks last night.
Right. Plus, the boys went to the tank on Monday night. You were down there. By the way, if you live in San Jose, Pebble Beach is an easy little hop, skip, and a jump. From the North Bay, it's a little longer. So shout out to the accessibility of the Del Monte Forest. And as young Tony knows, 17-mile drive. Okay, so baseball was great last night, including a brawl. Jorge Soler, forever Giant. Reynaldo Lopez, forever Brave. In Anaheim, Braves, Angels, these two teams don't like each other.
That's real beef.
Real beef going back to 1896. I'm kidding. What was Anaheim in 1896?
Great job, brother.
It's a bunch of oranges.
Hell, they didn't even have Disneyland back then.
Oh, not even for a long time.
Nope.
Disneyland was 1955, bro. Yeah, so check it out. Now, this is an interesting broadcast here on FanDuel Sports Northwork West Network. Is that it?
Northwest.
Oh, Northwest.
That's a mouthful.
Sorry. That's a little typo there. There's a replay challenge on a steal or a wild pitch, guy taking second base. But in the meantime, Jorge Soler and Reynaldo Lopez had been beefing. Soler owned him, had a lot of home runs off of Lopez. Lopez went up and in a couple times. So while they were debating the replay challenge, Soler and Lopez decided to go to the next step. Start barking. Now here comes Soler, all 6'3", 235 pounds of him. Check it out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You see some haymakers.
Going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field. That came up out of nowhere. Soler was upset after a couple of pitches were high and in. They just kind of stared each other down after Shanoel advanced on that wild pitch.
It's 2 big boys, too.
And Soler took a couple of steps. Lopez said, well, come get me. And it was on. And the Dukes were flying.
There's some serious haymakers there, too.
There weren't really any other instigators. Sometimes
Watch Walt
in these
Weiss,
fights, you
Braves
see
manager, come in here.
multiple fights
Take
break
down
out.
Soler. Watch this. Oh, Weiss.
Somebody lands a punch.
Walt Weiss, the manager with the tackle.
Well, he's a scrappy old ball player, you know.
So first of all, Tony asked us to grade that brawl earlier today. I gave it an A-. Maybe I've gotten softer in my grading because there's so few of these days. Now, you're a combat sport guy.
Yeah, I went B, borderline B+. It really bumped it up for a B+ for me, seeing Walt Weiss get that double leg takedown. Like, he almost locked the hands behind the legs, like almost had a Daniel Cormier style double leg takedown.
You compared it to a wrestling takedown. It looked to me almost like an NFL cornerback tackling a running back in the secondary. Like, he came in like a missile and said, yeah, it was like Malik Mustafa kind of.
Yeah, trying to take down a guy like Derrick Henry. Right. That's how big Jorge Soler is.
It was a great tackle by Weiss.
So
really
phenomenal
was.
tackle.
Yeah, so.
Now, I did not give it an A in my grade book because Jorge Soler was throwing those haymakers with bad intentions. He was looking for a one-punch knockout. He was throwing that overhand right from his back pocket, but no connections. Now, Reynaldo Lopez did connect with a baseball in his hand, but he was also backing up a lot. You got to drop the glove, so I'm giving it a B+ overall for all the theatrics, and Walt Weiss getting 2 points for the takedown.
We got a text from Daryl saying he thinks Soler was bluffing and then pulled up as he got closer. I don't think so, bro. He's swinging big old honking haymakers.
Dude, he was trying to connect, but look where he's looking. Like, when he's swinging, he's staring at the ground. That's how you know that he was going to miss with those haymakers.
How'd you feel about Lopez's back pedal?
You know, I don't love it. You know, I'd like the guy to stay in the pocket,
ground, yeah.
You know, get a little dirty boxing going in. But when you got Jorge Soler charging you down, I'm not going to call out the fact that you did not stay right in front of him.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. All right. We got the, well, I'm looking at the time. Maybe we should just jump on to the next one. So that's pretty good. Shout out the return of the baseball brawl. Have you guys ever seen Young Tony? You probably haven't seen this. This might be what did Young Tony learn today. Dude, Dave Winfield charging Mike Krukow. You got to see this. Krukow,
right.
Dude, Winfield, you might want to look it up and maybe get it in by the end of the cooler.
You don't
here.
want to mess with Dave Winfield,
Or
Tony.
you don't have to. You can do it for the end of the show. Winfield, bro, dude, he is charging at Krukow looking to kill. And for Mike, it's terrifying.
Did Mike throw at him? What happened?
Yeah, of course. Of course Mike threw at him.
Yeah, Mike's a big guy, but Dave Winfield's even bigger.
No, but Mike went inside. Dude, this was back in the day when this happened a lot. This happened a lot in Winfield, dude.
Dude.
He's coming in like
you want
a
to talk
maniac.
about an athlete,
And
Dave
Mike,
Winfield.
Mike definitely moves out of the way for sure.
I would too, Mike. I would too.
All right, guys. So what's going on in Pittsburgh? They're 7-4. They have a great 19-year-old shortstop named Connor Griffin, who, by the way, is married.
Wow.
Yeah.
At 19?
So
who does this kid think he is? Gunnar Cherry?
Nice work, buddy. Nice work.
High-level riff right there, bro.
That's an inside joke.
Yeah, I was
for
watching
KNBR.
his family, because I told you I was watching that his debut, and then they were interviewing his mom and dad, and this really cute gal was standing there and said, "Oh, look at that. That must be his sister," you know? And now let's talk to Dee, his wife. I was like, wait, what?
Whoa.
He's 19. She's like, and she said, I just loved it. And they're all from Mississippi. It's like 1910, man, getting married when you're 19 in Mississippi. Wow. And she's like, I love to see God shine through him. I'm like, okay, we're going full Mississippi here.
Shine on,
Getting
kid,
married
shine
at
on.
19, God shining through you. Here we go. But anyway, the point is they were holding up traffic cones. I saw fans doing it. I was like, okay, what's going on here? Well, and I've done the research. There's no one answer. Some say that Fanatics printed a shirt that said hoist the cone instead of crown, and they're making fun of that. Some say it's a tribute to Pittsburgh's blue-collar mentality. Some say a fan just randomly brought it in one day and started holding it up. But now they're holding up cones, dude. So check it out. This is Paul Skeens on Pat McAfee talking about the 7-4 Pirates hoisting the cone. Check it out.
For I think before the Tuesday game in Cincinnati, and yeah, what the heck does hoist the cone mean? We have a meaning for it now. There's probably a players parking spot in Cincinnati that was missing a cone after Manga brought it in. He probably just stole it from a parking lot somewhere, but we got it, and it's made its way back to Pittsburgh.
And things have been happening, and we all wonder what Fanatics was thinking at the time. We said, wow, just another blatant error by Fanatics when it comes to merch. What Fanatics was saying was, just wait.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a pre-sale right now.
Yep.
What you're getting at is about what you're to look at. You said, Matt, who brought in the cone? Who was the one that decided that the shirt needed to come to the dugout, and the dugout now is at a point where we're only winning games? I see you not really giving it much attention there. Maybe you need to start focusing on the cone a little bit more as it walks by you. Show your respect. But you are saying it did start from the T-shirt. That was completely wrong. That was telling the future. And now it has captivated the boys a little bit. I feel like that's what I saw with the WBC. Every dugout routine becomes like a part of the team, whether it's a hand signal whenever somebody gets on base to it all. We think the cone's going to survive. The cone's going to survive the year, or are we one rut away from cone getting dropped back off in a parking lot? I don't know baseball culture well enough. How long is this thing going to last? Forever?
I really hope so. The dugout stuff, in my experience, it happens organically. It's not something you force. So the cone's here. I think it's here to stay. We'll see. Hopefully it lasts all the way into October, deep way into.
Well, there it is, man. That's just how baseball stuff starts here. Now, where are you with traffic cones here in general? You guys have an affinity for traffic cones? You use them in your life?
I wouldn't say I have an infinity for it, but I have had a couple situations where I had this buddy in college, and I'll leave names off the record here, but he would get hammered down at the Katati Crawl.
Okay.
And sometimes he would just show back up to the house with random objects. And one morning, we all came back the next day, and there was just a traffic cone in the middle of the living room. And we're like, how the hell did you end up with the traffic cone? And he had no recollection of even bringing it back to the house. So there's my traffic cone story for you.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I looked up traffic cones in pop culture. They say, don't forget, in the legendary Pixar movie Cars, they stay at the Cozy Cone Motel, which is featured after a traffic cone.
That's right. And at Pixar Land, right next to the Cars ride, they have like a mac and cheese bowl that you can get in a cone.
There you go. Also, dude, shout out Kraftwerk 1970 German EDM. They had a traffic cone on their album cover.
Okay.
And also, I guess, in the Duke of Wellington statue in Glasgow, they frequently put a traffic cone on his head for tomfoolery. So there you go, guys.
Now,
There you go.
I'm going to take a wild guess that I probably know the answer to. No chance in hell young Tony has seen the movie Coneheads.
Negative.
Or the SNL skit.
I was going to
Coneheads.
say, it started off as an SNL skit, right?
Yeah. No, nobody saw the movie.
Oh, I saw the movie. and it creeped me out. I didn't know what the hell it was. Like, who are these guys with cones on their heads?
I'm looking at the time. Do we have this Kuiper story you guys want to play for me or no? Do you want to play that or no?
Oh, yeah. Let's squeeze it in.
Okay, let's go. So you guys want to set it
Now,
up?
you tell me. Now, I have not heard this story before. We were talking, actually, it was the Young Tony question of the day to Kipe yesterday about how you change up the vibes in a locker room after a losing streak. Now, Murph, you've had a lot more conversations with Kipe over the years. I've been on the morning show for 6 years. I've never heard this story before.
Okay, we'll play it. I'll let you know.
Tell us if you've heard this one or not.
I'll let you know.
I'm going to tell you what Frank Robinson did, and we were on a really bad streak, not just losing but playing bad. And he brought in a motivational speaker, and this woman came in. She had a boom box. Remember the boom box?
Mm-hmm.
That was it, man. You walked around, you had a boom box. You were it. So she walks in with her boom box, and she turns it on, and she takes her clothes off.
Oh.
It's a stripper. And I thought the guys, they were like, what in the heck is going on, right? Well, the chapel guys didn't know what to do. They were like, I don't know. So in the meantime, it was fine. We laughed, blah, 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 blah. And we lost the next 4 in a row. So that did not work. And I do not want that to happen tonight when the troops get into the ball.
Oh, man, that's good. I'm not sure. The vague memory, but no, that's new for me pretty much.
Right.
That's awesome. That's well told. By the way, maybe a bad stripper.
Yeah.
A bad stripper doesn't help. You know what I mean?
Maybe they should have sent her to the other team's clubhouse.
Yeah, sometimes you get a... Well, let's be honest. We've all been in bachelor parties, and you're like, yeah, they should spend a couple more bucks.
You went with the B team.
Yeah. Totally.
What, did I say that?
That is classic, man.
But when he went Frank Robinson, I was like, all right, he's going to tell the story about, drawing names out of a hat.
Well, the famous one, too, was the lunchbox when he, I thought he was going to tell the one about, so he flipped the spread and said, no more food until you guys win again. So he and Steve Kipe and legendary backup catcher Steve Nicosia pranked him with bringing in school. They brought in lunch boxes from school, like little Star Wars lunch boxes. And they said, well, Frank, you said no food, so I had to bring it from home. So they sat there on little folding chairs and ate sandwiches out of a lunchbox to mock Frank Robinson. I thought that was going to be, but the stripper's better.
Yeah, that's a good story.
The losing streak stripper. So she was not a slump buster.
No, she was not. No, she was not.
And they still lost the next 4, dude.
Yeah,
Didn't even work.
How about
that's
that,
what I'm saying.
dude?
She wasn't
How
a slump
about
buster.
that? Yeah.
All right, guys. Is that it? What else we got, bud? What do we got?
Oh.
Anything else?
That's it. We got to get going.
Okay,
we got to get
going.
We got Larry Krueger.
Clock. There you go. Well, maybe she could have brought in a traffic cone and been a traffic cop stripper. I'm digressing on too many different things. Larry Krueger and Daniel Jeremiah.
What's wrong with being sexy?
On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, every week we check in with Larry Krueger, LK. Krug went to Sac State, so he must know all about the Susac dynasty from Roseville, California, and Jesuit High and Carmichael. And Krug, let's dial into your 916 background, buddy. We're playing a little John Party from Dixon. That's Susac's walk-up music. So flex your Sac credentials here, Larry Krueger. Good morning.
What's up, Larry?
Well, my guys. Good morning, fellas. You know what? My brother, my older brother, the judge up in Sac, he's a Superior Court judge. He sent both of his boys to Jesuit, and now they're both, one just finished at Gonzaga, and one is at Gonzaga. So he's very much, all in on the Carmichael kid, and it was great to see. I actually talked to Daniel in the clubhouse when I went down to spring training a month ago now. And he's got a good attitude. I mean, he's what I like about him is that, for a 6'5" hitter, he gets up there, he bends his knees, he looks aggressive, he looks, powerful at the plate. He knows the strike zone and he uses the whole field. And I was just telling Tony, and he's got a bunch of cute little relatives that seemed like that show up at the games. And I'll tell you this, one of my favorite parts of watching Giants baseball is when they have a new guy who comes up and his whole family comes up and they show, because, if that's a regular, network game, we get one shot of the family, if that. Instead, they make it kind of a subplot. And to me, I think that's the directors over there do an amazing job.
Larry, where are you at?
I was just going to interrupt right. Jim Lynch. Give Jim Lynch and Jeff Kuiper. Yeah. Jim Lynch and Jeff Kuiper. There they go.
Jim Lynch and Jeff Kuiper. A little clap for those guys.
Nicely done, Murph. Nicely done, Murph. But I was going to ask, Larry, where are you at in the Daniel Susac versus Patrick Bailey debate?
It's funny. I had this debate with my 15-year-old yesterday. My 15-year-old's like, Dad, Bailey's. And I'm not even sure if I can even say the next word. And I'm like, hey, look, Bailey's a Gold Glove catcher. And then he's like, yeah, but Susac, And I'm like, Gold Glove catcher. So we're having this argument. My wife's like, can we please, settle, tone this down a little bit? But yeah, I mean, Gold Glove catcher. And I do think that, I would play Susac more based on especially how hot he is. He's hot as fish grease right now. But he just looks like to me, I was concerned coming out of spring training because I saw Rodriguez, and Rodriguez is an offensive player.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really sure if Susac was an offensive player. But to me, you need an offensive player as the backup when you have that kind of a defensive number one, right? And I think it's a beautiful mix. If Susac, is a real hitter, it's a great mix.
Yeah, it's great. I'm having really fun with ChatGPT and Claude and all that stuff lately. So sometimes I just ask silly stuff. Like I asked ChatGPT, should Dan Susac start over Pat Bailey? Just for fun, right? right. So what it does, it gives you all the arguments. Then at the end it says bottom line. And here's what it's really pretty funny. It's like a texter to KNBR or a caller. I'm just saying this because it's funny what the robot says. Bottom line, today, Bailey should still start most games. Right now, Susac deserves more playing time. And then the third one says, if this continues, Susac could legitimately take over. I was like, hey, ChatGPT, man.
Not bad.
You're as good as a sports
AI.
talk radio host here, man. So it was fun, man. It was fun, man.
You know what, Murph? Yes. You know what? There would be some Giants fans that would, call up at 808 KNBR and say, hey, that's mean-spirited. That's mean-spirited right there.
Well, listen, we know. I mean, I saw your take on social. They cut it about Baraki was a misstep by Vitello, and it just seems like,
I do believe that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, too. So here's my question. And, you look at it, Larry, the season, we'd be feeling entirely differently if they could hold it 2-1 lead in the 8th inning Sunday and a 4-0 lead on Monday. I mean, they'd be, right where we need to be against a tough grinder schedule to start the season. But they didn't. And that leads me to this question to you, one more, and then we'll get some football. But it was 4-0 last night in the 7th inning. And, dude, I started to, sweat. It's like, I don't know what the strategy is now when you're up 4-0 in the 7th inning. I really don't. They brought Robbie Ray out to go over 100 pitches. That was step number one. So are you working your guys too early? I don't know. Step number two, Ryan Walker. I don't know what to expect from him. He got through it somehow, some way. But Larry, I guess my long-winded question is, you get to the 7th or the 8th, and you and I are old enough to remember Mike Jackson and Rod Beck. You could lock it up, right? Or Felix Rodriguez, Tim Worrell, and Rob
or
Nen.
go way back, Randy Moffett to Gary Lavelle or something.
So Larry, where are we in the 7th, 8th, and 9th? What do you do?
Yeah, okay, so we talked a couple times in spring training, fellas, and I think I said to you guys then, I said part of one of the to-do list for Tony V in spring training is he's got to discover a couple relievers. And between Keaton Wynn and I think Caleb Killian, he definitely has discovered a couple relievers. But, when you look at this team and the rotation that they have and the offense that they have, they're going to be involved in a lot of low-scoring, close games. And this Pen is going to pitch a ton of high-stress innings. It's not just innings; it's high-stress innings. And there's just no doubt that they're going to need, I would say, 2 or 3 significant bullpen additions as the season progresses if they want to get to the postseason as a wild card team. So, they probably could have used one more out of going into spring. But they did discover a couple guys, but it's going to require, the discovery of at least, I would say, 2 or 3 more arms. Now, maybe 1 or 2 of them are internal, right? I talked to Will Bednar in the Cactus League clubhouse, and Will Bednar is intent, guys, on being one of those relievers this year, and he's got a good arsenal if he can just figure out some command. So maybe he's one of them, but Buster's and his guys are going to have to find at least a couple relievers that they can depend on, and maybe even a high leverage reliever. Somebody 7th, 8th, or 9th. If they really are serious about going to the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Buster Posey and Tony Vitello still need to discover a few more arms down in the bullpen. Yep. Meanwhile, down in Santa Clara, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are trying to discover a couple draft day gems. Tomorrow marks the day where we will be 2 weeks out from the NFL draft. So, Larry, what's the latest you're hearing down in Santa Clara of what the 49ers want to do with that first-round draft pick?
Well, there's all kinds of speculation. Mayoko has said that they might go safety in round 1. He named 4 or 5 safeties, which would be definitely a surprise. I think there's a lot of mock drafts that are off course because I think they're mocking offensive tackles and wide receivers to the 49ers in round 1. And unless they're going to trade a receiver, I don't see them going receiver in round 1. And unless they're going to get just the perfect tackle that they can slate in at left guard is his rookie year and then move him to tackle after that, I don't know that tackle makes sense. I think it's probably a guard or, I think Mayoko could be onto something. Safety is a good value. I think corner could be a good value. But John Lynch, I can't get away from what John Lynch told us at the Combine, which was defensive front. I mean, when I know enough about the Niners to know, when the season ends, we talk O-line. On draft day, we talk defensive tackles. So I would say defensive end, defensive tackle. I know they got Osa, and they drafted a couple tackles last year. There's also a lot of. I don't believe any of the speculation about Dexter Lawrence. I think that's just that's Bleacher Report just kind of throwing stuff out there. But the Myles Garrett thing is interesting. And I did talk to a couple people earlier this week from Cleveland who believe that Myles Garrett has privately asked to be traded and that the rest of the league general managers are aware of this and that the price tag on Myles Garrett, because the Browns don't have the leverage that maybe they would have had if you didn't ask for this trade, is kind of the cat's out of the bag, and that Garrett's going to get moved, and he may get moved for a price tag that's less than people think. So I can't discount that the 49ers are in that deal flow. I would almost imagine that they would be.
Wow. I mean, that obviously would be a gigantic move for sure here. So listen, Larry, sticking with NFL.com has this another AI thing here. That's that AI BS. But it's just interesting. They aggregate all the mock drafts and everything. And so they have a draft preview by the computer as the most likely pick based on your needs and what people are saying, blah, 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 blah. It ends up with, and you just tell me, they have the Niners taking Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle out of Utah.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus pick among the, there's a lot of people, a lot of people think that Peter Schrager, who a lot of, Ryan Clark kind of raked him over the coals and questioned his credentials. That Schrager does have a lot of sources, and he puts out a mock draft every year, and he actually cares about his mock draft because it's like his way of saying, hey, man, I'm connected. And he had the Niners going Caleb Lomu. That's not my favorite call, I got to be honest.
Tell me why.
He's a tackle who I don't think can play guard effectively. So then what do you do for a year? And I think he's a little underpowered as a guard. I think if they were going to go, with a guard, I'd rather see them go with somebody with a little bit
he's
more
listed
power.
He's also jumping in here, but what about as a
arms.
successor for Trent? Because it seems like the Trent thing, isn't going to be forever.
Right, but here's the thing. 49ers just picked up Mike Evans. That states that they want to be competitive in 2026. And if you're drafting Trent Williams' future backup and he sits the year, do you want your first-round pick to not really – backup offensive linemen don't play. So, there's a very good chance that he wouldn't play as a rookie, and then you're not playing your first-round draft choice. It's just an awful lot of draft capital to be sitting on the sideline for a year. But there's also speculation that the Niners don't have an agreement done with Trent Williams, and that the Chiefs and Niners may hook up on a draft day trade that sends Trent to Kansas City. And in that scenario, I think Lomu becomes much more viable.
Larry, random question for you. How many mock drafts do you read during the offseason, and how many more are you going to look at over the next couple of weeks?
The question is, how many do I make? I probably only I do make almost like a daily one just on the deal. But as far as putting them out there, I like to read a number of them. Lance Zierlein is one of my favorites. The Kuiper one I like. Matt Miller is a buddy of mine. He just did a 7-round mock draft. So there's a few people like that I think are in the know. To me, the draft guys are best for the mock drafts because they get a sense of the league. They talk to all kinds of people, and you get a feeling in those mock drafts where the prospects are going to land on the board more than anything.
Larry, had you talked to us about Ione last week? Wasn't that the guy you were talking to us about?
Yeah, the Penn State.
Yeah, he'd be gone, right? Long gone by 27.
Yeah, I have a feeling he goes, 14 to the Ravens or something like that. But, one of the viral clips of the week that, is circulating is that kid saw the equipment manager trying to push the equipment up this long tunnel, and it was like an uphill thing, and he jumped over the railing and pushed it up the hill for the guy, and everybody's like,
just born to do this.
This guy's, but he is an incredible prospect. I compare him to like a Steve Wisniewski coming out of Penn State. Penn State, offensive lineman. This guy's well coached. He's powerful. Dieter's not a fan, but I was talking to him the other night about it. But I think Venga Ione is if he's there on the board at 27, you run that card in.
I'm looking at a mock where he's gone at 11. So,
I think he'd be the only player. I think he'd probably be the only player that I would really trade up for. I think he's that dominant. I think if you get this guy, you can now run the ball. If you get this guy, you can stonewall Leonard Williams. You get this guy, and you're in biz.
Let me give you one more before I let you go, and that's a guy who's mocked right around 26, 27, 28. And because this position is so intriguing, wide receiver, which we know is controversial with Ricky Pearsall's development yet to flower, et cetera. Denzel Boston, Washington Husky, are you in?
No, I'm out.
Oof.
I'm out.
Okay.
Here's the thing. It's a real basic thing. It goes back to the Trey Lance draft. Stop drafting these GPS guys. Trey ran 22 miles an hour. When he got to camp, he was slower than Juszczyk. Okay, so no more GPS testings. What are we going to test speed with a sundial next? No, come on. That I want a real 40. Denzel Boston didn't run a real 40. He's got some great numbers, but man, I can't find a highlight where the defensive back's not just standing right next to him. So I kind of question that 40 speed. And then the other question is, I don't think the Niners are going to receiver in round one.
Yeah.
You got Evans, Pearsall, Kirk, Watkins, Cowing, DeMarcus Robinson. You're probably going to go with 5 guys on the roster That would be your 7th receiver. So if you see the Niners go receiver in round 1, just bank that Ricky Pearsall is getting traded.
Man.
I think.
So if D-line, and in conclusion, D-line, the only one I'm looking at in terms of rankings and draft probabilities in that late 20s is Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. Does that track for you?
I love him. I mean, yes, he's got short arms, but Reuben Bain has short arms. And, I had my own arms measured. I've got 34.5-inch arms.
What? Longer than Caleb Lomu?
I have longer arms than Tucker. Who's that? Ross Tucker. I was listening to the Ross Tucker podcast. He's like, I'm 6'4". I've got 31-inch arms. I'm like, I got to go get my arms measured.
34.
Sure enough, 34 and a
Dude,
half.
You're right there with Monroe Freeling, the tackle out of Georgia. He's at 34.
Seriously.
Yeah.
So when I go to the local pro day, I'm going to go show John Lynch, just be like, hey, arm length, John.
You know what,
arm
Larry?
length.
I hate to say, for the ladies out there, and I know you're married and you got a family, but long arms, they say a man needs long sleeves is what they need. Yeah, so there you go, Larry.
Draymond Green just texted in. He says, way to go, long arms.
All right. Now that's our cue to go.
Yeah.
That's our cue to go.
Thanks, Larry.
Guys. All right, be good, Larry. Thanks for the time.
See you guys.
Larry Krueger, the long arms of Larry Krueger. And the ladies, they notice those things, man. I don't know. How you doing I don't know what I'm doing on my arm. I don't know.
The ladies love Cool J and they love long arms.
Yeah, I say long arms need long sleeves. Cassius Howell, not long arms, 30.2.
What a disappointment.
30.2.
Can't draft him.
All right, guys. Well, Daniel Jeremiah will get us more arm length and other lengths at 9:30. But we do have to return to the big burning question of the day. Dan Susac, and maybe the lineup will be posted by the time we get to 9:30. Next on The Sports Leader.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the white vans. Thirsty, man. Damn. Daniel?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our question of the day, how long are your arms? No, we're just kidding. Has Dan Susac done enough to force a real conversation as the everyday catcher over Patrick Bailey? The Giants are undefeated when Dan Susac is in the lineup at catching for the Giants. So you guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627. We're going to have Daniel Jeremiah on at 9:30, but we're back on Giants next. So give us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now he swings and he hits a looping liner into center field, base hit. That was a sinker, and he had the shortened up stroke, and he just kind of served it over the head of the second baseman, who was playing him up the middle and into shallow center. Base hit. 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a base hit to right field. Come on. He is now 5 for 5, plus a walk. 2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there. Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall, goes into the corner. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, and Susac has a triple.
My whole goal this offseason was just to be consistent with everything I do, and every day be consistent, and my name's in the lineup. I'll play as hard as I can. If not, keep staying consistent with my practice and work, so whenever my name is called, I'm ready.
Oh, Daniel Susac. Hey, man, going to stay consistent. When my name's called, I'll be ready. Straight from the Crash Davis Nuclear Loose playbook of how to do an interview. If they need me, Skip, I'm there. Whatever you need, Skip, I'm here. And we are here waiting for the lineup to get posted because Tony's doing his media at 10:30, and the game's at 12:45 today. We'll be out there, or I'll be out there.
Yes, we will be out there. And also shout out to Greg Silver and John Dickinson, who will be broadcasting from 58 Social today before the game.
Outstanding. We're making it a John Party's getting free downloads today because that's his Dan Susac walk-up music, a Dixon, California country guy for a Roseville, California San Francisco Giant. Great stuff from Dan Susac, stealing the show yesterday, 3 for 4. Should he play more? The answer is pretty freaking obvious. The answer is yes, he should. Now, where? At catcher? What does that mean for Pat Bailey? Well, it means Pat Bailey's got to perform better to keep his job because this is the show, baby. It also means you could use Susac at DH, perhaps, but then if Susac, if Pat Bailey twists his ankle and Susac is go behind the dish, you lose your DH, but then you're back to playing National League Baseball from 1980.
That's fine. You can pinch hit for your pitchers. We've done it. We did it for over 100 years.
Maybe the pitchers could lay a bunt down a little bit better than Jared Oliva and Casey Schmidt yesterday.
Yeah.
I felt Tim Flannery's stabbing pain in his chest watching those guys try to lay one down.
Yeah.
You're a big leaguer, bro. You should get a bunt down. You're a big leaguer. And especially when you get 2 chances. Okay, 1, I get it. 2, no, I don't get it.
They got to go see the doctor.
Oh, bro. Don't get me started. So anyway,
hey, maybe they can play both catchers when Webby's starting, Marcus, because don't forget, Logan Webb, I believe, is the last pitcher to hit a home run.
Ooh, I believe you are correct. Last pitcher in Major League Baseball, not named Shohei Ohtani, to go deep was Logan Webb.
Shout out this date in Giants history, which we will always say, kids, ask your parents what a pitcher, because frequently we'll have any number of pitcher hitting highlights in there. You're freaking Kirk Reeder out there lacing RBI singles, bro. I'm like, kids, this is how we used to do it. And you know what? Everything was fine.
Yeah.
The sun rose in the east. We all enjoyed our lives. We enjoyed baseball. Beers were cheaper. I'm telling you.
We just solved all the issues. Start Patrick Bailey behind home plate. Then you have Daniel Susac at DH. And if something goes wrong, you can pinch hit Logan Webb off the bench.
That's it, buddy, right there. By the way, I'm going to digress on you because I did hear from my kid yesterday that you guys were cracking the old man when he was gone.
Oh, I mean, it's a radio tradition. A host takes a day off. You got to crack him.
Do I crack Marcus when he's gone?
Yeah, you've done it before.
I don't know if
you once riffed while I had COVID that Triple E was going to Wally Pitt me. Trust me, I didn't forget.
Clearly a riff.
I didn't forget.
Clearly a riff. Right?
Exactly. That's what we do. We riff on each other.
So you made a riff about, Declan said, Dad, Marcus is saying something about you don't have to play some random 80s band as a rejoin. We're going to play more J. Cole.
Yeah, a lot of J. Cole, a lot of Post Malone, a lot of Deja Vu rejoins yesterday.
So now that I'm back, Deja Vu, shout out Dionne Warwick.
See, that's what we were missing yesterday.
Well, no, I'm missing my one traffic cone in popular culture. We talked about, the pirates are using these traffic cones now, hoist the cone and all that stuff. There is can I talk to my Brady Bunch people? The famous traffic cone incident with the egg. Is Marsha a better driver than Greg? 808 KNBR. Wow. Greg hits the gas, chokes, hits the traffic cone, the egg breaks. Marsha's better. They're defying gender stereotypes back there.
We're going
on the Brady Bunch. Back to the Giants here, buddy.
Buster's Bunch.
Susac, 209 checking in, said, all this talk about how you can't bench a Gold Glove catcher. Well, Dan Susac in 2 starts has allowed no stolen bags and a total of 2 runs to the other team. So who says Dan Susac isn't a really good defensive catcher?
Yeah, and that's why I want to see more of Daniel Susac behind home plate. I'm not going to compare his defensive skill set to a guy like Patrick Bailey, who, if you use your eyeballs or if you want to check out any metrics in Major League Baseball, they will tell you that he's the best defensive catcher in baseball. Now, that's not me taking shots at Daniel Susac like he's Blake Sable behind home plate, but the numbers don't lie, even though if you don't like his offensive numbers, there's no question that Patrick Bailey is the best defensive catcher in baseball.
Okay. So here's where I got to be a jerk. And listen, I like Pat Bailey. He likes America. So do we.
Oh,
I got no beef with Pat Bailey, but if your defense is that good, why are we going 81 and 81 every year? You know what I mean? We can kind of live, you know what I mean?
You can ask the same question about Logan Webb. If he's that good, why are the Giants 81 and 81 every year?
This is true.
Like, if you don't have Logan Webb, if you don't have Patrick Bailey, maybe we're talking about a team that wins 70 games a year.
I stand by my original statement.
Yeah, where'd you get that statement? The jerk store? What, they're all out of jerks?
Well, that's funny because you're their all-time bestseller. Mike Krukow came on our show earlier today, and he said, listen, Dan Susac, by the way, a couple of nice, fun trivia notes. First Giant to go 5 for 5 in his first 5 big league at-bats since at least 1900, and going back to the records, they don't have it any earlier than that. So he becomes history-making, passing the great Willie McCovey, who went 4 for 4 off of Robin Roberts.
Rename the cove.
July 31, 1959. And the only big leaguer to ever reach 6 for 6 was a guy named Ted Cox, 1977 Red Sox. That's a little disturbing because I don't remember. I was a fan of the Red Sox back then. That's when I was falling in love with him. And I don't remember Ted Cox.
Ted Cox.
Let's put it this way. Curly's not booking him for my birthday guest.
No.
You know what I mean?
Ted Cox is not showing up on the guest list.
No, exactly. So anyway, Mike Krukow is a fan. And, it's a 6'5" catcher.
Harry the Hat Walker.
Oh, there he is. Ted Cox. Here's Mike Krukow on whether or not he thinks Dan Susac should be playing more.
Well, I do think they have something in Daniel Susac. I was excited about him when I first saw him in spring training because of his right field approach, because he was a good low ball hitter and he used the middle of the field. He didn't get greedy. I was also really impressed with what I saw with his arm. He's got a cannon for a throwing arm, and his quickness. He's 6'5", and you don't often talk about a guy 6'5" who has quickness to get out of his spot and field his position. I mean, I like everything about the guy. My opinion on a guy that gets hot, especially a new guy that comes up, is ride the hot hand. Ride it as long as you can. Give him as many at-bats and just see where this goes type thing. And, yes, the league is going to make adjustments. And, yes, he's not going to get 3 hits every night he goes out there. But, I ride him till he cools off. I just think that's something that is great in so many ways. Number one, he's bringing big energy to the team. They're all enjoying watching him succeed like we are, and that's energy that only rookies can bring in. When you see a guy who is a good kid, who's quiet, and he's a good presence in the clubhouse, and have him go off. You obviously know he's digging it, and but everybody else is too. So I think that vibe, you exploit, whether it's behind the plate or as a DH, I don't know. But I think that you have to really consider keeping that bat in there until it cools off.
All right. Well, Philly's going with a righty today, Aaron Nola, and we know that, righty, less advantageous than Pat Bailey hitting as a left-handed hitter where he has been better. So, but you're saying DHing, which means you're not DHing Gerard Encarnacion, who actually has been hitting the ball a little bit. Mm-hmm. So now you're taking Gerard, but you're keeping Gerard as a pinch hit option off the bench.
Yeah, just in case Patrick Bailey does get hurt in the middle of the game.
And by the way, how are we feeling? How many games in now? What are we, 12 games in now? How are we feeling about the lack of left-handed bats? I'm feeling it. I'm noticing it, and it's kind of bumming me out.
Well, dude, I actually enjoyed seeing Jung Hoo Lee come off the bench yesterday. I was like, this is the first time they've gone to a lefty off the bench.
And it worked. He hit a sack.
Exactly.
Didn't he hit a sack fly?
Yeah, he had a sack fly, RBI. And that's something that we can talk to with Zach Manassian, GM of the Giants, on Thursday morning. It really feels like the front office has kind of limited some of that flexibility and some of these late game moves for Tony Vitello by not having a left-handed option off the bench.
Yeah. So interesting stuff. And we're looking down at AAA. Listen, Bryce is not tearing it up. He's not going James Tibbs. But, a couple other guys are, including left-handed bats, Will Brennan, Drew Gilbert, right? Even, I don't know about Grant McRae, not as much. But there's another right-handed bat going off down there, Vic Barracoto.
Yes.
Dude, sometimes when you put all your eggs in one Bryce Eldridge basket, here comes a Vic Barracoto. And, you said Kerry even advocated calling him up?
Yeah, we were talking about Barracoda yesterday, and Kerry even said, look, if Jung Hoo Lee continues to struggle, maybe he finds himself in a platoon situation where you do need a right-handed bat. Now, you can also play that card with Jorah right now. We saw him out in right field last night. I just don't think the Giants want to get into a situation where you're not playing Jung Hoo Lee against lefties, especially not with that contract. But it's an option because Barracoda, in my opinion, was one of the guys that probably should have earned a spot on the roster after his spring training. They gave it to Jared Oliva instead, but I think Jared Oliva is replaceable on this roster.
831 and 707. I agree. Bad day for him yesterday. Tough deal because you like to see the kid do well.
Yeah, it's 30, like even if he's like your speed option, your pinch hit guy off the bat, like he's not a lefty. Bring up Drew Gilbert, Grant McRae. Those guys have speed. They can pinch run.
Agreed. Might have been a misstep by Buster and Zach. We'll have Zach on tomorrow, by the way. 831 and 707 say Water Boy. Webb doesn't play every day. Bailey plays at least 4 out of 5 days. Therefore, your analogy does not hold up entirely on the 81 and 81.
Okay, 81 and 81. Who else do you want to get rid of, huh? I mean, what? Ellie Ramos is an all-star. People are trying to run him out of town. Like, you got to build with something.
By the way, you got to love Kipe listening. He checks in and says, hey, Murph, Ted Cox was in the Dennis Eckersley trade when the Indians traded Eck to the Red Sox. There's some great knowledge right there. Thank you, Kipe, for tuning in. Maybe on his way in. Maybe he voice texted that over the Bay Bridge there.
What's up, Kipe?
So, well done, man. Yes, sir.
Oh, no. I just said well done, Kipe.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, we all want to see it. Now, Curly, lineup's still not out, huh? No? Okay, all right. Well, listen, the last couple of days they've shaken it up a little bit more, and maybe we'll continue to see him shake it up a little bit more. Righty on the mound, Aaron Nolan.
A little bit more.
And listen, I was really impressed that they did that to Christopher Sanchez yesterday because I thought that guy was, man, oh man, lefty, second in the Cy Young voting, had a great first start for the Phillies, and I was like, this does not add up well. I actually texted Brad Mansion before the game because he was grumpy as heck, and I was grumpy, and I said, and you know they ain't beating Chris Sanchez. And they did.
And they did.
They did.
That's baseball.
That's why they play the games, Young Tone. All right, Aaron Nola versus Tyler Mahle.
We might have a lineup here. Check your phones.
Okay.
Ooh,
all right.
Let's squeeze this in.
Here it is. All right, Marcus. Leading off at shortstop, Willie Adames. Batting second at DH, Luis Arise. DH, Luis Arise. Keep that in your mind as I read the rest of this. Batting third at third base, Matt Chapman. He's hot. Batting fourth at first base after being dropped to the 5-hole yesterday, Rafael Devers. We didn't mention yesterday, not just his great pick at first, But he had a little playful moment with Andrew Susac. Damn, Jesus. Daniel
there it is again.
Susac.
Damn, Daniel.
With Daniel Susac on a pop-up that nobody was going to catch, and Devers had to run in and catch it. And then they had a little jostle back and forth, and they were laughing with each other. Devers, everybody says Devers is, he's a bad club. He looked like he was yucking it up with these guys. Devers batting fourth at first base. Batting fifth in right field. He's back. Your boy, Jung-Hoo Lee. Fans are turning on this guy.
Yes, they are.
Batting sixth in left field. Gerard Encarnacion. So they're sitting Ramos.
No Elliot Ramos today.
Okay, so now we have Arise at DH. We have Encarnacion in left. How's this going to play out? Back in center field in the 7-hole, Harrison Bader. And can I get a little Fox News chime here?
Here it is, Murph. The question that everybody's been waiting for.
What does this say about Tony V starting at catcher, Patrick Bailey? Starting at catcher.
I like America.
I'll tell you, yeah, we do too. Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
That's and batting
I'm not.
ninth for his first start of the year after pitching an inning, Christian Koss. So the shakeups are Arise to DH, Koss to second, Ramos to the bench, Encarnacion to left, and Bailey in for Susac.
No Susac.
And your right-handed pitcher is Tyler Mahle. That's a Buster Posey 162 move, man. That's Buster going, guys, we're going 162. It's a long ocean voyage, and here's what we're going to do. Also, Bailey 2 for 5 against Chris Sanchez, too.
Yeah.
I mean, against Aaron Nola, pardon me. Okay, guys, Daniel Jeremiah to take our focus off of Patrick Bailey catching today, and he'll talk NFL draft next on The Sports Leader.
I like America.
I'll tell you, fun. Yeah, we do, too.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah to get us ready. NFL Draft 2 weeks from tomorrow. NFL Network providing live coverage in Pittsburgh of the 2026 NFL Draft, April 23rd through the 25th. NFL Network analyst and host of Move the Sticks and the 40s and Free Agents podcast, available wherever you listen to podcasts. Our friend Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel, good to have you back on the Niner flagship morning show, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Daniel?
Hey, what's up, Daniel?
What's going on, fellas? I've got two quick questions before you hit me with some questions.
Please.
what's wrong with Matt Chapman? Why is he so pissed off? And then number two, should I want Joe Lacob as the owner of the Padres? Those are my two questions.
Well, I'll start with the second one first. Absolutely. At least I would say yes. I know Lacob right now is unpopular because of a couple of moves, Kuminga, et cetera. But yes, because he's going to come in, and I guarantee you he will do everything you want out of an owner, which is just kick down every door and spend every dollar to win. Now, you can argue with like the wisdom of his decisions or whatever, because I think maybe sometimes they signed the wrong guy, but he's going to spend to win. I'd liken him to Steve Cohen, kind of like the Mets a little bit. That's my first knee-jerk take right there. So you guys would be big market in a hurry, Daniel, so that's number one. Number two, the Chapman thing was just a little moment in time. I mean, that's just a little red-ass baseball moment. And by the way, ever since that incident, he's been red hot. He went 3 for 4. Yeah. Well, catch the blanking ball.
Yeah.
Catch it. You know what I mean? So, I'm reading the Earl Weaver biography. I sent this to you guys on text. None of you responded to me, by the way. I'm reading the Earl Weaver biography, and they said, in the dugout every day, Earl would yell at us, catch the effing ball. And I sent it to my staff here. I'm like, hey, guys, look at Earl Weaver. Nobody responded to the text.
Didn't catch the text.
Yeah. Anyway, Daniel, let's get into it, man. Okay, let's start before we get to the draft. The 49ers off-season, they signed Mike Evans. Some people, I like it a lot. Some people say, injury prone.
Yeah, can he catch the blanking ball?
They signed Christian Kirk. Some say he can, catch the blanking ball. Thank you, Marcus. And then they signed Osa Odigizua. I don't know your feeling on their off-season, their big-name acquisitions.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, Odigizua getting Greenlaw back, I liked. To me, I really like what they did. The Mike Evans thing to me is going to be huge, just because, I mean, it's a red zone league, and you've got now, even at this age, a premier red zone target down there, because Shanahan's so good schematically, and Brock is so good at being able to sift and sort through all that stuff when you're between the 20s. They're going to be able to carve people up schematically and attack that way. A lot of times I feel like once you get inside the red zone, it's a little less about, how well your play is designed, and a little bit more about just the Jimmies and Joes, like who can win, who are ball winners. And that's, it's Mike Evans his entire career. So I really like that fit. And then Christian Kirk is just a consummate professional who every team that he's been on, everybody just seems to love him as a dude. So I think he'll fit right in. And when you've had some of the issues they've had in that room, and some of the frustration there, I think this is just it's absolutely an adult that you throw in there.
Yeah, well, a lot of those issues last year in that room, for the last couple of years, have involved Brandon Ayuk, who technically is still on the 49er roster right now. So, Daniel, what's your breakdown of that situation? Is there actually a trade market for Brandon Ayuk, and do you think the 49ers will get anything in return for him?
Yeah, I don't see much of one, but I mean, he's just been out of sight, out of mind for the rest of the league. The talent's always been there. I don't pretend to know everything that went into his being so disgruntled. But he was, when he was on the field, he was a talented player. It's an enigma to me. I can't figure it out. But you're talking to people around the league, the name has not come up at all. So that's a mystery.
That is we've been talking about that guy for so freaking long, and we continue to. So, all right, well, we pivot to the draft, and obviously this is exciting 2 weeks from tomorrow. Now, the Niners are a very unsexy pick, number 27. It's usually when most people tune out of the first round. But you're looking at the 49ers, and I think we can all agree this is a team that I agree. They're trying to win a Super Bowl right now. I mean, they're trying to win a Super Bowl right now. So if you're trying to win a Super Bowl right now, where do you think the 49ers have to go? It seems like they have a history of D-line. There's also offensive tackle questions with Trent Williams, et cetera. There's also perhaps wide receiver depth issues. I don't know. You look at the Niners, a team trying to win a Super Bowl right now, and you look at where they're picking. We've seen names like Lomu, the tackle from Utah. We've seen Howell, the pass rusher from A&M. Do you have any look at the back end of that draft, what would fit the Niners' needs now?
Yeah, I would stack it as edge, then tackle, then receiver, in terms of, what would help them if you're talking about trying to win a Super Bowl this next year. I think the tackle is look, you're kind of roll the dice a little bit for Trent and just keep him healthy for another year, and then you could jump into that tackle market the following year. But edge to me would be the position where it could have the most impact. We're coming off of the last two Super Bowls where neither of those teams had double-digit sack guys, but they just had waves of pass rushers they could throw at you. So getting somebody else to throw into that room would make some sense. One of the interesting ones to me is a guy like Mesidor, because he can kick inside and rush inside as well. And you could have a pretty dynamic package with him being able to do that on some third down situations. So he's an interesting one. Howell would give you the fastball that would be fun to watch in that system as well on an attacking front. The trade back scenario, if you wanted to just trying to get out of the first round, say somebody wants to come up for a quarterback, if it's a Ty Simpson move, and the guy like Malachi Lawrence in the second round would be a lot of fun and a good fit.
Daniel, there have been some reports that the Chiefs have been keeping an eye on the Trent Williams situation here in Santa Clara. So do you see a possibility where the 49ers could move on and trade Trent Williams after not being able to kind of iron out a contract at this point of the offseason?
I wouldn't want to do it now. I mean, I just think it's so late in the offseason. You've missed out on a chance to fill it in free agency. The draft, you're in a draft where you're picking towards the bottom, and it's not the star-studded draft of some that we've had in the past. I just don't know. If you're looking at the window and saying we're making a push and we're bringing in veterans like Mike Evans, like that doesn't time up from a window standpoint for me.
All right, Daniel. Well, listen, top of the draft just for fun before we let you go. I mean, Fernando.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Orlovsky tried to shake it up by saying he thinks Ty Simpson's a better quarterback. I don't know if he's just trying to shake it up. But your feelings on the Raiders and Fernando Mendoza and them signing Kirk Cousins as kind of the ultimate babysitter. What's your take on their situation?
Yeah, I like what they're doing. I think they're building a nice little cocoon for Mendoza to come into and develop. He's not going to have to get on the field. He's going to get a chance to learn under Kirk. He's going to have Brady as a resource, which will be nice. They need to continue to fill out that offensive line. So we'll see how they attack that after the Mendoza pick. But, I think this is, when you have a new coordinator or a new head coach who's coming in, I think there's a little patience there. I think the timeline worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, and he got Max Crosby back after that trade did not go through with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
But, Daniel, there's always trade talks with pass rushers in the league. Myles Garrett is the name that's popping up a lot in the rumor mill right now. Do you think the Cleveland Browns move on from him? Could you see a fit in San Francisco? Is this a trade you're expecting to happen before or at the trade? Or what's your breakdown on the Myles Garrett situation?
Yeah, I was hopeful that we might see some movement there, and the Browns fans get mad at me, but I just think it would spice it up a little bit, would spice up this draft. But, that rumor got kicked around a little while ago and was definitively, I should say, shot down by Andrew Berry, their general manager. So I don't expect or anticipate that we'll see a Myles Garrett trade. But, I mean, you talk about someone who was put on this earth to play in the scheme that the 49ers run, it would be Myles Garrett. I mean, that would he would be an unbelievable fit, and I can't imagine a world in which a healthy Nick Bosa was on the opposite side. That would be scary indeed, and I would be willing to discuss a lot of picks and a lot of different players to make that happen if he ever did become available.
Just last one for you, Daniel. The 49ers in the West. I mean, you can argue it's the three best teams in football right there.
Yeah.
Seattle winning the Super Bowl. I don't know how that affects their sort of, losing obviously the running back. The Rams, of course, doing their Rams things. How do you feel about the 49ers' ability to jockey with those two teams? Now, granted, we haven't done the draft yet, but going into the draft, Do you feel that they are on level footing to throw haymakers with these guys, or do you feel like they're still a step behind?
No, I think they're close. But I would still stack the other two ahead of them. The Rams have been ultra aggressive in what they've done, which is not a surprise. The McDuffie move is a huge move for them. You can't state it enough. And not only because of just how talented he is, but because he is someone that you can utilize to match up with JSN. So I think that every move that they made was with the Seattle Seahawks in mind. I still think the Niners are excellent, but I would say in the trenches right now, I would place them as third, behind those two teams. They just have so much depth and so many guys in both spots. So still work to be done, but we've got a draft, and we'll see how they come out of it.
Yeah, good stuff. And obviously they're gonna be up against it. Should be some great games. Niners, Seahawks, Niners, Rams this year. All right, Daniel, good stuff. I know we gotta let you go because the Pirates and the Padres are underway, and you guys put up a 0 in the top of the first, so you're already angry.
That's brutal. At least we're not facing schemes today. Jiminy Christmas.
Right, no,
we
you guys have actually
two Cy Young Award winners this year.
After we took 2 out of 3 from you guys righted the ship a little bit. 2 of 3 in Boston, took the first one in Pittsburgh. So climbing out. climbing out a little bit.
Yeah, trust me. I heard from Adam Peters after we lost 2 out of 3 to the Giants.
Nice. Adam Peters. Did he also tell you he was going to get Brandon Ayuk for a song? Is that what he told you?
No, we didn't get into the Brandon Ayuk discussion.
Right.
It was more along the lines of, can we get somebody to hit in our lineup?
Great Bruin, Adam Peters, celebrating the UCLA Women's Basketball Championship. So,
of course.
All right, Daniel, thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus, and have a great Wednesday.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah is good, man. Well, he says the Niners are still a step behind the Seahawks and the Rams. I mean, forget the Rams, just quietly added Trent McDuffie to their secondary.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'd say most of the league is a step behind the Seahawks and Rams.
Well, you got to play these games. I want the banquet circuit. Seahawks are going to get fat and lazy. And then you just got to go down to Australia and beat the Rams somehow, some way.
That's it. We'll see you down under.
All right, man. Well, we'll finish up strong on the other side. What did young Tony learn? We'll get you ready. And yes, if you're wondering, the lineup is out. Patrick Bailey starting at catcher today. We spent 3 hours and 40 minutes talking about it, all to have Tony Vitello say, nope, I'm going with Patrick Bailey. And maybe this text sums it up. 719 Ray from Washington, listening in the great state of Washington. You guys are like the morning show Mean Girls.
Mean Girls?
You were very brutal on Patrick Bailey. Don't you think it's a little early to kick him to the curb? Go Giants, Ray from Washington.
Yes, Ray. And on Wednesday, we wear pink.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's a line from Mean Girls.
You know what? Never saw the flick.
Oh, come on. You want to do something fun? You want to go to Taco Bell?
You saw Mean Girls.
Oh, dude, I have an older sister. Of course
It's
I've
a
seen it.
musical, right, on
Multiple times.
Broadway?
No. Oh, is it now?
I think it is a musical on Broadway. Yeah,
Lindsay Lohan. Yeah.
Tony, you
I
seen it,
remember.
buddy?
No.
You've never seen Mean Girls?
No.
Oh, wow.
I don't have any
That's
sisters.
shocking. John Joe Curley for sure has seen it, right?
No, he's
like
got
from our
two brothers who are
generation.
li-
Yeah.
He's got two
You're saying no.
solemn drinking
I'm
Irish
shocked.
brothers who don't even crack an emotion.
Man, on Wednesdays, we wear pink.
They haven't showed emotion since 1997
Oh, man.
in that family, dude. All right, man. Well, what does Wednesdays we wear pink mean?
That's what the Mean Girls wear. Every Wednesday, the group of Mean Girls,
Hey,
they all
Marcus.
wear pink.
Are you quoting the movie Mean Girls or the San Francisco Giants marketing department for uniforms?
On Tuesdays, we wear purple.
Bro, I looked on the screen last night. It was their 4th home uni of the year. I was like, no, you old man.
They got the win. They got the win.
On the Sports Leader.
The vibes have been high.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day where you spend 3.5 hours talking about something, and then with one lineup posting, it goes up in smoke. That's what we do here in Sports Talk Radio. Good to be back. Shout out Pebble Beach, man. Taking my kid there was a life highlight for me. Hopefully for him. It was sometimes a struggle getting out of bunkers, which can add up your score in a hurry. Tony. On the 7th hole, the famous 7th hole, the par 3, I showed you my little knockdown wedge I hit. You know, I took a little half swing with a wedge. Track into the green, not a bad shot. Bounces on the left side of the green, kicks into the bunker. Couldn't get out of the bunker.
Oh.
Couldn't get out. So all of a sudden, your dream hole, you're leaving 3 in the bunker, dude. You're like, what are you doing here?
Now, let me ask you a quick question. Do you ever play a round of golf without keeping score?
Frequently.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say, like, sometimes you should just enjoy it, right? Like, Pebble Beach seems like one of those courses. Of course, you want to know your score so you can say, I broke 100 at Pebble Beach,
right.
but
Which I didn't.
Just enjoy the views, enjoy the beers, enjoy the damn game more. All you do is bitch and complain about your scorecard. Enjoy the game more.
You're hitting on something very profound, buddy. Very profound. And then when you have a good hole, you treasure it.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, thank you, buddy. Thank you.
It's all about those little moments.
Little moments.
And a great moment for you and Declan yesterday.
Thank you very much, buddy. And then going to the tap room afterwards and sitting down and ordering that Alvarado Street Mai Tai IPA, tropical IPA.
That's a good IPA.
Dude, they served it in a mug. I couldn't even describe it. It wasn't like a pint glass. It was like
one of those German mugs?
I don't even know. It was just frosted and beautiful.
Oh, I love a frozen mug.
And dude, the beer after that, oh my God.
Oh, that hits different, I bet. I bet it hits different.
Probably a top 50 beer of my life there, dude.
Yeah, dude. Congrats.
Maybe even a top 20. Who knows?
Enjoy it. The sweet nectar.
Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Well, we're going to the yard today. We're all going out. I remember when I was a kid and I'd be listening to Frank and Mike in the morning and they would be talking about going out to a day game. And I was going and getting ready for school. I was like so jealous. I'm like, those guys get to go to a baseball game today. I'm going to school, man. Well, that's us now.
Oh, perks of our shift for sure.
Yeah. And they used to be called Businessman Special. 808, shout out gender stereotyping and sexism. 808 KNBR, Businessman Special.
Yeah.
And the idea was like, you're supposed to like $2 off tickets for the Businessman Special. So you're supposed to like work till lunch, then knock off and go to the game.
Yeah, which my grandpa hated, by the way, living in the city because it would cause so much more traffic during the day when he'd get off work working the docks.
There you go. All right. We don't hear much about Grandpa.
Yeah, Grandpa Boucher. Yeah, South City.
We hear about Grandma from Massachusetts who made you, she was the Portuguese, right? Who made the,
so that would be my dad's dad, who is a Yankee fan, obviously, but I do want to give a special shout out to our guy, DC, who did the audio package that we played on opening day.
Yeah.
And my dad said he had like vivid flashbacks to in the kitchen with his mom because my grandma on my mom's side was actually a Giants fan. And he remembers making bologna sandwiches singing Bye Bye Baby.
That is so awesome.
So I want to make sure to mention that.
That gave me all the feels right there, buddy. Okay, Masters tomorrow. Mark Cannizzaro will join us. We can't wait. But in the meantime, Young Tone, let's hit it.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So we were talking about the brawl today with Jorge Soler and Ronaldo Lopez. And we were talking about big men who charge the mound. And we were talking to Mike Krukow. And there's a famous incident where Dave Winfield, 6'6", the only player ever drafted by the Major League Baseball draft, NBA draft, NFL draft.
How about that, young Tony?
So how about having this guy? So Krukow goes in on him here. Let's just watch your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Take it away here, Tony.
It was 1980 when Dave Winfield came out to get my partner, and Barry Foote caught him from behind, although Barry Foote was running hard. Winfield wasn't.
I was more concerned about Gene Richards.
I'll tell you what, though, if he decides to come up here, it would not be a good idea.
I mean, he's 6'7" anyway. And when he started running out there to the mound, he got a whole lot bigger. So even to this day, I sent a birthday card and a Christmas card to Barry Foote saying, thanks, you saved my life.
Well, you got to see what it was like when he was coming to break up a double play.
I'll bet.
After someone had hit him.
Well, he's a first-round pick in 3 sports. Tells you what type of athleticism he had.
Dude, how about that? Now, I will say this. In rewatching it, Winfield's kind of jogging. He's not necessarily, and Krukow, to his credit, doesn't back down.
Yeah,
he's standing
but you
there.
can see right before Barry Foote gets his arms around him, he's like almost reaching back to throw a punch.
Let's watch
as
the
he's
catcher.
slowing
Watch
down.
the catcher. Watch the catcher. Watch the catcher.
Look.
Watch the catcher.
Dude, thank God for Barry Foote in that situation, or else we would not be talking to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Oh man, oh man. Now it's crazy. My buddy Daryl, who does work in the juvenile probation field, said he doesn't think by his standards that Soler really wanted to fight. I said, I thought so. And he goes, no, trust me, I've seen a lot of fights. And he says, and I said, I thought Soler did want to fight.
He was thrown with bad intention. Like
well,
those were haymakers. He just didn't land.
I guess Daryl has seen some real fights then.
Some
I don't know.
scraps, yeah.
I thought that was really, really good. So Mike said to us that he liked seeing Soler and Lopez go at it, and he misses it.
Yeah, he does.
Do you guys agree?
I agree.
Well, I mean, Tony, you're a new hockey fan. You're going tonight, Edmonton, right?
It's a part of the game.
Do you like the fights in hockey?
Do I? It's my favorite part of the game, bro.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we've gotten to such a point in baseball where you can't break up a double play. You can't run over the catcher. I like a little physicality, a little physical contact in my game of baseball.
Okay, man. All right. Well, there you go. And finally, my sister just checked in on her birthday.
Hey,
it's happy birthday, Katie. Hank Aaron Day, as we call it in the family.
She the candy corn sister that got the lifetime supply?
That is correct.
Yeah, dude.
Nice. She said she nicknamed one of the guys at work, United Airlines, Mean Girl. And that's what everyone calls him, even his manager.
Look at
him
that.
Mean Girl.
See, that's it.
So, on this
Somebody
day,
gets my Mean Girl riffs.
on this day in 1974, Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's record. It was my sister's birthday dinner, and my brother told me to stay downstairs to watch the Aaron at bat. My mom said, dinner's served. Katie's birthday dinner is served. My brother said, don't go up, don't go up. And Katie started going, they're not coming up, they're not coming up. And then Aaron hit the home run. And I saw it.
Dude.
So we saw it. Then we came up 10 minutes late, and Katie was crying. Everybody's upset. Da, da, da. So it's always known as Happy Birthday, Katie. Happy Hank Aaron Day.
Oh, yes.
All right.
And a pro move by your big brother.
Yeah, I got to see it. I remember it. All right, Papa and Silver live from 58 Social is next. JD filling in for Papa today. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
At this point, Tony, why not just play Susac every day?
That's a great question.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now he swings it. He hits a looping liner into center field, base hit. That was a sinker, and he had the shortened up stroke, and he just kind of served it over the head of the second baseman, who was playing him up the middle and into shallow center. Swing and a base hit to right field. Come on. He is now 5 for 5, plus a walk in his second big league game. 2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there! Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall, goes into the corner. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, and Susac has a triple! His 3rd hit of the game.
My whole goal this offseason was just to be consistent with everything I do, and every day be consistent, and if my name's in the lineup, I'll play as hard as I can. If not, keep staying consistent with my practice and work, so whenever my name is called, I'm ready.
First time this season for a day game. We are live at 58 Social. It is Papa and Silver. It is great to be out here at the patio. Best win of the 4 for the Giants so far last night. We got the Susac sensation, Robbie Ray of Sunshine. Doug Christie is an elite tanker down at Chase Center, and JD is a super reporter. We're going to be here till 11:45. Day game, rubber match, and after all the complaining and the skidding and the 4-game losing streak, well, the Giants really put it together last night in all phases of the game. It's good to be with you, my friend.
Good to be with you. Great to be out here. And, of course, we have to do our ode to the man, the myth, the legend, Greg Papa as
Bloody's
well.
up.
Cheers, Bloody's up out here. We got Barbara, Mary, and Jane. Everybody's on hand here. They got their shots ready to go, so I'm going to take a quick sip here.
As you should, and JD
As
did
Papa would.
Right. Well, I mean, just more than a sip right there.
Well, you start with a sip. You start with a sip. It all starts with a sip. But, no, great to be with you and great to be out here. And who says the Giants can't hit left-handed pitching? Who says the Giants can't? That's all the Giants do is beat left-handed pitching. That's 2 wins in a row of the 4 where they've hammered out left-handed pitching, and pretty good left-handed pitching, and David Peterson and Christopher Sanchez last night. And, yeah, Daniel Susac, big part of the story, not in the lineup. Robbie Ray's pitched like an ace to this point, and we'll see if the Giants can make it stand up with another win this afternoon before they hit the road and try and get to 5-8. But always fun to be out here with you.
Well, I know that Murph and Marcus teased the lineup at the end of their show, but just to give it to you at the top of ours, Willie Adames leading off. Luis Ariz will be a DH today, hitting second. Matt Chapman will be hitting third. Rafael Devers back to number 4. Jung-Hoo Lee will be hitting behind him, so they're going lefty-lefty. Then you got Gerard Encarnacion. He's in left field, so an off day for Elliot Ramos as far as the start goes. Harrison Bader back in center field. Patrick Bailey will be behind the plate. And then Christian Koss is going to be hitting 9, getting his first start at second base this year. So a little bit of tinkering there from Tony Vitello, and we're starting to see a little bit more out of this bench that wasn't used a lot in the first week.
Yeah, it gave a few guys nights off against the lefty last night, and it paid off. And get some other bats in there and you move the line a little bit. And that's the one thing as we get more in depth into Daniel Susac and the big debate throughout the morning of Bailey versus Susac. It felt a little like Posey versus Molina Part 2. I kid, of course, silliness, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but Susac brings an element that I think not enough Giants hitters have, which is put the bat on the ball, make contact, and we'll see how he gets. It would have been an easy one, would have been a layup, I feel like, for Tony Vitello with the vibes surrounding Susac and the 2 games that he's played to just put him out there today, even day game after night game.
You could have DH'd him.
Even against a right-handed pitcher today in Aaron Nola, but that's not the way they chose to go. But it's only going to further, I think, the debate and some of the angst, especially if the Giants, with more of the regulars in there, Jung-Hoo Lee's back in there today, again, Bailey's back in there today, little bit of a different look. But if this team's got to start hitting and moving the line more consistently with the guys that they planned on, counting on throughout the course of this year, and maybe we'll mix in the guys that are the upstarts like a Daniel Susac along the way.
Well, yesterday we had the disappointment of the bullpen letting the game get away from them once again, and so the Giants offensively were actually fine. I mean, second half of the game, maybe not as much, but in the first half of the game on Monday, they were able to get a lot of hits, and they finished with 11 on the night. They did get out to that 4-0 lead. They did make use of the sac fly when Luis Ariz maybe got little Oracle parked on that very, very deep sac fly. In fact, the deepest of his career in terms of distance. And then the bullpen happened, and the Phillies have a really good lineup, and they got a lot of hitters, and Schwarber and Harper, and we get it. And then Baraki came in, and he couldn't get past the lefties, and that one got away from them. Last night, though, they were able to get that offense going, and the other side of it is that the Giants starter, Robbie Ray, was fantastic. I know we had talked about the other 3 guys, the not Webb, not Ray, so Hauser, Malley, and Roop. And Roop is the one that probably had the best start out of anybody to this point in the year, but he also really struggled in his second outing against the Mets. Robbie Ray was just absolutely spectacular last night, and when he finds a way to pitch in this ballpark in the month of April, usually goes pretty well.
He's been terrific to this point, and he's pitched like an ace. And when you look at the questions going into the season about what is going to have to go right in different elements of this team, you always kind of break it down. Starting rotation, bullpen we knew was going to be a huge question mark. and then the regular hitters, the bench, lefty, righty, all those kinds of things. And the Giants have hit in these last couple of games against lefties better than we've seen them hit in recent memory against lefties. But Ray has been, I think, above everyone on the roster. He's lived up to what the expectation for him this season is to be, which is pitch like an ace and pitch like that 1A next to Logan Webb, who he would tell you has not pitched anything close to like an ace to this point. I mean, I don't think Logan Webb would tell you that he's had a good start at all to this point. Now, he's made it through even the start on Sunday against the Mets, where
2 very gutty starts.
Gets the double play ball, and that was a gutty start with a good line. He had a gutty start with an okay line, and then he obviously got hit around by the Yankees in the opener back here 2 weeks ago. But Robbie Ray's lived up to the billing. If this Giants team can get it turned around and be, as we always talk about, the version of themselves that Buster Posey, I think, believes they can be. Robbie Ray pitching the way Robbie Ray has in each of these first 3 games is going to have to be a part of the equation. And so far, in a year where through 12 games, there's been a lot of guys who haven't checked the box. There's been a lot of red X's to this point as opposed to the green check marks. Robbie Ray's gone check mark in his first 3 starts.
Well,
I think he's been their best player for his role to this point.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say Luis Arraez probably in terms of a hitter, and then Robbie Ray among the pitching. There's no question about it. And he was fantastic last night, so that was really good to see. And it was great to see that the bullpen was able to hold it together, and that because Ray was able to go 6 2/3, you also didn't have to worry about the bullpen having that many batters to ultimately face in the end. And so, they're 4-8, and today's a really good rubber match. And if they're able to walk away with a series win, I definitely think that changes the tone of how we've talked about them this week. Now, I'm not going to do the thing where they won 1 game, and so all is fixed. And if they lose today, that would lose a series, and then they got to go on the road. But it was nice to see, just in terms of the way they played and the way in which they won the game, they were doing things that were really frustrating, missing holes in the first week of the season. So when you talk about Daniel Susac, right, it's not just that it's been fun and he has a big family section supporting him and he's a semi-local kid and his brother played here. It's also the fact that he's doing things that were missing from the lineup, and that was production from the bottom of the lineup. That's fighting with a 2-strike count. That's being able to put the ball in play and shoot it the other way. And so the fact that he's done this for a couple of games doesn't mean that we're going to extrapolate those stats over the course of 15 or 20, but 2 is not 1 and 1 is not 0 in this case, and hitting did kind of rub off on the rest of the team. Then you got guys at the top of the lineup like Chapman who are starting to heat up as well, and it becomes the old cliche of hitting is contagious.
Well, why does it stand out? It stands out for a couple of reasons. One, it's historic, and we can get into some of the numbers. I mean, the start for him to come out and go 5 for 5 and to begin his career at the big league level, I mean, that is historic. So it is something that truly is a story in its own right. The other reason why there's so much of a focus on Daniel Susac is because this has been a position where the Giants have just not had enough hitting from. And that's despite the fact that they had, a catcher that was projected to come up and be somebody that could be a great elite defensive catcher. But I think you would have thought when the Giants drafted Patrick Bailey and ended up with, and he came, you would have thought you were going to get more offense than you'd gotten to this point from Patrick Bailey. I don't think anybody thought he was going to be Buster Posey 2.0 in terms of being a hitter that's going to go on to be a future Hall of Famer. But the level at which Patrick Bailey has hit to this point in his career is not what the Giants fan base would have wanted. So to have somebody come up at a position where the Giants have not had that and immediately make an impact, it makes it all the more noticeable because they just haven't been able to get that from the catching spot consistently enough. And again, it's, is it just a lefty thing? Is it a backup catcher thing, right? Is he going to wind up being a really good, or is he somebody that needs to get in the lineup closer to 50% of the time? I said it after the game against the Mets last week. Throw him out there again. Just throw him out there again. Why not? Night game after night. Just throw him out there again against the righty. Tony Vitello didn't do it. I know day game after night game, you've got everything scheduled as to which pitchers you want to throw to which catchers and all those different things. He has a night like that last night. The vibes are great. Put him out there again. And then obviously they're not today. So if they don't play well today, if Bailey goes 0 for 4 today, if they lose again today, you find yourself right back in that conversation, only now with another example of where the backup maybe should be earning a little bit more of a share of the time. I'm not saying make him the starter or throw Patrick Bailey on the bench, but can it be a 3-3 split in terms of 6 games in a week and you get him out there? So that I think is something that
even DHing him if you don't want to catch him a day game
and
after a night
that's
game.
a little tougher. Yeah, that's a little tougher with your backup catcher because if you wind up having to put him in the game, you could have some kind of an injury. So I understand maybe not DHing him unless you're going to have a third catcher up and on the roster. That from a roster building standpoint, I get, but I don't know. To me, it's find more opportunities. Maybe you pinch hit him at some point in games, especially if teams are going to bring in lefties to try to get Patrick Bailey out or some of those other guys at the bottom of the lineup.
808 KNBR, we still got the capabilities to take some calls, read your texts. John Shea is going to come by the patio. We'll talk to him in person. And we got our contest as well. 2 tickets to see Bay FC take on Ottawa Rapid FC. Bay FC is back at PayPal Park, and this international friendly is bringing the heat. As part of the spring series, Bay FC takes on Canada's Ottawa Rapid FC Friday, April 17th at 7 p.m. Plus, lock in the Star Wars ticket bundle and score an exclusive Bay FC Star Wars mini soccer ball ready for pickup on match day. Bring the energy and witness the action when two forces collide on the pitch. When I tell you, and it's a short show, so you don't have to worry about waiting around for 3 hours. Just at some point between now and Giants pregame, dial 415-896-5627. And if you're lucky caller number 10, you will win. All right. So the catcher position is the big talking point off of last night. And we ended the show yesterday, Krueger and I, by having Brian Kenny of MLB Network on. And I asked him about Patrick Bailey being so elite on one facet of the game, which is his defense, and really struggling at another. I want to play that soundbite for you when we come on back and revisit some of the numbers. It's Papa and Silver with JD live at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Day baseball over at Oracle Park. The Giants taking on the Phillies. Last game of the series, rubber match. Let's get a dub, Giants. Daniel Susac, another 3 hits out of the lineup today, unfortunately. But watch for him. He could be a bat off the bench. We got a nice pitching matchup. Aaron Nola versus Tyler Mahle. Let's go Giants. Pregame at 11:40. First pitch at 12:45.
2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there. Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall, goes into the corner. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, and Susac has a triple. His 3rd hit of the game. A 2-run triple down the right field line.
We are live at 58 Social. It is Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Balsetta, a couple of Bloody Marys. We love you, Pop. We love you, Mofa. We'll get you back out here at some point, and we got to send him a picture today. That's a good reminder. I should also tell you that we are brought to you by Surfside. It is not a seltzer. It's Surfside, a proud partner of the Giants, and a lot to be proud of with the Giants last night in terms of the offense. So here's a fun one for you. Before we get into all the Susac numbers and the history behind it, 31 of the 36 runs for the Giants have come in the first 6 innings of games this year. And I know it's a small sample size. I know 6 innings still makes up 2/3 of the games.
It's like the opposite of the last 4 years. I feel like all their runs came in the 7th inning or later the last 4 years.
Right. But what you just heard right there from John Miller coming in and the triple to send home Ramos and Schmidt was that makes up 2 of the 5 runs that have come in later stages of the game. So the Giants haven't really been able to break anything open even when they can find some early offense. Now, I'm not going to pretend like all these people who've been watching and listening to Giants baseball much, much longer than I have, you kind of get the norm that the Giants don't really do comfortable leads, all right? That's not really the brand of baseball. But for Susac to go and do what he did, not just in terms of what he's doing statistically, but the effect on the team and the situations in which he was also thriving, that's when you can look at it and say, okay, yes, it's 2 games. I get that we're not going to make any drastic conclusion, but 2 games of doing this. The Giants have won 2 games at Oracle Park this year. Daniel Susac has started in 2 games at Oracle Park this year.
The bottom line is you just want to see him play more. You just want to see what he's got. Like, again, maybe he proves that he's just a backup catcher that's going to play 1 or 2 games a week and be productive against left-handed pitching. Maybe he winds up being somebody that can actually be a major league hitter consistently. Regardless of all of that, this Giants team, no matter what you think of them, they're not good enough. They're not deep enough in terms of their lineup to carry Patrick Bailey, even if he is an elite defender, and others, Bader, and like the bottom of the order is not good enough to where you can just carry guys that are only in there for their defense. And now maybe if the top 5 or 6 guys start performing at a much higher level than they have been to this point, then you can get away with defensive guy hitting 7th, defensive guy hitting 8th, all of that. But they need guys throughout the lineup, including the bottom third of the lineup, that are going to keep it moving, and Susac in the 2 games that he's been in there has been able to do that. That's the bigger thing for me. Like, you can't the teams like the Dodgers, teams like the Phillies, teams that have hitters up and down the lineup can get away with a couple of spots at the bottom to where you can have somebody that's maybe a specialist defensively. And I know we'll get into the numbers and play the cut, but that's what it boils down to for me. This team doesn't have a deep enough lineup to carry somebody that isn't going to contribute offensively basically at all. And too often that's been the case with Patrick Bailey here over the last few years, great as he is defensively and with the pitching staff and all of those things. And again, it is early to start looking at everybody else, but it was also kind of the same with Casey Schmidt at the bottom of the order at the beginning of the year, kind of the same with Bader, aside from the home run that he hit in San Diego for the most part. So navigating your way through that when you're a team that's trying to win on the margins, I think is something that's also important.
So I'll give Justice De Los Santos credit for this one because when he put out the Giants lineup, he also attached the OPS plus next to everybody. Yeah. And not to go too deep down the numbers, but OPS plus was a stat that we actually used, Papa and I, a lot last year because 100 is the marker of league average. So it's a kind of a quick snapshot.
It's easy right. If you know it to look at where guys are.
And so to your point on Bailey being someone who struggles offensively but could get carried by the rest of the lineup, well, let's look at it early through 12 games. Willy Adames is 112 OPS plus. He's getting a lot of doubles. Luis Arraez, 89. Matt Chapman, who's been hot, 143. Devers, 59. Lee, 42. Encarnacion, small sample size, dead on at 100. Bader, 12, Bailey, 0, and then Koss, who you're going to see today, has not gotten in at bat yet. So the point being, you got 2 guys that are above the league average mark, and I know that someone like Arraez is more of a contact hitter, and he was below, so it's not a perfect science. But the larger point of bringing up those numbers is the fact that, yeah, when you're talking about Patrick Bailey and the struggles at the plate, it's not like the rest of the lineup is just completely hitting night in and night out to the point where it's like, okay, well, we can just say it's good to have the defense because we know that the rest of the lineup is going to be giving you enough on the offensive side.
Well, again, it's fine if you have somebody like Arise who's at 89, even if 100 is where you want to be in terms of the league average. But the problem as I look at this is Devers 59. That's a problem. Jung-Hoo Lee 42. That's a problem. Bader 12. That's a problem. Bailey 0. That's a problem. And then obviously Christian Koss is out there for the first time. So you look at, it's not Adames 112, as maligned as he can be at times. It's not even Arise, who does keep it moving at 89. Chapman been hot 143. Even Encarnacion, all right, you throw him out there and he's at least league average in terms of hitting the ball hard and making things happen. It's Devers and Jung-Hoo Lee and Bader and Bailey, but it goes to the point of if Devers. And I don't think Jung-Hoo Lee's a carrier. I think we've seen enough to know that Jung-Hoo Lee's not a carrier. Like Jung-Hoo Lee's a contact hitter that should probably be hitting in the bottom third of the lineup. And
Jung-Hoo Lee's more like if you can get it to the Luis Arise metric of 89, you can live with that.
Yeah, and they're just counting on him to do too much. They're counting on him to be a better player, I feel like, than he actually is. But so I actually think it's unfair. Now, yeah. It's unfair to say Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be a carrier, in my opinion, but can he be better than a 42 OPS plus? Yes, and I think that needs to be the case. But Devers is the one. So if Lee was really actually a carrier, which he's not, if Devers was actually performing like a star, which he's not, then maybe we could start to have a conversation about waiting around for Bader to produce a little more because he's elite defensively in center field, waiting around a little bit more for Bader. But if you're not getting that, and you're losing games from the guys that you're counting on in a major way, then you do have to start to pepper in guys who are going to be more productive at some of those other spots up and down the lineup, and that's where it gets back to somebody like Daniel Susac.
Let's play the cut from Brian Kenny, who was on with us at the end of our show yesterday. I asked him about Patrick Bailey, and I said, how do you evaluate someone like that who is so good at what he does on the defensive side of the ball but has struggled so mightily on the offensive side of the ball? Now, I'll give him the fact that he's been a generally clutch player, but if we're taking the large sample size, it has not looked good for your everyday starting catcher, or maybe not every day now that Susac is kind of doing his thing.
He's still the everyday catcher.
For the most part,
Susac's
been the
played
everyday,
twice in 12 games.
Yeah.
He started two out of 12. Bailey's the everyday catcher still, and he's out there today.
Here's Brian Kenny on that balance.
Well, he's so elite at what he does. He really is. I did an essay on Patrick last year, because I just watched him closely in a couple of games, and it's like he's doing a Jedi mind trick on the umpires. Like wherever he places the glove, like this is not a ball, this is a strike, and they're like, yes, strike one. Like he just mesmerizes guys. He kind of hypnotizes them. He's so good at that. And from what I've seen early, I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I saw him challenge and win challenges early this season. I think he'll be very good at that by the end of the year. Now you're right, he's got to hit a little bit, but I don't know. The Rays back in the day kept playing Benji Molina and Jose Molina, and they said openly, like, we don't care if he hits or not. Like he's more important than that. So I think even the way he's hit the last 2 years, where he's well below league average, his value is so immense that it overrides what he does offensively.
So we almost did this in reverse, where we unpacked the lineup and looking at 1 through 8. In addition to Patrick Bailey, I got to react to this yesterday in real time in the interview. I'll let you have the floor first.
I love Brian Kenny. He's great. Makes you think, all those things. I mean, the way he was going on about Patrick Bailey, I almost threw up in my mouth a little bit. Like that was like, I'm sorry. Like,
and it wasn't the bloody.
Like that was disgusting. I mean, I need a cigarette after that. I mean, that was like, we're talking about Patrick Bailey. I mean, geez, Louise. We're not talking about Johnny Bench here, but I mean, what? Good Lord. We're talking about, I mean, that is, and look, Kenny's great and all that, but holy moly, like, you're not good enough to be, I just, sorry. That blew my mind.
I'd also
that blew my. We're talking about Patrick Bailey
at the major league level. ABS or not, I don't know if there's any amount of defense that can make you content with a 4 for 31 in an era in which everybody DHs. Like that's just the reality. Whether the whole lineup is raking or not, 4 for 31 can't be.
But you can't just completely discount the fact that you don't have a good enough lineup to carry somebody that performs offensively at that level. I mean, I hate to keep coming back to that, but I don't care how elite he is defensively. And I think he's going to lose some of those strikes. And we've seen a couple of instances where players have challenged pitches that were framed and called strikes that have not been strikes. We've seen that happen as well. I think he knows the strike zone. Obviously, he's going to challenge and he's going to get to me, it's going to work the other way, where pitches that are balls that he was making strikes, guys are going to tap their head and say, hey, we're going to look at that. And I think that's happened 2 or 3 times already as well, where pitches that would have been stolen as strikes are now balls. So I actually think in some way the value, in a minor way, goes down a little bit. Again, I'm not discounting how elite Bailey is defensively and with the pitch framing and all of that. I'm not discounting that at all. But it can't be the only thing. And I'm sorry, it's not in this Giants lineup more valuable than having somebody that can hit a little bit. Like, they need the guy that can hit a little bit more than they need the guy that's elite. Go get some other hitters, and then maybe we can have a conversation about it. But until they do, you know what we're going to do until they do? We're going to keep having the same conversation about why can't they get Susac in there after he has 3 hits in a game.
831 with the best text of the morning so far. We're talking about Patrick, man. Not a game. Patrick Bailey.
Woo, Kenny, man. Like, holy moly.
808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us, whether you're heading down to the yard, listening in your car, whether you are miles away and just trying to absorb the vibe of someday baseball. A series win would absolutely change the tone of how we looked at the Giants for this week. Now, a series loss, then you got to go on the road for 9 games in 10 days, and we'll see what happens, and you come back home and face the Dodgers. Big day for Tyler Mahle as he's getting the start, trying to bounce back off of Friday's dud from the team. It's Papa and Silver with JD, live at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
2-strike pitch to Moore. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a high fastball. Giants 1, Phillies none. 2 down, bases empty, 5th inning, and Crawford bloops one shallow left field, and on the run, Elliot Ramos comes in and makes the chest-high catch. That's the inning, and that's an 8-pitch inning for Robbie Ray.
Yeah, we've made a lot about the catcher who was catching Robbie Ray last night, but as we mentioned in the opening segment, the starting pitcher had the best outing out of any for the Giants this year. 6 2/3 innings for Robbie Ray. Outdueled Christopher Sanchez. I said on the show yesterday, JD, to Krug, Christopher Sanchez, one of my favorite pitchers in all of baseball, and Robbie Ray absolutely outdueled him yesterday. Just 3 hits, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts, but most important, that number up on the scoreboard that stayed true even after he went out of the game. The big old 0 for the Phillies, a nice shutout win.
Yeah, and a great shutout win. And Robbie Ray, the Giants winning for the second time in his 3 starts, and he's been great in all of them. And it's Robbie Ray Day has been win day for the Giants on this homestand. The only home wins have been, you mentioned Susac catching, but Susac catching Ray. They have a little connection going there. It would appear. So
Taking notes, Tony.
We shall see how things end up playing out when Ray makes his next start on the road trip. And I do think, today is kind of a big game. I know we'll get into it a little bit more here as we get closer to 11:45, but I feel like today's a big game and that you can win the series. 5-8 is obviously not where you want to be, even if you do get the win. But I do get the sense that this team has better days ahead coming up on the road. In some smaller parks where I think guys can relax a little bit. There isn't going to be such a focus on every at bat and plate appearance and who's productive and who's not. People are going to kind of be doing other things. They're going to be watching or listening to the game, but they're going to be kind of doing other things for the next week and a half when this team goes on the road. So I think it really, if you can get a win today, get to 5-8, get a series win at home, get on the road and win a few and just, push a little bit back toward 500. I think that momentum could carry back into obviously what's going to be a big homestand coming up with the Dodgers next year. It's not going to get any easier from that standpoint. But I think you look at going to Baltimore and Cincinnati and D.C., those are 3 parks where you can hit. Those are 3 parks where you're going to get some cheap home runs and you're going to get some doubles and you're going to get like that. Those are 3 parks where your OPS plus can be raised a little bit closer to normal levels. Now, the question, of course, is going to be, are they going to pitch well enough now that they can maybe go out and hit, and how does the bullpen factor into that? But I do think this is a big game today and then a big road trip coming up, because I think it's a road trip to where a lot of these guys who maybe have been struggling and in some ways become maligned can get on a little bit of a roll, and maybe things look a little bit different when they come back and play the Dodgers here in a couple of weeks.
Right. Like, they're still a 4-8 team, and that's why, as good as last night looked, I'm not going to just completely erase a lot
lose
of the talking
today.
points.
I mean, look, you lose today, you lose the series.
Yeah.
You lose today, you go 2-5 on the homestand. Like that's that's brutal.
But if you win today and you play well in doing so, then yes, you're still a 5-8 team, but the tone certainly starts to change as you go on the road.
You got a little momentum, and it would be your second series win, and now you go. There's been all this discussion about who you're playing to begin the year and difficult opponents and all of that. Well, not to say that anybody, Baltimore or Cincinnati or Washington, are going to be easy opponents.
Cincinnati actually off to a really good start.
They're off to a really good start, and the Giants. I don't think the Giants. They made the playoffs last year. The Giants didn't. People forget about that.
Yeah.
They were the team that actually could get to the 83 win mark that was required to get in. So yeah, no disrespect to anybody there, and certainly the Giants shouldn't look at any other opponent considering the way they've started the year and think, hey, these are wins, these are wins, these are wins. But they are going to be going up against different opponents than they've faced to this point in some parks where if you've got guys that you think can hit, then go hit and come back, and we'll see where things stand.
808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. Today is also a big day for Tyler Mahle, as he's going to look to bounce back. And we talked about the other 3 in the back end of the rotation. I think Hauser's looked pretty good in his 2 starts he's had so far.
I think the best
Probably
of the
the best
3.
of the 3, because Roop had the high, but then also really struggled.
Yeah, Roop had the best individual performance of the 3, but I think Hauser in the 2 starts has been the most consistent and steady of the three.
And it's important for Mahle to try to get back on track today. And for those of you World Baseball Classic theorists out there, Aaron Nola did pretty well for Team Italy. Is that gonna ruin him to start the year? Well, he's someone that, like Mahle, doesn't have a lot of speed on that fastball, but he also gets a lot of strikeouts, and he's up to 16 in 2 starts to start the year, including a win at Coors Field of all places to pitch. So,
yeah, and look, Nola's good. He's a good pitcher, and so the Giants have kind of solved. I don't want to say solved the lefty thing, but they've done okay these last couple games against lefties.
Solved by the standards of what we had to live through last season.
Well, again, they beat and they played well against the Phillies. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, the Giants have played well against the Phillies the last couple of years. So I think you could almost, adding to this being kind of a big game, if you don't win the series against the Phillies, in some ways you're taking a step back off of even where you were the last couple of years. I know a lot of people don't like really thinking about it in that way, but like 2 years ago, you beat the Phillies here, 2 out of 3. You beat them. Beat him here last year, 2 out of 3.
This is probably the most exciting series.
And so, yeah, and I mean, we're talking about Patrick Bailey, like what a difference, 9 months and makes as far as Bailey. That was maybe the moment of his career we were on talking about 9 months ago.
By the way, not a dig on Bailey, because that would be the moment of 97% of baseball players' career.
No. Yeah. The walk-off inside the park. Home run, and so I mean, it's just, and now we're talking about should he be maybe playing a little bit less because Daniel Susac is crushing it. So we shall see. Yeah, that was 9 months ago today, basically on July the 8th, and then we were out here on the 9th.
808 KNBR 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says Susan needs to start. I think we're talking Susac. Susan Slusser was on with us yesterday, but we are going to have, speaking of weekly guests, John Shea coming up in just a bit. He'll be joining us out at the patio as Tony Vitello right now is finishing up his availability. We were joking last night. 10:30 was the time Tony V is set to talk, and I feel like Tony's probably a pretty prompt guy. But I was texting Shay. I'm like, so are we good for 10:50? Because, how long has Tony been typically talking in these things? I know he could go for 30 minutes if he was allowed to.
Yeah, it seems like it's gone down a little, progressively, and obviously spring training, especially before there's games, there's going to be more opportunities to be a little chatty. But it's funny, Steve Kerr did about a 3-minute and 45-second pregame presser, and Steve's usually pretty jovial.
Yeah.
This was yet last night before the Warriors played the Kings, and I was kind of joking with somebody. It's like maybe Send that over to Tony V and say, hey man, you can answer the basics and do your 5 minutes and get everything in and dip. You got as Marty Lurie would say, what do we 150 to go.
150 to go, exactly. So
150 to go in terms of the pregame media availability. So sometimes less can be more.
He's getting in the flow of that, and we'll talk to Shay whenever he comes over to the patio. It is Papa and Silver live at 58 Social. People starting to fill in. Getting you ready for a little rubber match day baseball against the Phillies. First pitch, 12:45. 11:45 is your pregame, and it's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Here's the windup, the 1-2 pitch. A fly ball into right center field. Jung-Hoo Lee's calling for it. He's got it. The Giants beat the Phillies and will look for the rubber match tomorrow with a chance to take the series before they hit the road.
And nice win for the Giants last night. A rubber match today live at Oracle Park. We are live at 58 Social. It is Papa and Silver. John Dickinson hanging out with you. And it's rare that we actually time up anything well, but it all worked out to have John Shea walk in about 30 seconds before we came back from break. John Shea of the SF Standard. So much to get into.
Hat tip to Tony Vitello as well, because if Tony had gone, full spring training mode, then we'd be waiting for John.
Then it might be Giants pregame at that point.
Hat tip to Tony V.
By the way, SF Standard, I see the app is up. I downloaded it on the phone. That was all you, right? Not Danny Emmerman and his coding system of Kristaps. That was a John Shea special.
Yeah, right. When you have a young daughter who's asking about it and you alert those who can do it, you do so. And so my daughter's happy. I know that. And the whole generation is happy. But long time coming. It's a beautiful app. And I've heard elderly people say, hey, how come you don't have an app? I want to read the stuff through the app. And, hey, now we do. And it's perfect. It's easy to get to. And boom.
Way of the world. It's a beautiful thing. Get that stuff read. That's the number one thing. Get people reading. Get people subscribing. Yeah. That's what it's all about.
I will tell you that John Shea is sponsored by Freedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freedman's Appliance. And because Twice as Nice, he is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Got a little Surfside display.
Shea
right
kind of
here.
looking can I come back at 5 o'clock and take one of these? So,
I thought I saw the Surfside blimp over the ballpark yesterday.
5 o'clock. We can do 5 East Coast
possible.
time.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. They're
well,
all over.
At least
the
a plane
leagues
with
now.
the sign.
Yeah, they're all over.
Yeah,
the MLB. It's
So as far as last night goes,
I've had a couple.
You asked the question in Tony Vitello's presser that got him the big old laugh about why not just play Daniel Susac every day. But let's have a real discussion about this, because doing something for 2 games doesn't mean that it's going to tell the story of the season. But twice is certainly more than once, which was really exciting. And once is definitely not nothing. Patrick Bailey, we know what he is defensively, and is also 4 for 31.
How is it not a layup today? I apologize for cutting you off. Don't get mad. How is it not a layup for Tony V to just throw him in there today?
It's a good question. It's not like one bat's stronger from either side. One's a switch hitter, one's a right hander. I think his quote today, Tony Vitello, he says, when asked about that, he said, talking about Bailey, he said, hey, he's our guy. Then he paused and said, Susac is becoming our guy too. So, and he explained in depth last night about how in college you always wanted 2 catchers and you don't want to wear anybody down. And It's interesting that Bailey came up to him before the season and said, I want to lead the league in games caught. And that's nice and everything, but you also got to lead the league in not being the worst catcher hitting-wise. And he hasn't pulled that momentum from September into March/April. He hit very well at the end, and I thought that was going to kind of ignite him to be a little better hitter moving forward. But, 4 for 31 or 6 for 7, who do you pick? And it's not like Susac is a slouch defensively. He's very good, and he's got a huge upside on working with pitchers, and there's not a pitcher in there who doesn't like throwing to him. Robbie Ray, who's really the only guy who has thrown to him in a regular season game, because at least from the starting side, his last 2 starts he's been really good, and Susac has been his catcher. He said he loves pitching to him. He loves watching him hit. He loves his body language. He loves everything about him. Not that Susac is going to be stereotyped as a caddy for Robbie Ray. Maybe down the road that'll happen, but for now I think he's not the only pitcher that enjoys throwing to the guy. So I think we're going to see him more. I don't think we're going to see these long delays in between catching starts for Susac. And by the way, Christian Koss is finally in a game, and he's not on the mound.
Incredibly, right? Playing second base today. Arise goes over to be the DH spot, and they've got a little more flexibility now with the DH spot because Devers is able to play first base. We're talking with John Shea here on the Sports Leader. Do you get the impression that Tony has been talking about Tony Vitello? He has really made a point to, going back to the Patrick Bailey's is our guy, and he said the same thing about Jung-Hoo Lee, I believe, a few days to a week ago. Do you think that he's really going out of his way, maybe more than he needs to, considering his lack of major league experience, to make sure that the guys who have been in the big leagues believe that he's got their back before maybe there are more changes being?
Yeah, first of all, he's got a lot of guys. He's our guy. He's our guy.
Right, and Susac is too
guys
now, right?
Oh, yeah, he's my guy. But I think it's a reflection of Buster Posey, who wants a regular lineup every day. He looks back to the success of the Giants and how much platooning did Bruce Bochy do during those World Series championships? Maybe not a whole lot. He stuck a hitter out in left field who maybe wasn't a great defender. That happened more than once, but for the most part, he had his guys playing every day. And Tony Vitello really doesn't know these guys yet. I mean, he doesn't know his bullpen. Yeah, that's a work in progress. Nobody knows how good any of these relievers are going to be. The ERAs are pretty bad. I mean, Tidwell and Killian and Gage haven't given up a run, either as Christian Koss. But there's been some high leverage moments, especially in the past week, that just haven't gone their way. And so there's a reason he said everybody should be able to do every role. There's a reason he said we don't have a designated closer right now, even though Walker is in the room hearing this. So it's he's testing everybody. Everybody's testing him, and it's kind of odd. I don't remember this scenario in which we just don't know who these relievers are or who can they be. I mean, Tidwell, he could be a closer one day. I don't know. I mean, that's the easiest position to create. The A's did it all the time. We don't want to spend big on a closer. We're going to just get someone from the minors and create a closer, as long as he doesn't tighten up too much in the ninth inning. And Walker came in and had a high leverage situation in a non-ninth inning situation. So I think he's trying. It doesn't always work out, but you live and learn. And the Giants are learning a whole lot about this roster, and even like Luis Ariz, we didn't know how good he was on a daily basis. This coaching staff, although the bench coach did have him in San Diego, I think, or maybe not. Maybe they missed each other. But anyway, Jace Tingler. But my point is,
each other. Yeah.
Okay. My point is that he's been pretty good on defense at second base. Yeah. And even though you went in thinking, well, Christian Koss is going to be my ninth inning defensive replacement for that guy, he really hasn't been. And while the Phillies a couple of days ago hit just a ton of ground balls through the right side, Ariz did make a nice play to his right. I think he threw out Harper. But, I said, hey, why don't you close the gap there? They're hitting that 3-4 hole. And yes, I said, yeah, that's exactly what we talked about, because neither Devers nor Ariz has much range.
Right.
So they got to kind of adjust on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, look, Luis Ariz, it's a small sample size where any game, good or bad, is going to fluctuate stats a lot. But Luis Ariz is top 10 in outs above average leaders right now, which is something that nobody predicted. And for all that we could say is wrong with the Giants, that's one of the things where it's like, oh, wait a minute, he's been pretty good at the plate, and he's been way better than advertised as defensively. We're talking to John Shea out here at the patio at 58 Social. I don't know if Tony Vitello addressed this, but do you believe that Keaton Winn would have gotten the ninth yesterday under closer circumstances than 6-0?
Yeah, I think so. That's a distinct possibility. Everything changed when they got more runs late. And you talked about, how early it is with looking at, the stats on Ariz. How about this question for you? Before this series, according to baseballreference.com, who had the highest WAR on this team?
Was it Susac?
Yes. 3 at-bats, 1 game.
Yeah.
He had the highest WAR, more than any of those other guys, entering Monday's game. And it was like 0.3 or something.
It's got to be the same now, right?
You would
well,
think.
Look it up, yeah.
Yeah,
Baseball
you would
reference
think.
WAR. And he's not hurting his cause, but that's kind of a stat that people look at. And defensive runs saved, they don't really mean a lot this early, and WAR probably doesn't mean a lot this early. But it's kind of cute that Daniel Susac, after one game, went into the week as the team's WAR leader, and that includes Webb and Chapman and Devers and all these big stars.
It is interesting, and I try not to look at any of it in April, in March and April. Although you're probably right, and Greg's looking it up right now.
No, it's Chapman now.
Chapman,
okay. Then Susac.
Okay.
All right. So Chapman and then Susac. What's your sense for this team's ability to get out on the road a little bit and hit? Because I look at Baltimore and Cincinnati and DC, and I think those are three parks where if you put together good at-bats, you're probably going to get better results than we've seen the team have here in their home games. Do you agree with that? Do you think they're almost sensing, hey, let's get out on the road and maybe we'll get into a normal rhythm and come back and things will look a little bit differently? But then the add-on to that is, are they going to pitch well enough in some of those parks?
True.
With some of the question marks surrounding the relievers and maybe the back end of the rotation?
It's a great point. I drove to the ballpark today thinking that exact piece. I said, hey, that's a story to write leading up to this trip, because they were a lot better in San Diego than they were in San Francisco. Right. Again, small sample size and all that, but they were just pretty much awful, until last night at home. 1-7, 1-8, whatever they were, worse since 2000, the first year they opened this park. And by the way, in 2000, they wound up with the best record in all of baseball.
At home, yeah.
Overall,
and at home, yeah.
Yeah, but they started just terribly, and it's like, wow, this, are they ever going to win in this ballpark? And that was their first year of the 24 Willie Mays Plaza. But yeah, I think that's it's a beautiful thought, because that's where you can get better. That's where those balls are going to clear a wall. And Adames hit the wall a couple of times last night, and maybe they're out in these smaller ballparks. When they go to Cincinnati, it's like, hey, get me in there. I want to play, because here it's just. And I remember talking, especially Arise, and Arise can hit anywhere. Maybe not with power, and so polarizing of a ball player. People look at his advanced stats. Well, he doesn't have exit velo. He doesn't hit the ball hard. He doesn't do any of that stuff. But what he does do is get a whole bunch of hits. And even though he's got a decent batting average, his OPS is going to be low. And Buster Posey just loves that. He's okay with it. He'd love a higher OPS, of course, but he loves the fact that this guy makes contact in a lineup where there tends to be too much swing and miss. And that's Devers and Chapman and Adames. So it's a real nice balance, but I was really interested to see how Arise was going to hit at this ballpark, because I asked him many times about it coming in, not to put it in his head or anything, but lefties, if you're not Barry Bonds, you don't have much success here. But he's not a guy who hits the ball in the air. He hits ground balls through the hole and soft, pop-ups that land in the grass, or even hard line drives.
It plays anywhere, in that sense.
That plays anywhere.
That plays anywhere, yeah.
Yeah. Talking to John Shea here on the Yuma Guest. Well, not the Yuma Guest line. That was Muscle Memory. He's out at the patio. What am I talking about here?
The bunker. Where's the bunker?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well,
sorry.
We're all patio. Okay, we like the outdoors and we like human interaction.
I walk by that bunker every day. I said, how many bars can they have in this place?
You can get a hell of a bucket of popcorn. Where there used to be a microphone.
What would a series win today do for this team in terms of shifting the tone before a big road trip? I know JD just asked you about playing in ballparks that might play better to some of the offense, but a lot of the storylines around the Giants through this first couple of weeks have been very similar, and getting a series win against a team like the Philadelphia Phillies, in addition to having won in your division, that doesn't count for nothing, because you look up at the end of last year, and within the NL West and other teams in the NL, that's when you really got hurt, and that's why 83 would have gotten you into the playoffs. Not saying it's going to be that way this year, but those were some of the key difference makers at the end of it.
I think the big test is how they're going to do against the Padres. So far, so good, and the Dodgers, because the record against those teams was so abysmal that they went from hey, we're a playoff team to hey, we're a 500 team. If they never played those teams, they'd have a very good record. And so they got a good start against the Padres. They're not as deep, especially with the rotation this year, than in past years. And the Dodgers, they don't really care about beating the Giants. They just care about October. You know, they don't have any rivals.
Although they are 9-2, I believe.
Well,
look it
yeah.
up today.
Yeah, and
they're setting themselves up to not have to care about the regular season.
Exactly, and those will be interesting. I mean, every time the Dodgers go into a ballpark, every team will say that's our rival. Houston says it. Cincinnati says it. You know, who knows what they do in Sacramento, but every other city will say, hey, that's our rival. And the Giants can claim it as the real rival because that goes back to New York and the, pre-1958. But I think that's the big test. And like I said, against the Padres, they look good, and the Padres aren't as deep. But I think the big test is just going to be this bullpen. You know, we keep pointing fingers at it, and the rotation's been okay. The lineup has been hot and cold, too often cold, but it's the bullpen where they didn't really do anything major in the offseason for the second straight year.
Yep.
And despite losing all those guys at the trade deadline, and to injury, Jose Buteau just walked in and say, okay, we won't see him for a long time, and many others are just off this roster, and it's like, okay, it's almost like throwing darts. Who am I going to pick tonight to pitch the 6th, or the 7th, or the 8th, and the 9th?
Why do you think they didn't address it more? Because I think there's an interesting discussion to be had, and I've said this as to you look at the position players that Buster Posey's put out there, and some of them he inherited, obviously, from the prior regime that I'll say he's kind of stuck with, right? Jung-Hoo Lee, he's got to see what he can do there. But I think he thinks that there's enough hitters, especially in going and getting Devers, to where this can be a playoff caliber team. I think when you have Webb and you have Ray at the front end of your rotation, and Ray's pitched really well to begin the year, you think you've got the makings of a rotation that can be that of a playoff team. And then you look at the bullpen and you go, there's no way. Like, it's just not a playoff caliber bullpen at all. To me, like, do you think, if you believe that you have the team capable of being a playoff team, why would you go into a season with so many unknowns in a bullpen? Because solidifying that could almost put you over the top if you truly believe in those other things, which I think they do.
Go find an Edwin Diaz or somebody, maybe not to that extent, but
they look like a rebuilding team. If you look at their bullpen is that of a rebuilding team. The rest of it is more of a team that looks like they're trying to contend right now, and that doesn't add up.
You missed me firing off some takes with Krueger yesterday about that.
I think a lot of it has to go back to their value of all those young starting pitchers, from Wisenhut to the Birdsong to Seymour, thinking that one or two of those guys are going to stick, and that will deepen our bullpen because we already have a Fisum in the rotation, and rather than sending all those guys to AAA, we're going to keep a couple of them, and that'll deepen our bullpen. Maybe one guy will stick, like a Birdsong. I always thought he had closer stuff if he could find the plate more often. But the only guy here among that group is Tidwell, who's a young starter who kind of emerged into a bullpen role here, from spring training when they were all given shots. Obviously, it's sad with Birdsong, who's going to be out for the season. But I think that really hurt them, that not enough of those guys kind of emerged and won jobs, whether it's the back end or the front end of the bullpen. But, yeah, that is a mystery. Why didn't they go deeper just to get a bunch of warm bodies here, thinking, some of them will stick, some of them won't. Okay, release them and move on. It's a 40-man roster question, and, not everybody's willing to take a minor league contract with a spring training invite to big league camp. So that might come back to haunt them, but, sometimes they look good, sometimes they don't. It's a crapshoot.
Well, stay tuned for our award-winning Diamond Notes. I got a fun little X factor for you as it relates to that. I know you always ask us about the Warriors before we start the interview. So, obviously, you were doing your thing here last night. You know the old Don Nelson Hack-a-Shack, of course, right?
Yeah.
You ever heard of Hack-a-Seth Curry? Seth Curry was on the court last night, and they're like, you know what? We're going to foul him away from the ball. Let's send an 86% free throw shooter to the line. Wow, we got some tanking issues, man.
Let's tank. I mean, Draymond had some good comments about you got to do something. You got to find them. You got to penalize them. You got to do something. What other league is tanking, like, encouraged? I mean, the Warriors, the Giants never do it because they always want to keep the fan base intact.
Football, there's so few games, and it's so variable year to year.
And the Warriors have Steph, so they would never stoop to that level. And, once Steph is gone, then maybe. But it's funny looking at the box score. I'm watching the Giants game and looking at the box score, and usually I will ask them to put one monitor. Show the Warriors game, but it couldn't get it last night, so I had to watch it through my phone. And I'm looking at the box score, and okay, you got your 5 starters. Then at the bottom you have S. Curry and S. Curry. I said, well, wait a minute, which one is it? Why don't you put ST or SE
right.
so I can see which one? Because for a while there had similar stats, so I'm not sure who did what. I still don't know who did what, but it's not like Steph had to have those miracle shots to win this game.
He didn't, but the Kings were too close to winning.
Yeah.
To where they had to make a little adjustment.
So in a perfect world, Clippers, Portland, and then OKC. I mean, speaking of miracles.
Yes. Yeah, perfect world. That's you win a couple. You win in Portland. You win in against the Clippers. You win in Portland. You win against Phoenix. You got to win both on the road, and then you get the.
Do you guys
get the defending champs?
Do you guys look to next season already, or do you think there's any hope at all that a 10
I think
seed
they're capped
is
at
going
a first-round exit. I think they're capped at getting out of the play-in and losing.
In how
to
many
OKC.
games?
5.
Most so that's
likely
a perfect world scenario.
I think they could. If you're saying what's
round.
the absolute, I think they could actually win 2 games maybe against OKC. Just if
so out in 6.
But out in 6 would probably be the absolute ceiling.
It seems they should get younger next year. They're finally getting taller.
They
For
are.
the first time. I mean, I remember Don Nelson wanted to get taller, and they still haven't. But now they've got guys coming off the bench who are tall.
They do. They're just old.
They're just old, or they don't play defense.
One of them's going to be 40 in June,
right?
and the other one's Porzingis.
And now they're getting Kawhi and LeBron. So the average age in the next year's lineup is going to be 37 or 38.
Well, once Jimmy comes back, we're really reeling right there with that one.
Well, and I mean, we started talking about depth with the Giants and how do you mix guys in. I mean, the Warriors are going to have the all load management team. They're going to have the all can't play. They're going to have their top 7 maybe next year that none of them can play in both games of a back-to-back.
Yeah, none of them will qualify for any awards.
They all have to miss a
play
game in the back.
games.
They all have to miss a game in the back-to-back.
But the idea is to be good enough to even make the playoffs next year, so that everyone can, when they did their run and beat Boston in the finals, for the first day in the playoffs, it was like the first day all season that they were all healthy together.
Yeah,
right. So that was magical. How they recreate that without. With a record that's you don't want a lousy seed.
Well, it's like you said, they were the 3 seed that year.
Yeah.
Like people forget, like they won 53 games
and they started 18-2.
They were the 3 seed and basically coasted off of the 18-2 start, and they have not. I mean, Draymond's complaining about the play-in. It's like, well, you guys can't avoid the play-in. It's been playing. They avoided it the one year they played the Kings, but they had to win the last 5 games of the regular season to avoid it. Otherwise, they would have been in it even that year.
And then to go full circle, you look at the Giants' rotten start and say, man, what do they got to do now to make the playoffs? Nobody's talking about playoffs.
Right.
First of all, it's, we got to be better than 500. We got to go north of 500.
Yep.
And now it's like, hey, man, let's get to 500.
Yep.
And that's going to be a haul.
Well,
it is.
When we talk to you next Wednesday, JD's going to be in either L.A. or Portland.
That's right.
And we'll be getting ready for a little 9-10 play-in action. So always good to catch up with you, and thanks for letting us steal extra of your time today.
Oh, my pleasure. Always good. Always good to hang out here on the patio.
Shay, hey! I'll never be able to do it like Papa can. John Shea of the SF Standard. We talk to him every Wednesday. All right, we are overdue for a break, so when we come on back, we'll get right back into this discussion. Could the Giants' bullpen be a factor today to take this series? Let's talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what time it is, Tealheads. It's time for your Teal Sharks Report. The Sharks in action again against the Oilers tonight at the Tank. Only 2 more home games tonight and then one a couple games from now. So get your butt down to the Tank. The Sharks need you. They're on the outside looking in the wild card standings. 3 points out of it. They need this W against Connor McJesus and the Edmonton Oilers. We love our Sharks on the Sports Leader.
Back here at 58 Social, it is Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. Appreciate John Shea for coming by, as we do every single Wednesday, getting you ready for some day baseball. Yeah, we got like 24 minutes left to go.
We're doing our Warriors show off the air.
Yeah. Dubs OT last night, then we got Dubs.
Jay and JD.
Dubs mid-morning. Yeah.
That'd be a good Warrior show.
I would actually tune into that for sure.
That'd be a good, yeah. Might have to think about that.
But you got to have Kyle Harr still running the board. You know?
Oh yeah, anybody.
It's essential.
Everybody can come in and participate. But
Anyway, 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Some good texts coming in, and Tony Vitello spoke on the decision to start Bailey over Susac today, noting Aaron Nola better against right-handers. Bailey's a Gold Glove catcher. He's our guy. But then as Shea noted to us at the top of that interview, said Susac is becoming our guy too. Tony Vitello very focused on who his guys are to start the year, and if I was a first-year manager, I probably would be too.
Well, and as John Shea had pointed out, it's a lot of these are Buster Posey's guys as well, and so there is Tony Vitello trying to learn who his guys are in certain situations versus the guys that have been here that maybe aren't the Posey Managian regime, but then also the guys that are the Posey regime, and trying to factor all of that in. So I got to think to a certain extent, especially with the lack of success that the Giants have had to begin the year, that Tony Vitello's head's spinning a little bit in terms of trying to map through it. And then on the days where you put yourself in position to win, the bullpen has been a question, which we knew was going to be something that could potentially have this team in losing games that even in opportunities where other things were going well for them. So I think it's a lot. It is still early, but at some point, this team still is very much, even with the win last night and the feel-good vibes and things kind of coming around, this team's still in a real vulnerable and fragile position. A win today would lessen it, but a win today and a really good road trip would be, I think, that that would be at the top of the list of things to kind of calm everything down, even if you're only calming it down to play your next home game after today, beginning a 3-game set with the Dodgers.
Well, and I had said this part yesterday on the show with Krueger. I'm trying to remember exactly where I was going. I got distracted by the notes.
You were
and the
talking
emails
about
coming in.
You were talking about roster construction a lot, and that's a point that we had gotten into. It's just the certain aspects of this team that don't totally add up. There are parts of this team that make you think they're all in.
Well, here's
in
a
some
question
ways,
for you.
but then there are other parts that, and even the managerial hire, as I've noted, and I don't want to belabor that today, but the managerial hire, as I've said, is not really you don't hire Tony Vitello, in my opinion, if you think you're trying to contend for a playoff spot. He is more the type of manager you would hire if you were in a rebuild.
Yeah,
but
if you're
the
going to go
Giants
that
are clearly
level
not
of
in a rebuild.
unconventional and
Exactly, but they are clearly not in that level of a rebuild. The bullpen is another part of that. They're not they don't have a bullpen of a team that thinks going into the year that they're going to be a playoff team.
No.
In my opinion. Now, again, the hitters, the top end of the pitching staff, I think that's a different conversation. So I do think there are some questions there. And then, even the bench, you have all of these, you have a very specific bench in terms of, different skill sets with Oliva, who's a, good defender and a speed guy. And you've got, you've got Susac, who obviously can hit. You want to pepper him in there. Encarnacion, somebody you want to get more at bats for as a power threat, but you've got these guys that you want to get in more, but then are in some ways blocked because you look at the everyday lineup and it's no, Adames ain't coming out, and Arise doesn't want to come out, and Devers is your should be your best player on paper, and Chapman's a guy that wants to play 130, 40 games, if not more, barring injury, and Bailey wants to lead the league in time, and so you've got these guys you want, and Bader signed because you told him he was going to play every day and not be a part-time player. You don't get Bader and Arise unless you promise him some things. So there's all those sort of agendas that have to be factored in the overall concoction of the way the roster is built.
Yeah, no question. And one of the things I said to Krug yesterday is that a cold start is a bigger deal than a hot start. And I'm not trying to go down the crazy math game, but I was texting you a couple of nights ago, and I think I said this to Krug as well, which is last year the Giants started 12-4, right? 13-5, something like that. And then they played more or less 500 ball for a couple of months. But guess what? By doing that, the start kept them afloat to where we're talking about an 85 to 86 win pace of a team. Now, if the Giants do the opposite this year, where they start cold at 3-8, and then they play more or less 500 ball for a couple of months, we're going to be talking about a 77-ish win pace, which is a very, very different narrative than a team that, yeah, you could say they got really hot to start, and then they played more or less 500 ball. But if you do that throughout the course of a season, which we obviously know they didn't because they had a major slide, after the Devers trade. Well, if you do that, you're still in contention for a playoff team. And by the way, 85 would have had you coasting last year by the end with the way the Mets that collapsed. So it's different in the sense of if you start cold and then you kind of get it together and it's more or less inconsistent, well, then you're never really going to be within reach of where you want to be. And so a cold start is a bigger deal than a hot start.
And it also is a big deal because there was so much excitement, I think, surrounding this team coming into the year. There was a belief that they were going to be capable of being better, and regardless of a difficult start in terms of the schedule, that they would be. I think that was I think there was, Giants fans, I do think are eternally optimistic until they get off to a cold start. and then it kind of flips. And it doesn't mean they'd stop showing up or anything like that. They're incredibly devoted and they love their team. But I think, getting off, it's just, that only makes it worse when you've got a lot of excitement and you've got this inexperienced manager that's supposed to make things better, and you've got, full year Devers, and you've got all these guys.
We lose JD for a moment. We might have lost JD. We lost JD. All right. Oh, we made it hour 28 without any tech challenges, but it's all right. I'm blaming Shane more than Walter for this one. Walter's just being a good man, eating his fries like a good man. We'll get JD back in a second. Here's my question that I'll throw out to you while we sort through some tech difficulties, and that is, do you see it as a problem if the Giants roster is constructed to maybe perform much better on the road? They're going to play 81 games in this ballpark, and yes, they won last night, and yes, it was fantastic, but they are 2-7 at home. They started 1-7 for the first time in their own ballpark since this opened here in 2000, and so if you believe it's a team that can thrive in smaller ballparks and warmer weather on the road, rather than being one that can't be constructed to win in their own ballpark unless they got elite top-tier pitching like you saw out of Robbie Ray last night, that's something that could be a problem when you start looking deeper into the season. And, of course, contrary to what we see on a normal season, the Giants open with 10 of their first 13 at home before they take their first big road trip. So, we got you?
I think we do.
We
do. All right. That's good.
That was a good recovery. You know what?
Yeah.
We'll go ahead.
Less of me, more Greg. That was Shane saying, shut up, JD. Let Greg talk.
It was, Walter, when you were gone and we introduced Danny's Double Dips, we had a segment where one time Danny gave me a prompt and I answered for a little too long for Papa's liking, and he liked to label it the segment where I talked forever and never stopped. So that's we love it so much. And, hey, I got to do some work on this bloody 4, Greg Papa, right now. We'll go ahead and take our last break before we get you ready for pregame. It is Papa and Silver with JD live at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants day game. We love a midweek day game there at Oracle Park. They got the Phillies rubber match in there. Giants coming in at 4-8 on the season. Daniel Susac, another 3 hits last night, not in the lineup today, but watch for him off the bench. We got Aaron Nola versus Tyler Mahle on the mounds, and let's go Giants. Let's get a series W. Pregame starts in 15 minutes. First pitch, hour 15.
All right, final segment live here at 58 Social. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Good to be with you. We are brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It is Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. I can also tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. And because you know the clock is ticking on today's contest giveaway, call right now, 415-896-5627. You can win a pair of tickets to see Bay FC take on Ottawa Rapid FC Friday, April 17th, 7 p.m., PayPal Park. Little Star Wars theme, too, so go ahead and check out that international friendly. Again, that's 415-896-5627, and Jacob will have you covered. And can you believe that they shut off JD's mic just so I could yap about all that?
Quick, yeah, you got to do it because I was ready to jump in. Quick trivia question. This is going in the way back. Every time I hear "You Can't Touch This" by MC Hammer, there was a Bay Area athlete who used this as their walk-up song, although it wasn't a hitter.
Oh.
Do you know the answer to there is a great Bay Area pitcher who used this as their warm-up song when it first came out back in the early 90s when they took the mound. Does anybody remember out there? Again, I'm going way back.
I know my Stanley Burrell. I know he was.
It was not a giant. It was not a giant.
Yeah, well, he was a bat boy for the A's. So
it was not a
I know
giant.
he had close ties there. I don't know the pitcher though.
Dave Smoke Stewart.
Wow. Okay.
Every time I hear that, I think of Dave Stewart for like a couple year stretch when he was winning 20 games a year, and he would come out to the mound at the Coliseum, and it was you can't touch this.
It is fitting that it was an A.
Well, yeah, of course.
Of course.
It's Bay Area.
That's awesome.
A legend, great pitcher, good dude. Was an agent, was an analyst, all kinds of things. But
And apparently, the day he had his no-hitter, that's when, rumor has it that Derek was conceived, as we learned on our show one time at the final segment. So, we go all over the place. I know.
It's
wow.
out there.
Wow.
Yeah, we can't confirm
I hadn't heard that one.
We can't confirm it, but let's just say it was mentioned, and then it was the first 20 minutes of a dirty work one day when we were over at the old building.
It's pretty funny. So, every time it's funny that the songs that make you think of certain things, but that one makes me think of Dave Stewart over at the Coliseum getting ready to warm up.
Final few minutes here, and we'll take you to pregame in about 4 minutes from now. Giants have a real chance to take a rubber match today. Now, last night, I said it again, it was their best of the 4 wins. Christopher Sanchez is a really good pitcher. That's only the second time he gave up 11 hits in his career. He gave up 12 one other time in 2024. Beside that, though, he's generally a pitcher that's really tough to hit. The Giants, by the way, contrary to what you would think with their lineup and how many right-handed bats they have struggled against lefties for the better part of a couple seasons now. So second time this year that they were able to find a little success there. And then, they were constructed. I was kind of wondering, is this not a team that not bad, but not necessarily constructed to succeed in their own ballpark? Well, if you're going to just rely on the contact you made last night, get contributions top to bottom of the lineup, you don't need to worry about homers and Rafael Devers hitting one into the cove, etc. If you can get 12 hits, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know that from an offensive standpoint they weren't necessarily built for the park. I do think Adames is somebody that go the other way and hit some gaps. Although a lot of those balls on the road do go over the wall and they don't necessarily hear. I don't know. I feel like he's a gap hitter. Arise is a contact guy. I think Chapman's a gap hitter as well, although he does go the other way, and maybe some balls can hang up into center field and rights. Jung-Hoo Lee, for sure, should be somebody that's spraying the ball all over. So I don't know. I think there are enough guys. Devers should be somebody that hits everywhere, and he hasn't maybe to this point in his time with the Giants. So I don't know about that, but I do think they have a lineup that is built to hit more on the road, and that's where I think after today, this road trip that's coming up, I think, is going to be as telling as anything that we've seen from this team so far in these first 12 games.
Random stat that doesn't necessarily tell what's going to happen today, but the Giants are 13-4 against the Phillies at home, dating back to 2021.
I did know that,
yeah.
and it goes back, I think, even farther than that. The House of Horrors that this place has been for the Phillies, and even in the 2010 League Championship Series and all of that, with the Giants taking control of the series that they ultimately won in Philadelphia. So yeah, the Giants have played the Phillies really well, and so I think that's where getting, including the last couple of years, they've won 2 out of 3 against the Phillies at this park. So get today, get some momentum going on the road, and then we'll see when the Giants come back and face the Dodgers coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Definitely a big day for Tyler Mahle, a big day for the bullpen if they have a lead to ultimately protect, and we'll see what the Giants can give on a day game offensively.
He's got to
today.
pitch better than he has to this point.
But Mahle absolutely has to pitch better than he has, and the Giants need to continue hitting the fastball. Not to get too much of a tease into our award-winning Diamond Notes, but the Giants were 198 against fastballs in the first 10 games of the season. All of a sudden, they're 8 for 21 this series against a fastball.
Yeah, I think they've been swinging a little earlier in the count too, which I think is something that I know going back to spring training they wanted to do more of, is not take that fastball down the middle for a strike and then find yourself behind in the count and up against it. So I think they are trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, it's worked out in this. That I think has been the bane of the Giants' offense for a long time, is the inability to hit the fastball consistently.
Yeah, and Aaron Nola's someone that, again, can strike out at a really effective rate, but also not someone that has a high fastball in terms of velocity around 91, 92. So that'll do it for us. Big thank you to everyone to make this work at the patio today. Huge thank you to Walter, Shane, our promos team. Thank you to JD. Thank you to John Shea. And let's get you ready for a little rubber match day baseball. Game 3, first pitch, 12:45, and your Giants-Phillies pregame starts right now.